new Holdens at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Well, Amiga, good morning and welcome everybody. Yes, indeed, we are back, and this is day number 2 of our 2020 Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix, this fabulous event at the other home of the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club, normally up the road at Harrisville, but here on the banks of the mighty Waikato River near the Mercer truck stop as we play in the sand pit and literally called the Sand Prix. This is our Grand Prix of the sand and effectively one of our toughest kind of moto events. Sand is certainly one of the awesome racing domains of where the world has been in countries like Holland and Belgium and motocross, where the sport reigns supreme. They've been huge tracks in the history of our sport and certainly all repeated here now. We're delighted to have our first major event back for our 2020-2021 season and thoroughly looking forward to this mighty moto to get underway here today. Senior riders come to town, and what a lineup that we've got for you here. Yes, indeed, the big boys are back, and we'll be doing a walk around the pit shortly to give you an idea of just who's here and what's here, and particularly some of the new 2021 moto models that have hit our shores only literally in the last 48 to 72 hours. We've got some mighty racing coming up, the premier classes like the MX1, the MX2 and the 125s. We've got a junior support lineup as well. We have our women's here today. We've got a MX3 class and also the mighty vets. Couldn't have moto without them. And an awesome surprise entry in our vets lineup here today. None other than our two-time world runner-up in motocross, making a comeback, the great Daryl King, Mr. DK himself, here today for us all. So thoroughly looking forward to it. This event brought to you by Pukekohe Motorcycle Club, and a massive thanks to Motorcycle New Zealand, working with WorkSafe and health authorities to ensure that we can run a safe event for everybody here today. First of all, the pits are a bubble, so each of those pit areas are fine, but as soon as anybody is travelling outside the bubble, they are here with full face masks, social distancing and all the rules that we've come to expect to make our team of 5 million enjoy motocross like they have done for many years. I'm delighted, Turbo Tonsils, to be calling racing for you here today, so I hope you're locked and loaded and tuned in for what will be a fabo day. We can't do it without our sponsors. Like any sport, we're thoroughly relying on them. We love them on board, like Mr. Motorcycles, Young Contractors, our quality track builder and maintenance extraordinaire, Scott with FMF, Alpine Stars, 100% iPone, Bridgestone, Pirelli, along with Fox, Bellray, Fly, Oakley, NZRC Renovation Company, and of course Ebbett Pukekohe. No longer just the home of Holden and Nissan, but also now with Kia, Volkswagen and MG on board. They're your ultimate mark of excellence in the world of motoring here in South Auckland. Delighted to have them on board. This is the Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix, coming at you loud and proud on a Super Sunday here at Mercer. Stay with us for a great afternoon of racing. Well, an opportunity to go out and about with our mobile camera and giving us an idea of our pit set here today. First of all, here with Motor Honda Racing NZ and our new man in number 3. Yes, indeed, James, the number 3 number from this year's Motocross Nationals, and turned that into a ride with Honda in the MX2 class, and looking very good already out there with a very sharp time from our practice qualifying session. So all these bikes looking pretty immaculate. After all, it's the start of the season, and new sponsors for a lot of the teams on board. The sport's still growing with excellence, and nice to see. So here we are with our quality number 3 on board. This young man, James Scott, looking to make it happen in NZ Moto. And he certainly did last year. Won the first race of the championship back at Vaucluse and went on to be super consistent and hold on for a very good 3rd place, and deserved that he's made this quality lineup in the end. As we continue our pit walk for you this morning, and the sun out here in mighty Mercer, I'm sure we'll have our jacket and beanies off and be ready to enjoy the Super Sun schedule on the forecast. We have Kawasaki in our lineup here with Ethan Martins, and also, of course, having the 23 here for Josiah Natsuki, the number 2 you might have just seen, only arrived on Friday in NZ, the new 2021 model KX 250 left. That one's just for you, Chris. And here also, of course, with our KTM lineup for the CML race team. And next in, we just passed the Husqvarna LMC team as well. So dual team set up here together with our KTM and Husqvarna. And also over here, of course, with Team Yamaha under the JCR banner, Josh Coppins Racing. And for Josh today, just working with the van, hasn't brought the big rig up from the south, but early part of the season yet. And Josh, I see double classing with vets and also in there as well some MX1 racing. And for a reminder, of course, getting in some practice because next week we have the big one for Josh in the mighty mainland, and that is our Michael Godfrey Memorial Motocross. Thoroughly looking forward to that. We'll be catching the mainland buzz, massive, almost 400 entry lineup down there, and looking forward to a Fabo weekend. We'll be rocking into Omihi, North Canterbury for that one. Love to see the crowd come and join us. Hopefully a change for lockdown, but if it's not, we certainly know that we've got some good protocols in place to keep everybody safe. We'll be back with more of the racing coming at you. It's our first race on the track coming MX3. Well, the first roar of the day. Yes, indeed, MX3 and a flying good start into that hole shot. Nice to see them going out. Oh, one to throw it away already. And collision there with the two riders, and one's gone a little bit further, the other one's gone down, the other guy's straight into it, and his leg literally caught between the swing arm. That's why you wear the protective gear. He'll feel that one with a little bit of a bruise, but hey, looks to be okay as he's looking to get back on his bike and go for it again. So two of them down on the hole shot. Hole shot corners, of course, super intense, where you've got potentially up to 40 riders from the start going in through one corner at one time. It's literally trying to squeeze through the neck of the funnel, and unfortunately some of them don't make it, and there was an example of that. So MX3 and a high-powered start underway. Well, a complete contrast. Certainly, you've almost got spits of rain in one part of the pit and the sun shining in the other. It's a rainbow kind of a day. Forecast was for it to be a fine day, and pretty sure that's what we will be getting, but just struggling to get there at the moment. Believe it or not, here on Friday, the water tanker was out, spraying water on the track. Too dry, unbelievable. Many parts of the country will have seen lots of rain over the last few weeks, and spring certainly even already wetter and windier than a lot of winter was, but not here at Mercer, North Waikato. Or as I got quipped on to say, Mercer is not Auckland. But I'll tell you what, it's only over that little hill, and you've got the big super city for sure. The city of sails, or as the media called it after Friday's truck crash on the Harbour Bridge, the city of snails. And man, they'll feel the effects of that for a while, won't they? All right, MX3, and well done to Nate. Yes, indeed, Nate Adams, the Andy's Moto Services supported Yamaha rider out there, so good work from Nate. Jaden McAlone, DK himself, Daryl King having a ride there as well, along with Richard Sutton, Ben Lawson, and Harrison Chiselle, Mitch Rowe, Caleb Livesley, AJ Steiner, and Josh Waddle. In fact, it's a 29, almost 30 strong field. Riders, local riders there like Darius Cooper, Logan Thomas Flip, and Carl Heyman himself. So good to have them in the lineup. But there's our man who took the fall at the hole shot, now finally getting in his first lap. So keen just to have a look at our update for this group at the moment. I see Shane Robinson only qualified in 13th place, but Shane's out to lead them, and well done his good mate Jaden McAlone in there in second place. So Team McAlone, the crew pitted here together late yesterday when they arrived, and joined us camping here on the track, so they effectively could stay in their bubble right from arriving yesterday. All right, out to go for it, and the changes happening there already. So one to watch. There he is, DK himself, Mr. Daryl King, and DK riding in an MX3 lineup today. Well, I'd accept that. I've got no problem with that. Well, it's been a long time for sure since DK's been on a racetrack. So great to see him back. Super brother Shane just apologising in advance for his gear, as he called it, 48-year-old riding gear that he was in. A slight exaggeration, but you get the idea. And certainly from a bike presentation point of view, somebody's loaned DK a bike, so he hasn't got a bike himself, so an opportunity to go back on the racetrack. So old gear, a borrowed bike, but once a world-class rider, always a world-class rider. So DK looking to get back again on the borrowed Suzuki RMZ 450. So there it is, Mr. Daryl King ahead of Shane Robinson, going to another of our updates on that occasion. That will be Josh Waddell and Josh in there, along with Jaden McAlone slipping back to 5th place. And then we look out to Mike Fleming. Mike's sort of a quiet, unsung hero of MX3 kind of racing around the country, so good to see him as well, as we look to acknowledge a few others in our camp, like Sam Stevens in there. And also for the update, Jack Lilburn. So the Ebbett MX3. MX3, it's not an MX1 or an MX2, it's the next one down, and it is not necessarily a CC event either. These guys will be buzzing little 125s, or the likes of DK out there on a 450. So it's sort of a ride what you brung kind of a class, and anything goes in racing. So there you have it. All right, Shane Robinson might have led it for lap number 1. He looks all class. Man, has he got some beautifully presented bikes or what. And I'll tell you what, making a very good collection of older KTMs. He's been a long-time KTM fan, and told me yesterday he's up to 19 bikes that he's collected and restoring. 19 bikes, including one of them that he's making look like the replica 04 of Ben Townley when he won the world title, and also looking for a replica, or making a replica of Shane King's 96 World Championship bike as well. Well, as we just readjust our position and take on some more of this action, giving you an opportunity to check it out with DK and Daryl King, going to Shane Robinson from Josh Waddell, Jaden McAlone. New one to look out for in our update of results that time is Ben Larson. So Ben qualifying there in 5th place, but looking to hold on to 5th in the moto as well. Sam Stevens we have in there, along with Mitch Rose. So Mitch having a ride in MX3 today. I suppose he thought, well, if DK can have a ride in there, I'll go out and join him as well. Another long-time legend and former MX1 New Zealand champion, the great Mitch Rose. Probably Mitch having the longevity that has not been witnessed by any other riders. He's been, other than a few breaks away for injury or bike changes or the likes, effectively he's never gone more than 6 or 8 months without a motorcycle and without being on racetracks. And for the 50-plus-year-old, that has come out towards 40 years of racing. 40 years of racing. So an amazing accolade for an all-round cool guy in Mitch Rose. So looking forward to the Ideal Garages man from Taranaki joining us again on the racetrack today asked me this morning about other up-and-coming events. Of course, this is a guy that goes supermoto racing at Cemetery Circuit, so converts the motorbike into a road racing bike and enjoys the supermoto for the Suzuki Series. You'll find him doing VMX vintage motocross on the likes of his older KX 500 or 250 two-strokes, and also back on the four-stroke and doing modern moto as well. So picking up lots of different realms of our sport, and a thoroughly all-round good guy as well. So the mite that is Mr. Mitch Rowe. All right, so our classy MX3 lineup here, and our program update, of course, has lent itself to saying, well, hey, we've got a whole lot more than we actually had entered. That's been a positive sign. This is brought to us by Fox, and the new MX21 range is out now. So Fox gear today. And I see that we did have Michael Cotter written down as a rider today, but no, it's actually been a misprint, so don't worry about that. It's Michael Carter. So there you go, Michael Carter along with Josh Smith, Jaden McAlone, Blake Giselle, Connor, Seth, Blake, Shane Robinson. Shane brought to us by Crown Kiwi, Dr. Trim, Mac Media, Robinson Water Services, Lauren's Images. Shout out to Lauren and her great work, Boyd Motorcycles, and Race Engines NZ. So some good sponsors, and telling me yesterday about picking up this new sponsor in Boyd Motorcycles based out of Hamilton. So Shane Robinson, and Shane running a number 2 in his run at this stage. So Daryl King along with Shane Robinson, Josh Waddell, Jaden McAlone looking there as well. For our update to Ben Lawson, going to Sam Stevens, and heading into there as well, Richard Sutton. And some good bike battles going on. That's what you love about MX3. Of course, it's about ability-based racing. These are guys that are riding for the love of the sport. They are still very, very good riders. You'd still call these riders well and truly in the top 20% of motocross riders in the country by their quality. But they, for whatever reasons, still some of them young enough to be at school or apprentices or having other parts of life that mean not a professional or a semi-professional. They're holding down jobs and apprentices. And as we build up through this time of year, of course, daylight saving might start next week, so it hasn't given them a lot of opportunity for practice and other things, and they're just opting to ride this lower level of ability-based MX3 class, taking nothing away from them, still very good riders. So, all right, back to keep your eyes on them. 6:10 coming into your picture there at the moment, and that is the race runner-up at the moment, and Shane Robinson. This is girlfriend Amy riding as well, so we'll watch for Amy's excellence in our women's class. She'll be a very sharp rider in that field, so look out for Amy Corsten as well. So the Amy and Shane show out there in their beloved KTM's 2 very nicely presented bikes. Checked them out on the pits here last night. They were a talking point of those that were walking around looking at the motorcycles, like we always love to do pre-race day. Well, this track literally carved out of the wilderness in big chunks of it, because the club's done an amazing job in cutting the lupins, cutting the gorse away, and draining the swamp area. It rises up to the plateau here closer to the banks of the Waikato River. This is a more a dirt-based area, but down here where the original quarry workings and sand area was, it's very much that sand-based terrain, which is why we're racing in September and the conditions look so good. And as we pointed out, and I could not believe it on Friday until I saw it, the water tanker out spraying it to keep it a little bit moist so that it stops the sand flying through the air and roosting the face of the riders in the moto. So there we go, Mr. DK, Daryl King, Josh Waddell, Shane Robinson slipping back to 3rd, Gav McAlone up into 4th place. Gav, wash your mouth, Neil. Mr. Jaden McAlone, Gav's his long-time dad, who I've known and respected for over 30 years in moto. And Gav today is a member of the volunteer group bringing motocross together for Motorcycling New Zealand, also former president of the North King Country Motorcycle Club, and one of the organisers of New Zealand Farm Bike Racing Championship as well. So there you go, a man having a whole lot of fun. He's also been nominated what we call today our Riders Rep. So effectively get somebody off the riding floor just to be a representative in the case that there is needing to be a meeting of organisers and riders representative. So that's why at all events there is one person is nominated to be what we term the Riders Rep. And I tell you what, somebody like Gav McAlone, a very balanced head on him, I'd call Gav one of the best choices you could have for a rider's rep around. So nice to have him on board. Oh, there we go. Checkered flag was waved. Checkered flag was waved. A tight finish on that one. Getting in there right on the wire. So DK, and I'll tell you what, in the end, Jaden got it. Jaden McAlone pipping Shane. Good work, guys. Good work. So Jaden got it. Jaden and Shane going hammer and tongs out there. Both of them on their respective KTM SX250Fs. So good moto there to fight it out. Once DK had taken the advantage, well, that part was gone. Won by almost 13 seconds. But that margin of Jaden in the end, 0.05 of a second. When these guys go hard at it for 8 laps and you've got a margin of 0.05, you're effectively talking about, you know, that 0.1% difference by their riding ability. So great charge back in the end by Jaden, the younger of the two, and putting on an impressive run there for the two North King Country riders. So Daryl King out of Matamata, Jaden McAlone out of Otrahonga, Shane Robinson out of Otrahonga versus a fist of the local boys, Josh Waddell, Richard Sutton and Sam Stevens. Coming at you, that is MX3. Hey, shout out to Yamaha, the Blue Crew, and the awesome kids camps coming up. Now, these are pretty popular for a number of the brands to do, and thanks to IME management that Blue Crew is running them in New Zealand now. And they start out in 2 weeks' time at Matatā in the eastern Bay of Plenty, going to Glenmurray, just sort of southeast of where we are here at the moment, in the western Waikato on the 20th to 22nd of November. Taikaria in the mighty Manawatu for the 22nd, 24th of January, and dates and locations to be advised in the South Island, including Canterbury and Southland. So in conjunction with JCR, Yamaha, Revs Your Heart and IME, we've got the Blue Crew kids camps. No matter what bike you ride, an opportunity to bring kids together with the common purpose of having fun on motorcycles. Totally a family-orientated event. They're not a race event, and they'll be running through from October this year. The camps are for children 14 years of age and under, plus their families. That's the cool feature. It's all about kids coming and have a ride, so it's a good family-friendly environment. JCR will be delivering exceptional value, fun and memorable experiences with something for everyone, including 3 different riding loops catering for all abilities, coaching sessions, mechanic workshop, plenty of activities for the kids and some unique experience over the weekend with only Yamaha Motor Company can offer. They also have part of Carter coaching. That, of course, is a great opportunity to be with Reese Carter, and also Yamaha ambassadors joining us to provide coaching and support and mechanic on site as well. Feel free to come along. We have any brand of motorcycle. That's the thing. You don't have to have a Yamaha, any brand of motorcycles for 2 full days of fun. And remembering, it's kids camp. Yes, indeed, camping. So whether it be the tent, the caravan, the camper, or just sleeping like we do in the back of a van, having a whole lot of fun, it'll be awesome. With IME management, they're looking after everything for you. More details, check them out. They are kids camps coming up from Yamaha. With the Blue Crew, you'll love it. Get on board. Well, courtesy of 100% world-class goggles available for your sight and eye protection. Of course, goggles are number one must here in the world of moto. You could hardly ever dream about riding a race without goggles. So goggles are very, very important as eye protection. And, of course, those now that have opportunity for venting so they don't fog up like previous glasses. Also for the fact that they can mount what we call roll-offs or tear-offs on them. Roll-offs in particular is the opportunity to get that clear film over the lens for each of our riders. So here we are, 100% women's lineup at the moment, and out there and racing. Looking forward to it. Looks like Kimberly Cheatham, looks like our local lady Kimberly in control and in front out there at the moment. So Kimberly Cheatham, the one on Your Sky Sport Next shot update is your race leader here today. We've got Annie Roberts as well, and George Swift, Nikita Goodwin to join us, Brianna Roberts, Amy Corsten, Summer Perrin and Jasmine Stevens. Thoroughly looking forward to massive big women's events coming up through the next couple of months. Certainly going first of all to November. First weekend, 8th and 9th of November, and the New Zealand Women's Championship being staged this year by the Gore and District Motorcycle Club. And the following month, we have a Kings and Queens event with a lot of focus on women's motocross being hosted at the Rotorua motorcycle track at Horohoro on State Highway 30, just outside of the Rotor Vegas. So two very good women's events, and of course, add to that MX Fest and a very good women's class that I'm sure will be attracting close to 30 as well. So looking forward to women in our sport. And as we focus on that, good opportunity to wish Courts all the best. Yes, indeed, our world champion and current lady leading the world after those early two rounds pre-COVID. Courtney Duncan back in the UK getting ready, and of course getting back on her beloved Kawasaki, and of course the 2021 model now with the electric start. So she's made the comment already on Facebook, radio and TV media that she's thoroughly looking forward to the new bike. Should you by any way make a mistake and drop your bike, of course, then the opportunity to pick it up, you've then got to start it again manually with what we've called for years the kickstart. But now with the push of that button, electric start on a four-stroke motocross bike, certainly some technology of today, and she's going to love that, I know for sure. All right, here we go at the moment. So Kimberly Cheatham up there along with George Swift, looking out for Annie Roberts, and going to Nikita Goodwin. They will be our top riders sharing some time on that at the moment. I think we've got our Brianna Roberts in there as well. So our two Roberts ladies, Brianna, and then we go to Summer Perrin with Amy Corsten, and also in there as well, Jasmine Stevens. Well, yes, indeed. Sun's certainly starting to shine more regularly, and on the forecast for a better day, just a little bit slow to get away. Certainly looking forward to having the temperature go up a little bit. Should be hugging and snugging and around about 17 to 18 degrees today. So thoroughly looking forward to some enjoyable moto weather. And in these conditions for racing will lend itself to some all-on excitement on the racetrack for sure. Why do we say that? First of all, you don't have the mud flying. You have plenty of traction for the riders. You have them enjoying it in the sun as well. You don't have the wind to buffer the riders around, nor in fact to make more of the sand fly through the air. So all in all, pretty close to a perfect day for moto, to be honest, today at that kind of temperature. Of course, when we go to the summer and you add another 10 or 12 degrees to those kind of temperatures, man, it makes it energy sapping. Most of our main championship events through January, February and March each year, so this opportunity in September to be nicely warming up for the season. Really our first major event of our campaign. Slightly later, August the last 2 years, but the club had actually already decided to move to September, and COVID would have played its part anyway, because we wouldn't have been racing in August, but we certainly are here now. The season of events kicking on, the big one, Michael Godfrey in Christchurch next weekend. Following weekend, New Zealand TTs getting underway. So the TT, that's our fast on grass, our Kawasaki National Grass Championship called the TTs. And that is at Paddy Tonga, just down the road from us here at Mercer, hosted by the Paddy Tonga Motorcycle Club. So thoroughly looking forward to that one. That'll be a cracker on the national moto scene as well. So the TTs coming up. Following week is the KTM Sand Champs, a similar event and concept to what you have here, this time hosted by the Gold Coast MX Club. That event being raced on their home track at Motuiti in the Manawatu Horowhenua region. So some good cool events coming up on our moto season as we build up to another super summer, hopefully completely post-COVID, post-lockdowns, and looking forward to continuing a bit of norm, as it were, in the world of racing. Speaking of that, it is more than norm, certainly at the moment, with regards to personal protection, etc., that this area is completely under compliance protocols, and everybody with face masks and social distancing, and pits area as well. So you've got no spectators allowed, so the few people you see at trackside are those associated with the riders, and you've effectively got with probably at this event around, what would you say, a maximum of probably about 300 people, but they're spread right around this huge area. So you actually, it's almost like we're socially distanced at our best anyway, because it's a long way from one person to another, as you'll see the crowd sparsely around this great circuit. All right, go ladies all the way. Yes, indeed. Now 5:29 of Nikita Goodwin qualifying in fourth place, and that's exactly where she's running at the moment. So Kimberly, Amy, George, Nikita, along with Brianna, go to Summer, Amy and Jasmine. That's the order of our ladies lineup here at this stage. Only an 8-strong ladies field, not quite as strong as I would have thought. Would have been hoping for a sort of a dozen to 15, but maybe they're not quite ready for a new racing season yet. Well, the hair might flow in the breeze out of the back of the helmet, but certainly still ladies loving moto. Totally male-dominated sport, but these ladies love it and do very well at it. In New Zealand, we've got a fantastic record as far as women in motocross are concerned. 3 world champions, no less than 3 in the history of our sport, so something we're very proud of. And Julie Manor, Catherine Prum, and now Courtney Duncan, of course, that have extended our excellence in the world. In fact, I did make the challenge out there a few years ago. Loved to have seen the FIM have a 3 women per country event, and we could have got all 3 of those ladies racing at any one time. I think we could smash any country in the world by the calibre of our women. Of course, it goes to say that it's been other countries that have taken longer to accept women in motocross, and they've been behind the 8 ball because, well, we've had no rules against it, but then we've had classes to promote it for close on 30 years. So great to see. So thoroughly looking forward to it. Those women's events coming up. New Zealand Women's Championships, Gore, second weekend in November, and then also going to our Kings and Queens, with the Queens to reign supreme at the Rotorua event in December as well. Brought to us by Kawi Girls. Thoroughly looking forward to Kawi Girls coming on board to support that one. That's exactly what they are, the Kawasaki Girls. They call them the Kawi Girls, and they're out to promote that event. More girls in sport. In fact, I've got to say, Blue Crew Kids Camp's great opportunity for girls that are looking to get some confidence and go and have a ride. Do you think that you've got somebody like Reese Carter, you've got mentors and ambassadors like Josh Coppins and others, you've got also an opportunity to have what would you describe them as, the heroes of our sport coming out to be with the kids, 14 years of age and under, and totally family orientated. Well, here we go, looking over his shoulder and looking behind and having a look. Yellow flag. Well, there you go. For some reason, one of our ladies saw a yellow flag, thought that meant the race was over. Certainly never does. Just a yellow flag and warning that there is an incident, so he's gone out and rejoined the race. So unsure completely as to what brought that on. I think it was Amy that pulled into here. So, all right, 115 in your race picture at the moment is Kimberly Cheatham. Lovely to have our ladies on board, man. We love moto. Kimberly out there, comes out of Waiuku here in the South Auckland region, rides the KTM SXF 350, so slightly bigger than the average bike that most of the other ladies riding 250s, but the 350 becoming more popular, and now we can see the likes of Brianna Roberts and Amy Corsten also getting on 350s, so just giving 100cc power advantage over the 250s. They are a pretty good, sort of much like the same bike. There's also those, and we've only got to look back at, of course, Tony Caroli, the world champion, who went and won on the 350 up against the 450. So the 350s can sit with those that are comfortable with the 250, but just with a bit more horsepower, but also a lighter weight version of a 450 motorbike as well. So KTM and the ever incredible SXF range. KTM bringing you the New Zealand Sand Chaps coming up in October in Manawatu. Check that one out. More details, Gold Coast MX. All right, so Kimberly and Annie, Nikita, George, and the other ladies, all enjoying our Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix. Well, keen to talk about one of the new marks of excellence that we have at Ebbett Pukekohe. The incredible new MG, of course, now got the MG3 Auto, $17,990 plus on-road. Under $20,000 for a brand new car, and you're getting the quality of MG since 1923. So beautiful, the all-new MG3 Auto. Also, you can go to the MG ZS, that's the Auto SUV, so getting a quality SUV at $22,990 plus on-road costs. Some fabulous cars from a great manufacturer, and the quality is synonymous. Plenty of them going out the gate, and you can join them as well. And we're asking you out there to support this dealer. Why, of course? Because they're supporting moto. It's our sport as well. So whether you're from the Bay, plenty from the Coromandel, from the Waikato, from Auckland or North, an opportunity to come to Ebbett Pukekohe. Pukekohe, fabulous town as far as the greater city of sales is concerned, because it hasn't got the busy and the hectic life. Pride themselves in very few traffic lights, and the fact that you can still get around the town and get in and out of it so well. So when you're doing your auto shopping, somewhere where you can get a park and won't have to pay for it, where you can get time and get friendly service and get a great team and get the great brands that all come together in the mark of excellence for Ebbett Pukekohe. It's the Holden, it's the Nissan, it's the Kia, it's the Volkswagen, and now it's MG. Joining the team, 5 amazing brands. There it is, checkered flag time and well waved. Oh, 115. And then, in fact, going to the number 1. And in fact, it is Amy. My apologies. I've got to get that completely right now. So we have got that. It is Amy Roberts that we've got. So well done. Proud to have the number 1 NZ on the bike there. Took a little while to get mobile in the pack, but congratulations to Amy has done. So it was Amy Roberts. So good on you, Amy. Amy and Brianna, by the way, not related, so just by compliment there. We also did have Anne as a rider of some time back as well, so the Roberts has been a very prominent name as far as women's motocross in New Zealand is concerned. So taking our lineup along here with our MX2 and National 125 field, so probably an average age of only about 19 years probably, or maybe even only 18. These are our young guns in the sport, our top echelon of road races. Coming at you, it is next to MX2 and MX125. Well, another blast and not a split start, but an equal start between the two of them. Who wants it? Who's got it? We're into the corner. It's called the whole shot. Oh, lovely line on the inside. Brady Connolly. 88 for Broads. Great work. Check out these beautiful LMC Husqvarnas. They've had the factory colour. This is the second choice factory colour for the Husqvarna team, of course, originally in white. Probably not one of those. Actually, white is not a standout colour when it comes to moto like you have. So they've got this sort of a hint of a mask of yellow in the colour as well. So it is. We've seen it on TV with the overseas riders, and now here we are in New Zealand as well. So the LMC Husqvarna and our hot shot in Brody Connolly. So good work from Broads out here in this MX2 lineup today. So he's got the whole shot and he's away. So looking good. But what an awesome race we're going to be in for here, we know for sure. with the Fight of the Light Brigade and the 88. Look at that, man, he's a blast already. He's blasted, absolutely blasted this field. Tell you what, today, MX1 field, Kobe Burke, Dylan Westgate, Curtis King, Tyler Cooksley, Christian Crane, your top 5 for the MX2. James Scott, NZ number 3. Brodie Connolly, number 1 for National 125. Tyler Brown, won here yesterday as a junior. Jacob Hunt and Nick Westgate, they're your top 5. So thoroughly looking forward to that. I see Team Westgate, the two boys, Dylan and Nick, split one on the 250, one on the 125. There we go for 88. Look at Brodie Connolly. How good, how good, how good. Look at him around the corner there. Feet still on the pegs, totally on the pegs through the corner. Beautiful balance, did it so quickly. What an absolute buzz. This is great to see. Now, by the way, he's on the 2-stroke, but he's riding MX2. He's not riding the MX1 class. He's riding MX2, so effectively gives the opportunity for that 2-stroke to be up to 150cc and not the standard 125 for which they come out with. So effectively, it's a 150cc moto bike. So you've got all the lightweight of a 2. I think that is such a cool combination of power, and particularly in the sand, so that the 4-strokes have been renowned for flying more dirt, so they dig a deeper rut, whereas your 125 being a much lighter bike is lighter on the top, and you put a quality Pirelli sand tyre on the back of that, and you've got an absolute flying bike, and he certainly proved that. So if ever there was going to be an opportunity to see the lightweight 2-stroke 150s coming up against the heavy but more powerful 250 4-strokes, you're going to witness it here at Mercer for the Sand Prix 2020 and the Ebbett Pukekohe sponsored annual championship event. So it's Connolly over Emerson Ray ahead of Brown, Scott, Westgate, King, Armstrong and Hunt. So there we're going at the moment. No sign of James Scott in that lineup. We'll be keen just to see where he is in the field. Something obviously amiss, but we'll pick up on that shortly. There it is, the buzz of the 2-stroke. What a beautiful bike. Looks good, sounds even better. Brodie Connolly smoking him up here today. There's the number 3. There he goes. There's James Scott into that second place. So good work. Scott's back. There it is. James going for the fly. We saw from practice 2 seconds. Unbelievable. Nearly 2 seconds faster. Wow. James Scott did it in a 125. Brodie Connolly did it in a 127. But we're on the racetrack, and Brodie Connolly, well, he's got almost 2 seconds on James Scott. So the boot on the other foot completely there. So James Scott fought his way back. How far was he back? Well, he certainly smashed it out. Wasn't there, and now he's gone straight into second place. So look out for James Scott. Is he the fastest man out there? We have to find that out later in the moto. So Brodie Connolly, NZ number 1, 125 2020, along with James Scott, NZ number 3, MX2 2020. And out there with young Yarny, Emerson Ray, Curtis King into the mix as well. Keen to look out for Jacob Hunt in the top ride, back in 5th place. Then go to young Kobe Burke on the 125. Jack Dunlop in there as well. Now, Jack not the most perfect of practices or qualifying, but hey, he's there, which is good news. And then looking out to as well in our field, young Mitchell Armstrong. And he's going to crack that top group as well. So there you have it in our racing going on now. So Jack Dunlop, only a 6th in our 125. The man's been off the bike for a long time. He's been playing rugby. He actually got injured in the rugby campaign. He's sort of suffering a little bit of that injury here at the moment, but make it his comeback now. The young man in the workforce, an apprentice train layout, and he's doing a hard day, probably 45, 50 hours a week. So not as much time to come out and ride and practice as he may have otherwise. So probably past his peak of excellence, but let's hope he can build up to that over the daylight saving time and come back for a great 2021 Motocross Nationals. I'm sure he's got the ability. And there he is when you pick him up out there on his beloved number 28, out there riding the Whangarei Yamaha supported YZF 250. The man here from counties South Auckland. So good work for Jack Dunlop. All right, there we are, and keen to bash out more laps in the big fight going on with Brodie Connolly and James Scott at the moment. The margin there between them, well, it's looking pretty great. So I think you've got there quite a few seconds. But, hey, I'm looking at the next one at only 0.05, so we're closing that down as well. So MX125 used to be called National 125, now MX125. New Zealand, one of the countries of the world still favouring using 125s, of course. They were first being made back in the late 60s, got a mass instigation of them from major manufacturers in the early 70s, had their first World Championship in 1975. So the little 125, of course, road bikes were doing it. Road bikes have been doing it at 125 cc's since the 60s. And of course, we've got world world champion 125s. Hugh Anderson was a world champion 125 road racer, and a Kiwi, of course. So the man from just down the road here at Ohiniwai. So congratulations extended to Hugh, all the work he's done, the book he's produced, and the accolades that he's received. One of our truly greatest of motorcycle sport, a world 125 champion, but not in moto as we know, actually in road racing. Of course, went on to some great feats in moto as well. He was one of our more I suppose you'd call them dual sport riders of those days. Most of the riders stuck with either moto or road racing, but he was one who did both. In fact, his mate also from the North Waikato, Ginger Malloy, was also famed, of course, for doing that. And Ginger, later on in his campaign, would still be doing Huntly Motorcycle Club cross-country and enduro events. So never say never with some of our old legends of the sport. So here we are, the world of a 125, and still the class going here in New Zealand. It's taken a bit of a resurgence because 125s are generally not being developed by a lot of the manufacturers, but KTM still growing and growing and growing, and of course got the Husqvarna as part of their platform as well, and Husqvarna have been developing their 125s, and Yamaha due to put a big effort back into the 125 as well. We've seen the world following it because it's so affordable. Everybody thought, oh, two-strokes, a lot of maintenance with a two-stroke. Well, yes, there is maintenance. It requires more piston and ring changes than you do in a conventional bike, but the top end is just so basic. Doesn't have the cams, doesn't have the valves that you've got with four-strokes. So your actually cost of maintenance is way less, even though you've got to do it on a more regular basis. The fresh piston every few hours and the fresh ring after most major events keep you and your motorcycle in fine trim. And to think what a tiny 125 does on a dyno to around 40 horsepower is incredible what they can produce on a racetrack. To think that your average lawnmower is 150cc, these high-flying motorbikes are only a 125cc. 40 horsepower, you think of it as a joke when you compare it to other forms of our sport, but to know just how fast they go on dirt is incredible. And watching 125 riders over many good years, going back to Kira Watanabe, one of our champions, Gaston Ray here, of course, both raced in New Zealand, and I would say the late Gaston Ray here, sad loss from our sport. But those two men for Suzuki dominated over a decade between those two riders in World Championship. No other brand won a World 125 Championship for 12 years after the class was incepted. So Suzuki totally dominant for the world of 125 racings for many, many years. So they're winning more world titles than any other brand. All right, so there you go. The Brodie Conley, James Scott show, Yanni Emerson, Ray, Kobe Burke, along with Curtis King, of course, brother Ryan, getting on the podium here yesterday, going to Jacob Hudd and Jack Dunlop, picking up the game. And look at young Tyler Brown, and Tyler as well doing some good work out there. And Tyler, well, he's qualified in, where was I? We did pick it up before. Third place in our MX2, third in MX2. So he actually rode the 125 here yesterday. Yanni to go past the 144. Oh, it's so nice to be in the sun now. Yes, indeed, the cloud, the light skip of rain skipping across this morning, but now coming out, the day warming up, the sun shines. We get much better racing in these kind of conditions as far as the rider's concerned. Remembering it's moto, very physically demanding sport, as the exercise undertaken by the University of California, USA, decreed the second most physically demanding sport as undertaken in America, only vetted for more exuberance by the sport of ice hockey. So very physically demanding. Ask anybody who's even gone for a trail ride just what their body feels like after it. You can absolutely hammer your body. People think, oh, you've got a motor and it's easy to go for a ride, but certainly no, the faster you go, the more you've got to do. Remembering you have got to ride the bike. It's not the bike riding you, so you've got to be the dominant part. There we go, back to our racing 88. Look at that, Brodie Conley. Beautiful to watch, and all the class out there. There's the three for James. Closing the gap, closing the gap. Yes, he has closed the gap. Now, that could be one of two things. First of all, a terrible start by James, and he's got to make up some work out there at the moment. So that's one key feature. The other feature, of course, is that Brodie will have a sense to know, hey, I've already pulled out a buffer. I mean, I've got to do some racing here today, and we aren't exactly fully race fit with a lack of events at this time of year due to the COVID situation. So what it means is he'll probably be slowing up that fraction to conserve the energy outside of James. And again, that margin at only around 5 seconds. So 88 by 3 is where they are at the moment. Remembering, of course, we've got our 125s to be included as well. So our 125 class, very important to pick up. We've got our MX2 riders to dominate. Loving that new bike. In fact, you'll notice that Brodie has got his beloved number 88 on that bike, because he's got the number 1 on his other bike, but his other bike being a 125, because he's not riding his 125, he goes back to his favourite race number of 88. So that's the update that we've got with Brodie and James out there. Debut event on this beautiful Honda Racing moto lubricated, Pirelli trod, Alpine Star geared machine. So good work to go. Brodie, James, Yami, Kobe Burke in there. So he's the first 125. In fourth place go to Jacob Hunt. Then look to Curtis King. Second 125 in the field. Good work. Sixth overall ahead of Jack Dunlop. Now Curtis King in front of Jack Dunlop. That gives you a good idea of Jack doing rugby and very little racing. And yet Curtis has been doing a little bit more club events. So he's got a little bit more race focus on. And that's given him the advantage, because Jack Dunlop was certainly the rider. He came and busted his way, was our 2019 New Zealand Junior Motocross champion. So great credits for Jack. And there you go. Tried to pull off the famous double of 125 two-stroke and 254 stroke. Didn't quite get away with that. But importantly, he has shown us his class as a junior rider, and not quite in that position at the moment, having had his winter focus in rugby. Tyler Brown in there in the MX2 lineup, along with Curtis, we've talked about. Go to Dylan Westgate into ninth place. Then look to Jack Rogers and Nick Westgate. So if we look at a top 5 for each of our classes, MX2 first of all, Brodie Connolly 88 first for number 3, James Scott second ahead of Yanni Emerson Ray third, fourth to Jack Dunlop, and fifth to Tyler Brown to a 125 class first. The number 14 of Kobe Burke, followed by Curtis King back in 8th place overall, but second 125, and Dylan Westgate third. Also on the 125 go to Nick Westgate. No, my apologies, Tyler Brown, who's in 4th, and 5th place to Christian Crane. So the 5th 125 is actually in 13th place in the race, so showing you the domination of our MX2 250cc 4-stroke bikes. Although in saying that, of course, a reminder that our leading MX2 rider is actually on the 154 stroke. So what the ability to do, and the major manufacturers over the years have all done it, whether it be Suzuki, Yamaha, Honda, and now KTM and Husqvarna, that you have the ability to put on a bigger piston, a bigger barrel. So it's all the same bottom end. There is very, very little change. In fact, it takes somebody with a very sharp eye to actually spot the difference, because their barrels actually do not look different, and they need to be, because of the fact that they're still enclosed around that head area and in the chassis of the bike. So they can't exactly be something bigger, or they won't fit. So it's just getting that fraction more. 125 up to 150, and on a track like this today, that little bit of power making all the difference. And just so beautiful to watch Brodie Connolly. If you had the opportunity to watch the focus on him, the number 88 out there, you see the way that he's able to flow through the field and around these corners. It is excellence personified. This is the way we call it, so check it out. TV does not do the credit of actually watching it. I call myself a motocross connoisseur, love it. It's ballet on wheels, and to watch the way these guys ride a motorcycle is so cool. When they go around some of the corners at speed, what they're doing, how low they're getting to the ground, where they're positioned on the bike, have they got their foot out for balance, where are their elbows, and just how they're riding. They're certainly looking great. Right, here we go, the number 3 to go past for James Scott. James looking all the class out there, but still in that second place. Well, it's going to be interesting to watch. Of course, point of difference is that James has only just got on the Team Honda 250, so it's only relatively new for him. I'm sure he's going to be turning a few heads, but only relatively new, whereas Brodie's had a lot more experience on the bike that he's been riding. But just what have they done in the prep build-up towards this? There's a question mark. I'll tell you what, Yanni Emerson Ray, that's a bit of a wow factor. That is a great effort from a young man there. And of course he rode yesterday, so that's a huge ask when you put together the fact that he's done one day for a minor recovery and then to come back for the next day. So good work out there to our MX2 rider and Yanni Emerson Ray there. The man from Taupiri, just down the road here, courtesy of raceenginesnz.com, along with R6MX suspension, Dunlop tyres, VHM Collins Profile Cutting Services, and at New Zealand Cowshed Groovers. And as we know, there's a lot of cowsheds that need a lot of grooving to give good hoof protection and cleaning ability for our cowsheds around. So well done to Yanni. Had a lovely speech here at prize giving yesterday. Hopefully you get on the podium again and you can see him later in the day, how these young men can present themselves to the media and to the world as truly semi-professional sporting people. So look out for Yanni, one of our super kids on a rise on the way up in the sport at the moment. Had the privilege of seeing Yanni through his mini motocross and junior motocross and on the threshold of breaking into seniors. And when I say that threshold, we've luckily got a very good flow, as I call it, between junior and senior. You can be a junior up until your 17th birthday, but you can be a senior from your 15th birthday. So with either being a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old, you can race one or the other, or both. You can do both, and that's what Yanni's doing in riding here with yesterday as a junior and today as a senior. Gone are the days of being cold and hard, that one day you're a junior, the next you're a senior, and can't ever be one of either. So you go from being the big guy in the little pond to being the little guy in the big pond, and it is a huge personal challenge for a lot of riders. So having this transition between them, this will be an amazing boost for Yanni. And chances are he might come away with the award of having done the most laps around here, although in saying that, people like Tyler Brown have also banged it for a couple of days. The difference, of course, is that Tyler was on one bike yesterday, on a different bike today. Love seeing the colours of that new LMC Husqvarna. It's almost a hint that they could be a Suzuki team. It's not quite the yellow of Suzuki, but it's a combo in there between the white and the yellow. Just an offcut. I'm sure somebody out there of artistic form will have the name of the colour, if you can get the idea of it. I certainly know that it'll be a commentator's and a lap scorer's and a spectator's dream, because it will mean a real standout bike from the crowd, and that's the point of difference. So there we go. 88 all the way for Brodie Connolly as the Alpine Star flags flutter in the gentle breeze blowing here, but the sun out. More importantly, the day is warming up. The thermals are still on, the beanies starting to come off, and I'm sure hopefully it'll be caps and t-shirts by the end of the day, and nudging somewhere around that to 18 degrees will be very comfortable. All right, white flag for these riders, man. They know they've been in a moto here today, that's for sure. 278 for Yanni. 268, 278. One of our riders pulling out on a white flag. Man, oh man, why do you do that? Why can't you do the extra lap? Why, even if things aren't quite perfect, that you pull up and just wait for the lead rider to go past, and then you can claim the victory. There we are, 88 for Brodie Connolly, taking the win on the LMC Husqvarna 150. Fantastic result. First major meeting of the year, and another win to Brodie Connolly. This man turning heads, probably our greatest inspirational rider in the country at the moment. Of course, once the checkered flag goes out, everybody finishes in their order where they are on the racetrack. Didn't mean to say that that's their positional order, because coming across the line in fifth position is actually the rider in second place, because the other riders were in front of him were lapped. So effectively that is Brodie Connolly from James Scott. The margin in there in the end, 17 seconds. So I think James Scott might have pushed a little bit too hard and realised, hey, I want to back off and just get a finish in here. So Brodie Connolly, James Scott, looking to Kobe Burke has got up to first place in that 125 lineup. So with two classes, effectively there are 2 firsts and 2 seconds, 2 thirds and so on. So well done to Kobe Burke, the CML KTM pilot. So good work from Kobe. He was 0.4 faster than Dylan Westgate, ahead of Curtis King for our qualifying here earlier today, but he's certainly shown that come racing he's pulling out the stops and putting in a better moto. So great one there for our Mr. Motorcycles MX2 class. Mr. Motorcycles, New Zealand #1 all-round dirt bike shop, ahead of the Fitzgerald Earthworks MX125. Our Vets Racing going for it, JC. Mr. Josh Cobbs himself, world runner-up from motocross back in 2005, 2007. Look at this man, fantastic. Yes, going for it, and out of the blocks. So JC making a special trip from Motueka in the mighty south to join us here this weekend. He will be using it as a valuable build-up next weekend in the creme de la creme of South Island moto riders. In fact, a whole heap from the north, man. When I was talking to him yesterday, I didn't realise there's probably, what we heard yesterday, probably a dozen or more that'll be coming from the North Island to go south. Shane King saying, well, hey, if they're not going to have a motocross nationals round on the South Island for 2021, we still want to go and support these guys. So we'll go to the next best thing and their biggest event on the calendar. So Michael Godfrey next weekend, a memorial for that young man killed a number of years ago in a accident and still remembered to this day. In fact, a very memorable event, and it's always great to have his father come along and present the trophy at the end of the day, and the likes of the legendary Brent Scammell, who's raced with Michael many years ago, had him as a mate. He's been back for all of those events since that time. It's got some fantastic names on that trophy, I can tell you, including right back to the Graham Allen era, Shane King himself, Daryl King himself, the great Justin McDonald, Canterbury's #1 hero of motocross. So looking forward to it next weekend, the Michael Godfrey Memorial, and that creme de la creme special race at the end of 2 days of racing. South Island formats of moto, generally in the North Island, the events are junior minis one day and seniors the next, Saturday, Sunday format. But in the South Island, they love to do it with a combined effort, so everybody races over the 2 days. So you get a bigger gap between your races as the programs are a lot bigger, incorporating junior and senior. But you get to race over the 2 days. So always a fun family way to celebrate our sport of motocross. I'm thoroughly looking forward to that. We'll be at Omihi, north of Amberley, next weekend, and the MG MMX Michael Godfrey Memorial. All right, Copland's over Brown, Gainfoot, Cable, King, Furs, Rowan, Vining. Wow, how's that for a whole fist of names? Fantastic to see. We'll give you more details coming at you here, courtesy of Ebbett Pukekohe. Right, just with our vets field as well, although they've all started together, this is also a split, so you've actually got 34 to 44 years and then 45 plus. So today we've got Craig Brown, Daryl King, Mitch Rowe, Richard Furs, Nigel Gainfoot, Darren Capel, all guys that are absolute legendary names in our sport, and they are still racing to this day. When they had their heyday, we're talking about 30 years ago. So man, oh man, great to have this kind of calibre. Ross Shepherd in there, Winston Byblow, Bill McDonald, Cheatham, along with Morris Pullman, Rod Pickerel, and my good mate Ron Smith. And a shout out to Ron. Ron's made a huge move, been one of those that's decided to move out of the big city of Versailles, set up his home in Pawanui in the lovely Coromandel, and now starting his business there. So check out the name for those of you in the Coromandel, because starting a brand new business of building, whereas his profession, but a super nice guy. That's what I love about Ron. Always great to catch up with him at all events. He's passionate like I am, and we share common interest and goals, and he just goes out to ride. He says, I'm not here to race. In fact, he said this morning, he said, I'm actually quite nervous because he hasn't done a lot of racing and it's a big time event, but he loves it to get out there. And he'll pimp his bike to look as good as the world champions next to him, but goes out purely for the fun of the game. And after all, you don't ask for more than that, do you? Well, one of the great, I suppose, continuities we get is to have quality sponsors as well as quality races. And when you've got one of those that's both, you've got to love it. Like Mr. Motorcycles and Craig Brown, owner of Mr. Motorcycles Extraordinaire, and Brownie, of course, top qualifier for the 45 plus. Also in that field is Ross Shepherd, quality sponsor out of Ebbett Pukekohe, and Ross is the racer as well on the number 23 bike, and he qualified in 8th place for our 45 years plus. So again, like the last race with MX2 and MX125, we have the 35 to 44s and then the 45 pluses. So 2 groups incorporated in one. Well, there you go with Josh Coppins in front and Craig Brown already in 2nd place, and Brownie, there he is, out of that older 45 years plus group. Now, if we wind the clock back a number of years into the 90s, and you get the idea how many years ago that is, you had people like Craig Brown, Josh Coppins and Michael Cotter all going to Europe to race. They were our New Zealand Premier group of riders, and for them to go overseas, yes, Josh made the better fist of it, had the better support behind him, was involved in the better team, but I'll tell you what, Brownie and Codsey were still very, very good riders. And Michael now with his role as General Manager for Kawasaki New Zealand, and Craig with his very successful Mr. Motorcycles business. Neat to know that all 3 of those guys are still actively involved in our sport. And when you've got Brownie, of course, running a mega motorcycle shop, New Zealand's biggest dirt bike shop. Here he is on Friday, one of the busiest days of the week to be working. Where's he? Down here at Mercer, helping his club at a volunteers working bee day. So great guy, and giving so much back to the sport that's been part of his life, and giving him a success in business as well. You'll love him as well, Mr. Craig Brown, and smoking it up out there. Cool thing about our vets class today, more often than not, you'll see what we call a split start, whereby the younger, generally faster vets will get away, and then we'll wait a handful of seconds and let the second wave away. Today they've all started together, so they can effectively still race as one and know the comparison between the two. So Craig Brown turning heads out of getting away and in amongst them here at the moment. So Josh Coppins, Craig Brown, Nigel Gamefoot in there, along with Daryl King, DK himself having to ride. He's already been out in the MX3, so he's double classing here today. He should triple class and do MX1 as well. I'm asking a lot, a bit of a shocker, but you get the idea. So DK, he's borrowed a bike today, had no bike. In the words of his brother Shane, of course, his gear's 48 years old, but more importantly, his passion of the bikes. He's coming back to have a ride here today. I nearly fell over when I saw DK in the pits. It's a pity it's a COVID environment, because generally I'd have walked up and given the man a hug. One of our superstars, not just a legend, a superstar of our sport. Again, a 2 times world runner-up. I have a favourite story to tell you about 1999, and when the third brother of the trilogy, Damien King, was overseas racing professionally as well, and one of the World Championship moto events, all 3 of the brothers finished in the top 10 in a race, and there's no other family that's ever done that in the history of our sport, and that's on an international scale. So 3 brothers in the top 10 of a world racing class would be a little bit like going to MotoGP and seeing the top 10 and the 3 riders in the top 10 are from the same family, because 500s were the premier creme de la creme, like the MotoGP lineup. So but that's a comparison for you to use. Or you want to call it World Superbikes, or do you want to have it World Enduro cars, or Formula One for that matter, no matter what it is. Yes, indeed, there's been many a double of 2 brothers race together on a world scene, and we're seeing that at the moment with MotoGP. But to have 3 brothers out of the same one. And speaking of that, a big shout out to Super Dad Ash, celebrating his 83rd birthday last week. 83rd. Happy birthday, Ash. And lovely to see. He's on Facebook, and man, I tell you what, his faculties are sharper than somebody 40 years younger than he is. So nice to catch you out there, Ash. Always a pleasure. And lovely wife, Di, doing all her support in the back seat as well. Understand that Ash has been getting a lot of his motorcycle parts out of his huge hoarding, and he's been selling those off, so still keeping a little bit of income coming in as well with all of that great stuff he's collected over many years, including his good famous Bedford vans that are coming back to give him a bit of reward as well. That's another story in itself. We love vets racing, you will as well. Vets is the age of the rider, vintage is the age of the bike, so these are older guys on more modern bikes, whereas vintage is mostly older but sometimes younger guys on older bikes. So here we are with our Veterans Motocross, 35, 44 and 45 plus, and first and second in the race. Well, they're really first and first, because you've got Josh Coppins, Craig Brown, and their margin between them is about 15 odd seconds, so not too great indeed. And you're seeing those 2 guys out there and keeping in front of the pack. Well, Josh out there on his long-respected number 6. Yes, indeed, he has had a few other numbers that he's used on his bike over the years, and why wouldn't you when you've been number 2 and number 3 in the world? But he's come back to his favourite number 6, and that's what he's done most of his racing in New Zealand with, outside of the times when he has been NZ number 1. More importantly, as the Yamaha ambassador of the owner of JCR, is controlling all the Yamaha racing in New Zealand, including cross-country enduro motocross and now road racing as well. He's certainly created a fantastic mark, and to add to that, these fantastic new Blue Crew kids camps, an opportunity for kids to go and camp amongst like-minded people who enjoy having fun on a motorcycle. It's not about racing, it's about having an ability to ride a bike. And kids can go with their families. First one coming up at Metatar, then go to Glen Murray in the North Waikato, Metatar in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, and then in January in the mighty Manawatu at Taikaria Motorcycle Riding Park. So check out more details from Blue Crew or IME as well. So an opportunity to look at that group of our riders: Josh Coppins, Craig Brown, going to Daryl King as well. DK's got himself up into 3rd place here too from the 45 years plus field. Nigel Gamefit, Darren Capel, Matt Vining. Now Matt's back in 6th place, but he's actually 2nd behind Josh in that group because he's in the younger group. Well, there you go. So 4 out of the top 5 are the old guys. How's that? How's that? That's defying the standard that you'd normally think from vets. So well done. Hey, and those names. Think of people like Darren Capel. Now, Darren, he's in the Mitch Rowe Club of now having been riding in New Zealand for more than 40 years. Take, for example, the famous MX Fest at Taupo at Labour Weekend. He's the only rider to have done every one of those events since its inception back in the 80s. So that's an amazing record. So DC, Mr. Darren Capel, formerly out of Taupo, now out of Whakatane in the Eastern Bay of Plenty. And a man who has a huge passion for moto and done very well. Of course, he's also been a New Zealand champ along the way. But more importantly, he's been a well-respected and admired national level rider, and still doing it in veterans racing. And there ain't been too many times when he has not been on a Yamaha. He's had the odd ride on another brand, including Kawasaki, through the height of his career, but he's been with Yamaha now for probably close to 30 odd years. So bring it home with DC, Mr. Darren Capel. Well, Matt Vining was actually the 3rd fastest qualifier in our 35-44 group. He's actually finishing in 2nd place this stage. White flag out for these riders. That's the symbol of 1 lap to go. So still as we go, Josh Coppins, Craig Brown, Daryl King, Darren Capel, Nigel Gamefit, Matt Vining, Ryan Buckseeder, and out there as well with Richard Furs. Richard 4th fastest in his field of 30-45 plus. Well, the background noise goes down to an idle. The bike's coming off the racetrack, and the riders giving a few high fives to their friends as well. So fantastic to see. There it is, the silhouette of the socially distanced pit area, and more importantly, a blue sky we've been waiting for. A little bit late to come, but it has arrived, and so too with it the warmth of the day and the quality racing that goes with good weather. 75 out there for Winston as well. This is when, I'll tell you what, this is one of the best vets field assembled that we have seen in a long, long time. In fact, during the main peak of the motocross season with the Motocross Nationals, actually, I don't see as much of this, and the vets form one support class, generally at one or two of the rounds of the Motocross Nationals, but that didn't come to fruition during 2020. So it's been a long time since we've seen a quality field like this assembled for dedicated vets racing. In fact, we'd probably go back to Woodville in the New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix in January of this year, since we've had a field the quality of what we've just witnessed to be on the racetrack. Well, coming up next is our junior support. These are riders that generally rode here yesterday, and they've now formed a class to have another ride here today. So the word suggests it is a support race, so there's no championship to define this one, but it's just an extra opportunity. Hey, what age are they? Are they 8 years of age? Are they 16 years of age? Doesn't matter. They're a junior rider coming out for a ride. Many of our aces were here and travelled with their families from around the country yesterday. Many of them have gone home. Most of these will be locally based riders looking to get some almighty moto in. After all, it's not just any great event. This is the Sand Prix, courtesy of Ebbett Pukekohe, hosted by the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club, and brought to you by Motorcycling New Zealand. And we're here at the Kawasaki Sand Track. All right, so back to update for junior support, including Luke Maisie and Jack Ellingham. Luke, older rider than Jack, so they didn't race against each other yesterday, but they've come here, and we see how well that Jack had ridden yesterday, getting, in fact, he did what we call double class yesterday, rode both a 65cc and an 85cc motorcycle, so two different bikes that he rode through the racing. And got himself a couple of second places behind our superstar, Mr. Levi Townley. So good work from young Jack yesterday, sitting in second place. But it's at this stage, the 201 of Luke Maisie, head of 74, Jack Ellingham, go to 374 for Karaitiana Horn. What a day for that young lady yesterday. Man, oh man. She wasn't the start-to-finish winner, far from it. Had to work hard to get to first place. But had won the first race with a late dash. Then in the second race, she took a while to get to the front once again. And then when she did, she made a mistake. Got caught with another rider, went down and defaulted and went back to second. So came to the third race. And she was up against Hallie Cox, who was on the bigger, faster bike. but she was able to get through and won in the end. So congratulations to Karaidiana. So she was our junior women's Sand Prix champion of yesterday, and out to have a ride as well here today. So Luke, Jack, Karaidiana, along with Seb Prendergast, Blake Henderson-Jones, with Caden, Jacob, Fabian Cadman. Shout out to Fabian, gave me a hand here yesterday as we erected more of our turbo sound equipment to cover our bigger day here today, and also to Ewan De Bruin and Ewan in their field. So a rather small field, but hey, it's just generally Pukekohe people, of course, the club themselves, a group of volunteers passionate about the sport, and the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club, founded since 1972. And always a dominant player on the national moto scene, including the epitome of their events now, the Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix. Of course, their general home is the Mr. Motorcycles Raceway at Harrisville, just up the road. That's on the pronounced Pukekohe clay, so unable to race it through the winter time. Probably could have this weekend, in fact, but too much of a risk factor. A shower rain on Pukekohe clay is turning it into an ice skating rink. So that's why the club come down here to the sand track. They built it over more than 20 years. Once the quarry was moved away, this was actually a bit of wasteland. So the club has actually been beneficial, because it's meant that this area gets mown and cultivated and grazed through here. And it's also taken away a lot of the gorse and lupins that were dominant along this part of it. So they've actually enhanced the area rather than had any negative effect on it. There's also the lovely green grass up here, so the pit area has got a nice metal track through it for access all year round, and opportunity as well. They have club days down here, and working with full resource consent to race on this fantastic property. So well done to Puki MX, and this is the Kawasaki Sand Track. All right, go kids, kids having fun. These are 85cc bikes, junior support. There we go, Luke Maisie, Jack Ellingham up there to Sev Prendergast. Keen to look out for the rest in our field, including at the moment out there young Caden Jacob. Looking out for Ewan De Bruin, along with Blake Henderson-Jones to Karaidiana Horn, and then going to young Fabian Cadman, who's out there and in amongst them. So these kids taking on the track. Be interesting to get their comments, because of course they raced it yesterday and having other races on similar bikes, but here today they're out to race on a track that's having 450s, 250s and bigger 125s, chew it up to bits. And I'm sure it will be a rougher and more demanding track than they had yesterday, which will be a great strength for them. After all, they'll be building up. They'll have big events 2 weeks away to the New Zealand TTs, just down the road at Aureni out of Taupiri, hosted by the Paddy Tonga Club, and also going to one of the big ones of the year, Labour Weekend at Taupo. What a mega event MX Fest is this year, with Battle of the Clubs, Bell Helmet Sprints, along with Mini and Junior Motocross, the famous Speed Cross event on Saturday twilight time, and back for Sunday for more. 3 full days of racing, but effectively what has now become 5 different events. So MX Fest, nothing bigger in the country, all on for Taupo over Labour Weekend. So bring it on with taupomcc.co.nz. Maisie, Ellingham, Prendergast, Jacob De Bruin, Henderson-Jones, Horn and Cadman. They're in your lineup at the moment for this junior support. All out there are 2-stroke motorcycles, and they're all 85cc bikes as well. Well, with the white flag coming out as a symbol to our riders at the moment that there is 1 lap to run. An opportunity to follow them through for this remaining lap. There is race focus at the moment in our Sky Sport Next coverage brought to us by N-Tech from our 201 of Luke Maisie. So good effort from Luke. Perhaps an opportunity to reflect on his racing from yesterday to our junior classes, of course. In fact, there he is, 12 to 14, 125s on the SX 125. But also, in fact, on the 85, which is what he's riding here today, courtesy of Seeger and at Rotorua Quarry, Luke Maisie, the man out of Herne Bay. So 201 for Luke. So double class yesterday, riding both a 125 and a 85cc bike, but he's riding this class on his 85 today. Junior support program and beating our field. So Luke Maisie, Seb Prendergast from Jack Ellingham. So Jack's slipped back a little bit, but he is a younger rider. He's probably got 2 or 3 years under the age of the dominant riders. Here we are, checkered flag time. So good work for those kids. So there it is, 201 for Luke. He takes the victory. Karaitiana in that trio as well. She is 1 lap less than the others. Then, in fact, we look back through our lineup there and see also Ewan de Bruin. Ewan out there. And we're in there with also Caden Jacob, Blake Henderson-Jones, Fabian Cadman. All right, coming out next, creme de la creme. It's MX1. MX1 ready to bash it out there. Wow, what a day, what a ride. We are in for some excitement here, folks. Check this out. You're talking about having our superstars with us in the first major event of the season. Yes, indeed. And the word, of course, that we have as well, the number 23, NZ number 2 in MX2 riding, stepping up to the big 450. We're talking about Josiah Natsky on the Bridgestone Kawasaki KXF 450. He's been riding, practicing during COVID lockdown restrictions on the bigger 450 bike, and he said, hey, he'd like to continue, even though he's going to go back to ride in the MX2 class and see whether he can do one better from the number 2 and take the number 1 plate. But importantly, he'll be here to have a ride as well on the number 23. So in fact, we've got his race bike, although it's completely standard, only arrived on Friday. Kawasaki doing some mega work through Friday and Saturday, and here on display the new 2021 model Kawasaki KX250, and looking absolutely beautiful. So here on display, we've seen it for the first time. All right, when we take Cody Cooper, of course, a former NZ number 1, that man with more New Zealand titles than probably all the rest of the field put together. Not quite, but almost. You get the idea. And we've got also, of course, Hamish Harwood, who finished 3rd place in the championship this year. So, wow, what a field. Counting down the 10, go to the 5, go to the 0, drop the gate and go to Cody Cooper. And Cody's through there and looking to get around the corner. Cody Cooper, Cody's stepping it up. So Coops to go for it. The Coop star is back. Mr. Cody Cooper on the Honda Racing Motul lubricated Alpine Star geared quality race team, and the Ride Red's gone for it. So good work out there for Coops. Back on his beloved number 121 when he's not number 1 NZ. He doesn't go for a number 2 or a number 3. And here we've got JCR with Josh sitting back there in 2nd place, looking to try and spur it on also with our update in our MX1 field. Well, keen to point out there in 3rd place, in fact, we have on the Husqvarna is actually Hayden Smith, the young man formerly out of Taihape, but now here in Auckland where he's serving his apprenticeship. And good work from Hayden, qualified 5th out of a 16-strong field. And right up there at the moment in 3rd place, Josiah Natsky, fastest through qualifying, almost 2 seconds on Hamish Harwood over Brodie Connolly, Cody Cooper, Hayden Smith. So we're keen to look out for the boys as we get the official lineup as they come across the line. Here's the support out there and going for it. Checking it out. 1-2-1, Cody Cooper. 6 to go with Josh Coppins alongside Hayden going up there. In fact, we've got the 2 Husqvarnas through there. The 2 white bikes to go through it. Back to the KTM of Harwood. He's hanging on their tail, so back in 5th place. A little bit of work to do out there, but he can still do it. So looking at Brodie Connolly. Nice works by Brodie. Brodie in the big class. I'm pretty sure he'll be on the 252 stroke here today. So in fact, 3 bikes for him, of which he's been riding 2, the 150 and the 250, but he has his 125 with the number 1 plate on it. So Brodie Connolly riding an MX1 class today. So that's Husqvarna riders, Team LCR, and both Hayden Smith and Brodie Connolly, and they're doing a 3-4 in front of somebody like CML's Hamish Harwood ahead of Josiah Natsky from Bridgestone Kawasaki teammate Ethan Martins, and then going back to young Tyler Steiner. So, wow, talk about having some action on our program here today. This is absolutely huge, so great to see some quality field. A few others to put into this class. We include Richard Horn, Quade Young, Nick Saunders, welcome back to Mighty Nick, and the iLab Pink Helmet Man returning to some moto, head of Donovan Ward, Joseph Andrell, Logan Madron, and Scott Davies, making 16 riders in MX1 field. This is great to see, man to man, particularly when you get our former 125 and 250 aces now making a mark in the field by riding open 450 or 250 bikes. Brilliant to see, right? Cody Cooper out in front ahead of Josh Coppins. Look for Hayden Smith. Hayden looking to get up on the inside of Josh, following Josh like a magnet though. Change there. Hamish Harwood moving in front of Brodie Connolly. Brode's back one. Then going to the Kawasaki in there. Some work to do. Might have looked good out of practice qualifier, and it was pre-build up for the event, but Josiah, when it comes to racing, finding this hard at the moment. Oh, look at that. Husqvarna on the outside, he's through. Oh, down. Smith's gone down. Oh, bad luck. Made the move on Josh Coppins. Tucked the front. He's gone down. Bad luck to Hayden. So Hayden Smith trying a little bit too hard too early in the moto. Got to remember, it's a long race. It's over a championship. You don't worry about it. You're not going to win a corner. You're not winning the first half of the first race. You've got 3 motos to put together. So Cody Cooper, Josh Coppins, looking up there now to Hamish Harwood ahead of Brodie Connolly from Josiah Natsky, Ethan Martins, and Tyler Steiner, and Hayden Smith hopefully up and hopefully A-OK. He just tucked it as he went out of sight over one of the jumps there. Well picked up by our Intech team doing the fantastic coverage for our Sky Sport Next, coming to you live loud and proud on the interweb all around the world here today. So welcome on board everybody following it at Sky Sport Next. Hope you've had an opportunity to follow more moto. If you haven't and you're a first timer on board, stay with us. We're a high powered, high adrenaline, high pumping, high excitement sport. You will love it. MX at its best, short for motocross. 1-2-1, Mr. Cody Cooper, multi-times New Zealand champion, going to 6, Josh Coppins, looking to Brodie Connolly there. Brodes, he's got up. So Brodie Connolly there on Hamish Harwood. Looking back to the Kawasaki then for Josiah, to fellow Bridgestone Kawasaki racemate Ethan Martins, starting another season all over again. Looking then behind Ethan, just as to where we were, and I think it might have been Tyler Steiner, formerly on the Bridgestone Kawasaki race team, now independent rider on a Honda. So got to get used to him in red. I don't think I've ever seen any of the Steiners in red, including his legendary dad, Dion, who's ridden for me. Oh, yes, no, there was a stint, of course, when Dion was doing it as well. So maybe that's what's made them feel a little bit more comfortable with it. So great to see Tyler Steiner, and Tyler having a horrific accident at Hawke's Bay earlier this year in the Motocross Nationals, and he has made one huge recovery, and he's actually completely, and experts have put down his recovery to the fabulous super tech of the Alpine Star helmet. Saved his day completely when you were doing 80 kilometres an hour and went smash crash into a steel constructed lap scorers, my apologies, flag marshal's box. It was like, you're literally in a vehicle with no protection. So imagine being a runner to do 80 kilometres an hour and smash straight into something on the side of the track. Amazing recovery. So lucky to have got away with limited number of injuries that he did. All right, there we go. Cody Cooper, and Cody just not leading this field. He's smashing him out there as well as we look out for changes up there. I think it's Brodes. So looking out for Brodie Connolly. Looking for Brodes confirm. Yes, he's moved up. He's gone past Josh Coppins. Brodie Connolly going past Josh Coppins. How's that? Fantastic to see. So Brodie in there as well. So Brodie Connolly up into second. Josh Coppins for the third. Ahead of Hamish Harwood, Josiah Natsky. Go to Ethan Martins, Tyler Steiner with Hayden Smith. Hayden's up. So he's come back up. He's gone up to now into 8th place. So He did get as high as second for a split second of the race before crashing out, going back down to about 10th place. He's come back to about 8th, so looking good with Richard Horn. Nick Saunders in 10th, going to Donovan Ward. Kobe Burke having a ride out there with him as well. He's back in 12th place for the young gun 125 rider, unsure as to what sort of bike he's riding. Maybe he's riding as 125, unsure, I don't know. But hopefully we'll get to find out with Joseph Andrell, Logan Madron, Scott Davies and Quade Young in there as well. Well, Quade, a guy that, like so many in our sport, had his heyday, did a lot of good riding, and then other things in life come along. Like jobs, like relationships. Yeah, jobs. Yes, it gets in the way of a lot of good things, doesn't it? But then he spent a long time away from the sport, but his passion was still there, and he made a comeback over 12 months ago and came and rode our 2020 Fox New Zealand Motocross Nationals, and here he is still turning up to have a ride as well, so good for him. And one of those not daunted by the fact that, yeah, he could have gone and do an MX3 class, he could have cruised out there with those guys, but he wants to step up and ride with the big guns in MX1 racing. Love him for his courage to do so. So he might be back there in the worst four-letter word in the dictionary last, but he's still up there, and what we call banging bars with the big boys in MX1 racing. Now, one of those boys just slowing up through there at the moment, Tyler Steiner, and Tyler is almost pulled up. He's just cruising. Is he going to get some momentum and come back in the race? Just cruising on the outside of the circuit, probably only in about second gear. So, unsure as to what the drama was. Tell you what, sort of had the number 11 on his bike after where the drama that he had was, to a full credit, he completely missed the final round. Of course, crashed out during the penultimate round at the fantastic Capneri Road Hawke's Bay motocross circuit. But didn't come on to claim a top 10, only ended up in 11th place. It would have been nudging 7 or 8 for the championship had it not been for his incident. But more importantly, he's back. Yes, he is back. He's back, he's here, and he's racing today. So great to see. 2:57 out there as well. Scott Davies. Good work by Scott, and he's followed by the 51 now of Quade Young. All right, back to Cody on the 121, the Honda rider. Oh, then to Hamish Harwood moving himself into second place. So good work by Hamish. Back to Brody. Then the Kawasaki. Here's Josh. Well, you can tell that Josh hasn't done a lot of riding. He's suffering from COVID for sure, because he went out and did the vets class. He started well in this class, but it's certainly mind over matter, and the body's starting to fade a little bit, but perfect build-up he will need if he wants to double class and do vets and MX1 racing at the mighty Michael Godfrey Memorial MX in Canterbury next weekend. So Josh Coppins coming back at you in fine dynamic form, so neat to see. All right, MX, one of the highest calibre we have seen in New Zealand since March at Taupo at the final of the Fox Motocross Nationals, and we've got it here for you today. It is out there at the moment, Cody Cooper, and Cody has definitely looked the best of all those riders. Oh, hello, here we go. Tyler pulling out. Tyler has pulled out. The right move made. He certainly weren't going to get any better result out there, so pulling out of the race. So looking after his welfare, which is number 1, Mr. Tyler Steiner. 157, we can hear the two-stroke out there for Logan Madron. Oh, in fact, there we go. Change to the front. There we are. Hamish Harwood. Hamish has got Coop, so there you are. Change to the top. So that is now Hamish Harwood on the CML KTM SX450 is now your race leader over the Honda CRF 450 of Cody Cooper, with Brody Connolly, Josiah Natsky, Josh Coppins going your 3, 4, 5. So from a bike brand, it's KTM, Honda, Husqvarna, Kawasaki and Yamaha. How's that for a good mix of our brands? Fantastic to see. And you've got Ethan Martins in there on Kawasaki, Hayden Smith, he's up to 7th now on his Husqvarna as well, with Richard Horn, Nick Saunders, Donovan Ward and Kobe Burke. I want to get a closer look at Kobe on that number 14. Is it little 125 or has he gone to a bigger bike? Unsure. Let's get a closer look at trackside just to confirm that. I can understand wanting to run with these boys, but you wouldn't want to do it on a 125. That would be quite an anomaly. Sounds like a 250. Sounds like a 250. So well done to Kobe. Man, and he's riding it like a 125. Got that deeper roar to it than the 125 has got. So there it is. Kobe out there on the 125. So 252 strokes do actually belong in our MX2 class. For quite a while in New Zealand, we were running 252 strokes with 254 strokes. It was taking the shine off the 254 strokes. And around the world, had generally made a decision with 252 strokes to run along with 450 bikes. So the change was made about 3 years ago to put them back to our MX2, which is what you've got here today. A number of 250s riding in this class today. And I'll tell you what, it's what's added to the class. Blake Gillard to be pleased with this. So good on you guys. Good to see your moto excellence showing out here. So 252 strokes. I think we've got 3 of them in our field, and they're all in the top 15 or so place. Oh, back on the inside. One of them to go down there. Drops it on the corner. Oh, a little bit of bad luck there for sure. All right, away we go there. The number 5 of Ethan Martin. So Ethan up and going again. There's the number 5 on board there from his excellence of 2020. Well, the rubbish man from Waitakere, we nickname him. Yes, indeed, self-employed refuge disposal contractor. Has his own truck, and I say trucks plural now, building up a nice little business as a contractor for refuge disposal in the Auckland West area. So great man of high ethics and a good worker. So nice to see Ethan Martins. In fact, when he goes motocross riding, he generally goes about 3 in the afternoon. His average working day starts about 4 o'clock in the morning. So he knows what hard work's all about. He's done it for many years. All-round nice guy. Comes from a beautiful family. And nice to see his brother Brock pitting for him here today. And Brock's actually had a full big time of recovery through COVID, as he had... he actually had a bone growing disorder, and has had it for many years, so it's not actually related to motocross, and actually meant that he had to have some hip surgery, not just on one side but on both. So that all happened through COVID, was scheduled, and so it was a great time to do body recovery when New Zealand was basically being shut down. So all the best for your recovery, Brock, and neat to see you helping your big bro here today. Lovely to see that, and they're a lovely family that supports that as well. So go Ethan Martins. All right, Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper, Brodie Connolly, Josiah Netsky, ahead of Josh Coppins. Check out Ethan back there in that 6th place. Looking to Hayden Smith in 7th. 8th then for Richard Horn ahead of the 9th of 909. Kawasaki Ace and Nicholas Saunders. Outside of Donovan Ward, Kobe Burke with Joseph Andrell, Logan Madram, Quade Young, Scott Davies, and of course the DNF, who did not finish, of Tyler Steiner. In fact, I see Scott Davies was back quite a way as well. I don't know whether Scott is still in the race. There's the 14 to go for Kobe. He'll be loving the big bike opportunity. And I mean, this is the young man stepping it up big time. There he is, proud to have the number 3 on his bike, the CML KTM of Hamish Harwood. Knocking him out, there's the Coopster, Cody Cooper. I understand that Cody's been a very busy man during the off-season in his home province of the Eastern Bay of Plenty. One of the big growth industries has actually been kiwi fruit. Kiwi fruit making a real comeback, because all those that have been growing it have had some excellent rewards. So lots and lots more kiwi fruit getting grown. But of course, it's not so much as just growing the kiwi fruit. It's actually having the orchard set up and all the infrastructure that goes with it, including the irrigations and the posts and the lattice work. So he's been involved in the construction of kiwi fruit orchards, and very good machine operator, of course. So nice to see him, as it were, doing the hard yards, and means him, I'm sure he's going to appreciate more motocross by the fact that he's working harder, and also then can go and play harder. Mr. Cody Cooper. Well, a lunch break immediately after this motor. We'll be back again from 12 noon with round number 2. No break between rounds 2 and rounds 3, so all on, but we will be having a break immediately after this racing. Well, 909 out there with our Honda of Nick Saunders. Well, now the margin first to second. Hamish Harwood turning every post into winner post. I said to Hamish, I said, it's a long time since I've seen you race at this time of year. He said, yeah, fair point to point out, because after other years, he's taken a serious break. He's one of those that sort of is you'd probably call him a 3-month racer, where he has 9 months away. He has a business to run. He has a lovely wife. So he's got a lot to life going on. But when he concentrates on motocross, he gives it 110%. And that normally starts around December, January through February and March for the Motocross Nationals. So here today, quite an unusual sight for Hamish. But having had the fact that he'd already had quite a break with COVID anyway, and the body and the bike were ready to rock, he said, well, I'd love to be here, and pure sight of excellence to see him on the racetrack today, and showing us why he's a serious contender in New Zealand Moto. Mr. Hamish Harwood, folks, and out there and leading our Moto. When you're up against people like Josiah Natsuki, Josh Coppins and Cody Cooper, to be leading the first Moto is certainly to his credit as well. What's it going to be like for race 2 and race 3? Well, we'll be about to find out. I can't see any reason why he can't do a 1-1-1 here all day. Richard Horn to go past. Daughter Karadiana in magnificent form here yesterday. Hooker Honda's Nick Saunders out there, supported by Taupo Toyota on his red rocket as well. And hearing the two-stroke of the number 14 of former Canterbury and now Auckland-based rider Kobe Burke, who'll be going home to Canterbury next weekend for the MGM MX, the Michael Godfrey Memorial, coming at you in beautiful North Canterbury. See you there next weekend. Hopefully COVID lockdown levels relaxed and we can get a crowd, because there's a big crowd comes in for that event, and there should be too. It's an exceptional event. There'll still be a crowd allowed because they can be in pockets, but it will be under COVID protocols, and all that information to come out during the week. Fingers crossed that we're clear to run. All right, Super 6 indeed, the man that is our superstar, Mr. Josh Coppins, out there and flying from Ethan Martin's number 5, not far behind him. 6x5 in order as they go at this stage. Looking out there to 15 as well for Hayden Smith, and Hayden down there as well. Hayden is coming back. Remembering up as high as second for a split second before going back to 10th. He's now come back to 7th, so looking good. And at this stage, not too far, only 6 seconds behind Ethan Martin. So you go Hamish Harwood, back 9 seconds to Cody Cooper, go back 11 seconds to Josiah Natsuki, go back 26 seconds to Brodie Connolly. So Brodie for so long in second or third place. He is now in 4th, and then he's 6 seconds in front of Josh Coppins, who is 8 in front of Ethan Martin. So here we are. A little bit of that, I suppose, it sort of the field spreading out a little bit. These guys, I'll tell you what, their bodies after this moto will be paying with a capital P. They have absolutely hounded it. A sand track regarded as the roughest type of surface to ride on, and they will have just given themselves an absolute wake-up. If they thought they were doing some practice or some work in the gym, or riding a bike, or on an exercycle, or on the treadmill, or any form of physical fitness, there is no substitute to actual bike time and bike racing. You absolutely agonise every joint and muscle in your body. Your body gets a real hounding. And of course, from two things. First of all, the bike gives it back, but you've got to give it to the bike and make sure you're riding the bike and not the bike riding you. All right, 6 to go with Mr. Josh Coppins outside of 5, and Ethan Martins, he's looking good. And there's the 15 for Hayden. I made the comment before about Hayden being on a 250, and make an apology for that. It's actually either a 350 or 450. We might do a pit walk during our lunch break and just get confirmation of some of these machines, just so we're feeling a little bit more confident about our calls for later racing this afternoon. What we do know is we've got them here from 250 and 350 and 450cc. Mighty Moto MX1 at its best. Sand Prix, we've never had a field of the quality of this assembled, so looking good. Josiah Natsuki, under the radar, folks, under the radar. Hasn't been doing any real public riding, but just that opportunity to be better prepared, and he's just got better as the moto's gone on. There we are, CML KTM team coming home. Hamish Harwood takes the win, 14 right behind him. Kobe Burke, 1 lap less. Then go to 121 and Mr. Cody Cooper for Honda Racing, along with 909 and Nick Saunders on the Hooker Honda CRF 450. Go to the 81 then through there. Might have been the 51, sorry, 23 for Josiah. There he is, Team Bridgestone Kawasaki. Then with the 88 of Brodie Connolly. Now for the number 6 of Josh Coppins. Some of those riders coming through have done less laps than others, so this is not the order of which they're finishing in the race, it's just the order they cross the finish line. All right, 5 to go with Ethan and the 16 then of Hayden Smith. Keen to look out for that bike. Welcome back, Hayden. Great to see you. He's missed the last 2 motocross nationals with injuries. Been plagued by them, which is really sad. But he's one of those riders, unfortunately. It's 110%, and that's a good example of it in that moto, where he paid the price and went down, luckily, in the sand. Bounced back pretty well. Thank you all, and thank everybody here, of course, with their mask, social distancing as well. We've got the 2 metre barriers placed in front of our food receptacles, also in front of our public toilets area. Each of the bubble areas in the pits with at least 2, if not more, metres of separation. So being able to abide by our rules to ensure that this event is safe for all. Mega thanks to our sponsors making it happen, including New Zealand Home Renovation Company, Oakley iVision, along with Fly Racing, Bellray Lubricants, with Fox, along with Bridgestone Alpine Star, 100% iPone Pirelli, with FMF Young Contracting, Scott and Mr. Motorcycles, and Ebbett Pukekohe, the home of Holden, the home of Nissan, the home of MG, the home of Volkswagen, and the home of Kia. 5 quality marks with the mark of excellence. You'll love them as well. Taking a break here, folks, at the Sand Prix for our early lunch. We'll be back for this afternoon and a full card of racing, another 12 to go, including our MX3, our women's MX2, MX125, Vets Junior Support, and the MX1 again. And we'll be concluding with our prize giving right here at Trackside at the end of the day. Hope you're loving it. We are as well. It's always Mighty Moto coming hard at you, courtesy of the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club. Proud to be affiliated to Motorcycling New Zealand, presenting safe, fun and fair racing across the board as we get ready for another super season of Moto, with this event kicking it off in fine, beautiful style here at Mercer on the banks of the mighty Waikato River. We're in North Waikato and celebrating our sport of moto. Be back shortly, folks. Have a good break.
Near new Holdens at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Volkswagen.
So I'll do warm up and 8 on the regular stuff, and then and then brake, and then 3 7-lappers, and then brake, and then 20.
Mr. Motorcycles is a one-stop motorcycle superstore. Road bikes, adventure bikes, motocross, farm bikes, farm ATVs and SUVs. They're all available at Mr. Motorcycles. The company supplies and services top-line motorcycle brands such as Kawasaki, Suzuki and KTM. And if it's parts and accessories you want, helmets, boots, motocross gear, tyres and performance parts, You name it, they've got it. Buy in-store or online. Mr. Motorcycles. View the website for further information.
It's why I do start. It's why I go racing. It's just being in that zone of no thinking, no emotion, just adrenaline and really hard work, and only a racer can understand this.
No one comes close to KX in winning. Only KX has more Supercross and Motocross race wins. And only KX has more championships than any other manufacturer.
4 straight overall wins.
The numbers don't lie. Introducing the new Kawasaki KX450 and all new KX250 motorcycles. The bike that builds champions.
All new Kia Sorento. In every last detail, it's on a journey to a class of its own.
There's nothing like race time.
Something that's super undescribable.
Nothing gives me that same adrenaline rush.
It's all or nothing.
Your heart starts beating faster.
A lot of nerves.
For me, I still get nervous.
The adrenaline.
You feel focused. Everything else goes away. You're in the moment. I think that's the feeling that we live for. One goal, one vision.
Near new Holden's at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Volkswagen.
So I'll do warm up in 8 on the regular stuff, and then and then brake, and then 3 7-lappers, and then brake, and then 20.
Mr. Motorcycles is a one-stop motorcycle superstore. Road bikes, adventure bikes, motocross, farm bikes, farm ATVs and SUVs. They're all available at Mr. Motorcycles. The company supplies and services top-line motorcycle brands such as Kawasaki, Suzuki and KTM. And if it's parts and accessories you want, helmets, boots, motocross gear, tyres and performance parts. You name it, they've got it. Buy in-store or online. Mr. Motorcycles. View the website for further information.
It's why I do start. It's why I go racing. It's just being in that zone of no thinking, no emotion, just adrenaline and really hard work, and only a racer can understand this.
No one comes close to KX in winning. Only KX has more Supercross and Motocross race wins. And only KX has more championships than any other manufacturer.
4 straight overall wins.
The numbers don't lie. Introducing the new Kawasaki KX450 and all new KX250 motorcycles. The bike that builds champions.
All new Kia Sorento. In every last detail, it's on a journey to a class of its own.
There's nothing like race time. It's something that's super undescribable.
Nothing gives me that same adrenaline rush.
It's all or nothing.
Your heart starts beating faster.
A lot of nerves.
For me, I still get nervous.
You know, the adrenaline.
You feel focused. Everything else goes away. You're in the moment. I think that's the feeling that we live for. One goal, one vision.
Near new Holdens at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Volkswagen.
So I'll do warm up and 8 on the regular stuff, and then and then brake, and then 3 7-lappers, and then brake, and then 20.
Mr. Motorcycles is a one-stop motorcycle superstore. Road bikes, adventure bikes, motocross, farm bikes, farm ATVs and SUVs. They're all available at Mr. Motorcycles. The company supplies and services top-line motorcycle brands such as Kawasaki, Suzuki and KTM. And if it's parts and accessories you want, helmets, boots, motocross gear, tyres and performance parts. You name it, they've got it. Buy in-store or online. Mr. Motorcycles. View the website for further information.
It's why I do start. It's why I go racing. Is just being in that zone of no thinking, no emotion, just adrenaline and really hard work, and only a racer can understand this.
No one comes close to KX in winning. Only KX has more Supercross and Motocross race wins. And only KX has more championships than any other manufacturer.
4 straight overall wins.
The numbers don't lie. Introducing the new Kawasaki KX450 and all new KX250 motorcycles, the bike that builds champions.
All new Kia Sorento. In every last detail, it's on a journey to a class of its own.
There's nothing like race time. Something that's super undescribable.
Nothing gives me that same adrenaline rush.
It's all or nothing.
Your heart starts beating faster.
A lot of nerves.
For me, I still get nervous.
The adrenaline.
You feel focused. Everything else goes away. You're in the moment. I think that's the feeling that we live for. One goal, one vision.
Near new Holdens at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Volkswagen.
So I'll do warm up in 8 on the regular stuff, and then and then brake, and then 3 7-lappers, and then brake, and then 20.
Mr. Motorcycles is a one-stop motorcycle superstore. Road bikes, adventure bikes, motocross, farm bikes, farm ATVs and SUVs. They're all available at Mr. Motorcycles. The company supplies and services top-line motorcycle brands such as Kawasaki, Suzuki and KTM. And if it's parts and accessories you want, helmets, boots, motocross gear, tyres and performance parts. You name it, they've got it. Buy in-store or online. Mr. Motorcycles. View the website for further information.
It's why I do start. It's why I go racing. It's just being in that zone of no thinking, no emotion, just adrenaline and really hard work, and only a racer can understand this.
No one comes close to KX in winning. Only KX has more Supercross and Motocross race wins. And only KX has more championships than any other manufacturer.
4 straight overall wins.
The numbers don't lie. Introducing the new Kawasaki KX450 and all new KX250 motorcycles. The bike that builds champions.
Well, ready to go again for the afternoon's entertainment. Yes, indeed, 6 magnificent races for round number 1. We'll be repeating that on 2 further occasions today. Quick fire, 12 Mighty Motos for our first major event of our 2020-2021 season. This is MX at its very best. Welcome to the Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix edition of many over the good years, and certainly this original facility was, we've even been here for New Zealand Motocross Nationals and some wintertime racing more than a decade ago. Fond memories of that day, with some great victories to people like Sean Fogarty and Paul Whibley on that occasion when they were at the heyday of their motocross. But now it's more just the winter home. Of course, summertime racing is rather restricted due to the levels of dryness and sand conditions. But in the wintertime it is fantastic. But of course the Clayton's winter that the Auckland region has had, even into early spring now, was the opportunity to get the water tankers out and go around the track here on Friday afternoon. But we're loving these conditions, you will as well. Fox MX3 is first on the the card. It will be followed by our women's class, followed by our combined MX2, MX125. Fourth races for our vets, combined 2 classes there of riders from 35 to 44 and 45 years plus. With our junior support, a handful of local club riders having some fun out there, and into our creme de la creme MX1. And what a beautiful race that we've just witnessed with our MX1. A thorough congratulations to Hamish Harwood taking the victory over Cody Cooper from Kawasaki's new MX1 hot shot to Josiah Natsuki. So great bit of riding for the first round of racing. Another 2 to go before we're on the podium for the Ebbett Pukekohe prize giving at the end of the day. Stay with us for some great fun. We're live, loud and proud here at Mercer and at the Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix. The independent backward falling start gate. See, just clipped the front wheel of one of those riders. Didn't quite get the start he wanted. So out of it they go. And believe it or not, you can see, tell you what, carnage in there, about 4 or 5 of them down. But gives you just a taste of it that already starting to dry out here on the fringes, so that light sand at the edge of the track already starting to whip up a little bit of a dust storm. Becomes quite a visionary challenge for riders, which is why you have quality gear like Oakley and 100% as sponsors of this event, because their goggles keeping that eye protection to the max as everybody's okay on the corner. Just one rider still there with problems getting their bike going. But good news is the push of the button, the electric start, and it's away again. Some of those nice high-resolution pics of the track starting to give us an idea of the undulating condition of the track with those braking bumps. So pretty rough out there as we check out the update here with our class. And the 151 of Jaden McAlone out in front. Good work from Jaden. Ended up second place last time. The man who's in second to him at the moment, Daryl King. But DK, I'm sure, will start to show his class as a legend. Makes a fight back in moto. Just doing the under-the-radar ride of vets and MX3 here today. Of course, a long-time MX1 rider in New Zealand moto history. In fact, more of excellence, I think, should be pointed out that he was still over 40 years of age when he was winning MX2 classes in New Zealand Championship motos, and none of the young guns could touch him, which a lot of people at the time were saying, well, you know, that's an indictment on their own riding and on our position of motocross up-and-comers in New Zealand when 40-year-olds are winning national championships. But hey, it's no different to Southland having a 42-year-old player in their First Division Mitre 10 rugby team. And by Jibbers, they went close last night to follow on from their victory last weekend as well. Doing great. Amazing what attitude does to a team, isn't it? So age is only a challenge, never the barrier. All right, there we go. So it's young Jaden McAlone out there from Daryl King, here to Shane Robinson, from Josh Waddell, go to Richard Sutton, and there Sam Stevens along with Ben Lawson. And also keen to point out in that group through there as well that we've got Logan Thomas flipping. Now Logan, believe it or not, 19th last time. He's cracked the top 9 this time. So good placing for him to be there in 8th place on that early lap. Let's hope he can do that. Unfortunately, oh wow, there's the race leader. There's the race leader. Spat it off. Race leader and Jaden McAlone. And that's effectively straight part of the track. That gives you an idea of just how rough it's starting to get out there, folks. He put the power on in the wrong place and literally what we nicknamed spat him off the bike, because with the power of the bike he got away and the bike was loose and he wasn't holding on enough and thrown off the bike. He's okay. The bike's okay. Back on and away they go. But all of that good work undone. He'll be gutted for it. Young Jaden McAlone out of North King Country. Disappointed with a capital D rider after holding on to the lead and losing it. So now the lead's gone to DK Daryl King from Shane Robinson. Jaden McAlone's riding teammate. Head of Josh Waddell out of Richard Sutton for Sam Stevens. Ben Lawson And in there as well, keen to point out for Blake Chiselle. So well done to young Blake as well. Speaking about Blake, there is the up-and-coming 2 more rounds of the Marks Gear King of the Schools Motocross Series. So King of the School, hello, some of them have come back there already in the pits. King of the Schools is a great series. We've already had some rounds which were pre-COVID, but now that we're post-COVID, there's still 2 rounds to go. We have Saturday the 10th of October is Tauranga Boys College hosted event. That is at Tech Park near Tauranga. And the following Friday the 16th of October, is Rotorua's event, the biggest schools motocross in New Zealand, over 400 entries. It is the largest schools event. It was one of the originals. There's quite a few schools events around now, but Rotorua's been a pioneer of schools motocross, and they celebrate their event. Formally over 2 days. I think the idea I get is they're trying to squeeze it all in one day. It will be huge, bigger than Ben Hur. So Mark's Gear, King of the Schools motocross with 2 rounds to go. So all the best for those who participate. Also want to add into that a separate event, the Bay of Plenty Schools Motocross. Always a favourite of mine, privileged to be asked, and we'll be there to call it again. That's on Friday the 2nd of October. So that's the middle of the school holidays. Friday, but not a day off school because it's already holidays. Squeezing so much in when it's already been a busy school year. A number of those events been taken into school holidays that might normally be run around school time, to have them in school holidays, meaning that they're already seriously dented. School year won't be dented anymore by the pursuit of their favourite sport of motocross. These events getting 200, 300 and 400 kids in riding. In fact, Bay of Plenty last year had 140 different schools represented. So great to see. And there's also, of course, prizes for the best performed schools at those events. And some of them, like HPC, our little favourite down the road in Hauraki Plains College, actually have a great motocross team. They've got teachers, and a shout out to Amanda and all the great work that she does. But importantly, for example, they have a charity that they link to, so that all the kids know that the money that's raised that they're giving to a charity, and their charity of choice is breast cancer. So great for the schools. They have their affectionate team wear of the pink mohawk, and they have apparel for which they use, and also other knickknacks, for example, having pens and other goodies that they get printed. And they also do their utmost in running some very good events, as they've been super successful on the peak, for example, on the Hauraki Plains over a number of years. So just one example of quality schools. So BOP schools, along with Tauranga and Rotorua Schools Motocross. So check it all out, part of Schools and Motocross Racing, and we'll be at BOP for Friday the 2nd of October. Oh, the 151 of Jaden, and Jaden puts his hand up and he pulls off the side of the track. I think that crash was a little bit extra for him, and he has done the right thing pulling over, and appears to have pulled out of the moto. So obviously a little bit more to it than we'd realise, and I think that's a good thing. We're not racing for sheep stations. There's a little cliche we talk about, and when it all comes down to it, it's all about going to work or going to school tomorrow. It's about feeling okay. It's about having fun. And when you're not feeling any of those things, well, no point in racing. Take a break, doing all the right things. So bad luck to young Jaden after leading for the early part of this race. So the lead now back in the hands of Suzuki pilot Daryl King, followed by Richard Sutton in there, Josh Waddell, with Shane Robinson, Sam Stevens, Ben Lawson. Caleb Lidsley has cracked into that top group as well, so good on you, Caleb, nice to see. And then we go back to Blake Chiselle, and he is into 8th place. MX3, what's MX3? Well, it's effectively a bit of a catch number, as you have MX1 and MX2, but MX1 represents open class bikes and MX2 represents 250s. MX3, although being a further number on, it's actually anything. It's a 125, it's a 250, it's a 450, it doesn't matter. It's sort of that next tier of riders, so by ability riders that don't think they're good enough to be an MX1 or MX2 or MX125, and they go out and ride in this class. A very good class. It's a little bit like our expert and intermediate classes were in motocross back in the big days of the 80s and 90s. So MX3 it's called, and good to see an almost 30 strong field having a cool ride here today. Well, one of the things about MX3 racing is you get an opportunity to watch some of the tighter battles going on, and we can see that we've had a change out in front. So a change out in front has led to Richard Sutton taking the glory, qualified outside the top 5, finished the first race in 5th place, and here now is Richard an opportunity to lead this moto. So well done, an unnamed, unsung hero of moto, but hey, when it comes to a good bit of riding, he's got it all together here today, so good work by Richard. And Richard truly is an MX3 rider. There's no way you'd call him a burglar, as in somebody that is a good enough rider to be doing championship classes, but only holding back to be in a non-championship class. So I love the work going on out there, and thoroughly deserve it. I've left hope it's giving him some confidence to maybe go further in our great sport of moto. So well done to Richard out there. Here we have a couple of riders, could be a change of place, and coming up for our view shot here on the Sky Sport Next coverage. And yes, indeed, taking the outside of a corner and squaring it off, and then able to roll through the next corners and giving an idea of the roughness around. Look at those ruts. And if you want to get an idea, just have a look at the wheels when they go in through those ruts, and you'll find that certainly the wheel rim was completely out of sight. Some of them are halfway up to the hub or the axle already. So giving us an idea of the craters and the mountains created on the track as we check it all out at the moment. So here we go, and looking out there to more of our good riding. I think Josh, we've been keeping an eye on there. So Richard, Daryl, Caleb, Josh, Shane, Sam, Ben and Blake. The credits go on for these good guys. Good example here of getting some clear vision as to what he was doing. Well, 158 with Caleb Livesey, we've got our eyes on at the stage, so. .24 and 274 just to go past us. The 24 of Jai Johnson, the 274 of Harrison Chiselle. 252 trying to sweep right around the corner, get back into the moto. Yeah, there we are, white flag goes out, 1 lap to go. And there's our 64, and looking out for Richard to get in there. Here's DK. There's one rider between him. That's the lap rider, so DK on attack. He would have seen the white flag. Richard nicely around the corner. There's DK, 1,001, 1,000, less than 3. 2 and a bit seconds, nothing in it. Unsure as to what had caused that change of place, and was it a mistake by DK? Was it a better run from Richard? Richard on paper would not have been a rider to be ahead of Daryl King. So unsure as to the reason. More importantly, we know now that DK is on the fight back. He's coming back at it, and some pressure on to Richard. And this final lap, there's DK on the yellow bike, just in his shadow a little bit at the stage. Can we see that margin cut? Oh, definitely less than 2 seconds now. So DK, does he realise that where in the moto he is? Does he realise he's been overtaken? Often with a lot of riders around, he could have thought, well, I don't know where I'm coming back to. Who's my challengers? Am I in 3rd or 2nd, or in this case attacking to go through? There's your race lead. Race lead was 64. Going down along the Swamp Straight for the final time in the moto. The bike flying gently as it's almost sort of like a drop down, a tiered part of the track. Oh, there's a back marker, 777, trying to find that line on the inside. Oh, watching. Here comes DK, there he is, look for the number 11. Oh, they're all over the place. Carnage on the corner. DK finds the gap, he's attacking. There's really only 2 corners to go from here. It'll be all on for the feature finish, and he's in view and coming towards the finish line. Look out for it, 64. Oh, DK's the gap up on the inside. Oh, the marked riders, he's there, 64 to do it. Richard, well done. Great ride, under the radar completely. Man, oh man, talk about a name that we've not heard of. That is great. Love the underdogs when they can take a victory. He'll be excited with a capital E for that one for sure. So well done and congratulations. Richard Sutton, completely unknown in the field of MX3 riders, and he's stolen the victory over the likes of former world number 2 in Daryl King. Yes, he might be over 50 years of age, but still a champion rider, and great to have him with us today. So there you go. Richard Sutton ahead of Daryl King. Go to Caleb Livesey from Josh Waddell from Shane Robinson and Sam Stevens. An update for MX3 Racing brought to us by Fox, well-renowned brand right here in New Zealand. Ask for it from your favourite motorcycle dealer and check out MX21 21st edition for the up-and-coming 2021 race year. Check it out with the Fox collection. Well, I would go as far as to calling it a minor upset, and what are we going to see from this one? It was a mere 2.69 second deficit, so absolute nothing into it. Effectively, that is less than 1/3 of 1 second in the fight back. So NZ number 1 and Amy Roberts being beaten by local rider Kimberly Cheatham. Kimberly, of course, has won junior women's racing here in the past, so still a relatively young lady up against Amy, New Zealand's NZ number 1. And to find Kimberly in the upper hand will be pretty special. So Amy just feeling her own, quite a bit of lesser sand experience. So she will certainly be in a position to try and fight back for this one. So keen to look out for our ladies. Number 1 NZ in Amy Roberts out here. 250s and 350s, the smoke and start getting away, looking good at this stage. Need to watch out for it. There we are with Kimberly. Kimberly out wide. There's the number 1. Look at the gap on the inside. All that side by side, side by side. And there we are at the moment. Kimberly and Amy. Amy will use the wider line to go through. Kimberly's got the line on the inside. Will give Amy the advantage of getting the power for the straight a little bit quicker. But Kimberly's got the advantage and she's gone. So Kimberly Cheatham, Amy Roberts, those two super ladies out in front of the field. Only a relatively small 8-strong field in our women's today, but when you've got Kimberly and Amy out there, NZ number 1 and local hero, you've certainly got some class in our field with George Swift, Nikita Goodwin, Brianna Roberts, Amy Corsten, Summer Perrin and Jasmine Stevens to complement our field. Women's racing brought to us by 100%. There is only one goggle to get. It is 100%. It's the best for you. I have a pair of 100% in the toolbox in the back of the van. I use them for when the day gets a little bit dusty and you need, when you're watching a moto and you've got to watch that eye irritation, or also for the opportunity as well when you've got a little bit of rain going on and you want to still get your clear view of what's out there. So a couple of opportunities, and I'm not even talking about riding a motorcycle. So eye protection to the form, and you can as well. 100%. Check out their Zero range and other quality models from 100%. Goggles for you, and goggles supporting women in motocross. Bring it on. Kimberly and Amy. They're your two ladies on the go today. Here we are, keen to watch as we come round. Looks like it should be Amy in front. Yes, it is. It is. They've changed, and certainly that's the way it is. So Amy in the advantage. Number 1 NZ and Amy Roberts out there on the Blue Crew JCR supported Blackwood Yamaha YZ 250 up against Kimberly on her KTM 350. Looking back there now, 212, George Swift and George on the Kawasaki, the Walkworth Motorcycles. KX 250 in third place, KTM Kawasaki to follow on behind as those girls take their respective places. Brianna through there as well. I think that's Brianna on the Kawasaki 2-stroke. Then looking out to Amy. There's another Kawasaki 2-stroke with Jasmine, I think, on board as well. So here we are, the ladies reign supreme in Sand Prix Racing. Ebbett Pukekohe, the home of Holden, the home of Nissan, the home of MG, the home of Kia, and now the home of premier brand Volkswagen. Yes, indeed, whether it be the T-Roc, the Touareg, or the Amarok, you'll find a quality Volkswagen. Some of our prestige cars on New Zealand roads are beautifully made, German engineered and crafted Volkswagen motorcycles. Check them out now, right there at the roundabout. Premier car space, smack bang in the middle of Pukekohe at Ebbett Pukekohe. Well, now that Amy's gone to the front, it's as if certainly she was feeling out of sorts this morning for whatever reason, whether it was bike, whether it was body, whether it was just the lack of racing or preparation, because this is the Amy we've now got to see. It's almost like the second race should have been the first race, but hey, she's back in the front. That's where she has been in many of her moto outings, and she leads by example and with excellence at the moment. Over there on the corner, and one of the ladies stops, just losing balance on the corner, and bang, one of the ladies comes round and goes literally bang into the back. That was a nose to tail, and knocks our first lady off, and just glimpsing from this distance, and we're at 130 odd metres away over there. And other than the fact that it's a Kawasaki, unsure of who it was. It might be Nikita. I think we'll get an idea next time, as we'll find out who has slipped back in their results, as they've already dropped a couple of placings. Oh, a bit of frustration there because the bike's not firing up. Yeah, what you got to do is select neutral and get it out of gear. And the bike not firing, so absolutely gutted for that one. And in fact, they're partly off balance as well, which does not help. That is that the legs got to be, it's the legs on the bottom side of the track, and it just means that they can't really sit it in the right place where they can kick fire it again. All right, there we are with Amy, there we are with Kimberly. There's your top two ladies. They come through once again. Thank you. Somebody's going over to help one of the ladies. We don't mind that. In a national championship, it might be frowned on, but certainly we're only talking about big level motocross here. It's not world championships. That cliche again. We're not fighting for sheep stations, so more importantly about participation and somebody to get over there and give that bike a kick start, hopefully to go again and get our ladies back on the racetrack. Here we go, 2:43 Brianna. So it's Brianna on the four-stroke. Got that completely wrong, didn't I? And we go back to the other four strokes. Where's those two strokes? 96 here is one of them. It's Summer Paris. So there we go. Summer, green helmet, green bike. That's the two-stroke as well. Well, whatever's gone wrong there for the bike, they still can't get it to go. Oh no, they've got it going now though. Here we are out there and going again. Who was it? Well, we'll be finding out shortly. Here we are with the... I thought that number had said 18. Or it must be Jasmine. It must be Jasmine and Summer that are on the right. I think it might have been Nikita. Which is my early prediction. She's the one, or one of those, one of two riders that hasn't come past yet. And we know she's on a Kawasaki, so bad luck to Nikita, the bike going again. Here we are again with Amy and Kimberly. Now, one of the neat things about having three races a day in this scenario is that Kimberly wins the first race and Amy gets the second. Then we go to the second race of the day and it's Amy ahead of Kimberly. So potentially to end up with a points tie of 47 points each with a 25-22 score from the first two motos, and being that may the best lady win for the third and final encounter of the day to win the overall. So an odd number of races enables often clear-cut victories rather than points ties to be decided by countback, which for some seems a bit unfair. All right, here we go. Time to wind it up. Let's go all the way. Yes, indeed. Checking it out, 2:43. Here we are with the 2:12 out there for George, 2:43 for Brianna. Up here now to 2:69 and Amy. To 96 out there of Summer. There we go at the moment, the 5:29. Yes, indeed, there it is, Nikita. So pretty sure it was Nikita that had the trackside drama. all came about when she went around the corner, just lost her balance a little bit, and but then bang, the hit from behind and knocked her off the bike. Was not her fault. All right, one to go past Amy Roberts, Blackwood Yamaha team Blue Crew. Amy would be a great one of those Yamaha ambassadors to have at those Blue Crew camps, I believe. And young girls that turn up to be inspired to think, man, I love this riding a motorcycle around. Maybe I can be a New Zealand champion like Amy one day. Because Amy was one of those girls just out there and riding a bike around. And of course, her father has achieved excellence in veterans motocross in the country. And shout out to Team Roberts. And here's Amy now as NZ #1. She'll be making a huge trip to Gore this year to defend her title. Prestigious event hosted by Gore and Districts Motorcycle Club in Northern Southland. Looking forward to that, rocking into that part of the country on the 8th and 9th of November. That'll come around real quick, I tell you. Once we're now got the country out of lockdown and we're into fighting form, I'm sure we're going to find these weeks will go much quicker than worried about what we're going to do this weekend. Nothing, because we can't do anything. All right, 242. There's our 269 this time with Amy. Full congrats, Shane, on the presentation of Amy's bike. Man, that looks absolutely fantastic. Nothing nicer than seeing a well-presented rider. It's just so positive, well-presented bike, because it's just so positive for the rider that they're able then to excel knowing that they're on the best machinery. Same for Amy, there it is. Great support out of Blue Crew. Amy's always enjoyed riding that a beautiful white gear. It's almost like the bridal dress of motocross. And looking so elegant and delightful on it as well. So well done, Amy. Nice to see you back. And there's Nikita. She's got the new fast house gear on. She's just pulling out the moto, of which she'll won't feel right anyway. She was certainly knocked from behind, and that knocked her confidence and certainly knocked her body a little bit. And the bike hasn't performed so well to restart. So good thing just to regroup, go back to the pits and get ready for the third and final moto, and come out and show everybody that she's better than what that result showed. Although in saying that, with 8 riders in our field, even finishing in 8th place is still giving you a valuable 8 points. So less chance of finishing on the podium. In fact, her chances of podium have probably disintegrated significantly. Room for our top 5 on the podium. So here we are on with our battle fight. Kimberly and Amy as well. No Nikita, she got the 4th last time. So George, that'll help Brianna and Amy move up as well. Here we are, George Swift. George, an unusual name for a young lady, but hey, she takes it all in her stride. She likes it. And out of Warkworth, north of Auckland. Of course, had we been back in those harder lockdown like level 1, well, wouldn't have been able to get through Auckland. One of the things about sand track riding for a lot of these ladies, they'll say, man, how much tougher that was compared to their hard track riding they might have been doing back at their home or other facility they were using. But one of the things it does is it's very, very good for your training. If you can handle a sand track, you can handle anything. It's regarded as the toughest conditions to race in around the world. And the sand here are generally much harder than other sand tracks. In fact, Moto Iti, the home of the Gold Coast MX Club, hosting the KTM Sand Champs in 4 weeks' time. That will be a much looser sand than what we've got here. In fact, being on the west coast of the North Island, it's actually almost that black and iron sand of that part of the country. So it absolutely goes through massive craters and mountains to climb. It really gets very wallowy, as we call it. So sand and sand, there's a difference in it, but one of the things is it's unique to race motocross. Sand track specialists, people like Stefan Evans or watching Antonio Caroli, many of our world-class riders that have come out of the sand-placed areas are finding their excellence at other tracks around the world. Ask Josiah Natsky, ask James Scott, ask Cody Cooper, ask Josh Coppins, all riders here today that have been to those sand tracks around the world also. I like that 212 over the 243. I tell you what, Nikita, sorry, my apologies, Brianna. And Brianna's got some work to do. Oh, here we are with the victory already for Amy. Well done, Amy. Top result there with her Fox Gal racewear. Fox Gal, very few of the other brands that have got specialist feminine motocross wear, but Fox is a brand that has, and Fox Girl, and of course what we see from Courtney Duncan using as well. And you've got Amy using it here today. So well done. Go the girls. So there it is. Amy Roberts levels the score over Kimberly. Well and truly taking the win there. And that means all on for the third and final race later. Yeah. Well, there's one thing about wearing face masks for the time of year, which we've had to mostly. They're not too bad because they can almost help warm your body, as it were. But once the temperature starts to warm up, face masks will become a very much a sort of a, what we'll politely call them, a challenge. So the use of face masks has been something that we've completely subscribed to and understand the importance of it. And it's been a must here today. Here on the War Demolition start line, opportunity to get ready to go for our next race. 158 putting himself right out on the wide side there. His choice of being in whatever position he wants. That is Brandon Hoskins. Unfortunately, didn't finish the previous race, so just looking to get a good start and hopefully a finish this time, for which you'll be striving for. 14 to go. There's the 88. There's the Immaculates of Brodie Conley looking at 139, taking on the 61 in there as well of Jacob Hunt. Guys haven't done the best of jobs of cleaning your numbers between the motors, have they? There's the 3 of James Scott, warming the bike, warming the body. 820 tucked in there as well. Callum McCulloch, good on you, Callum, nice to see. And at the 809 and with the 41 tucked right here on the end of Curtis King on the War Demolition Superstart. MX2 and MX125, they'll start together, not a split start as they might at other events. I think it's great actually that they start together because these guys actually want to get to race them, as we've talked about. If there's ever a track condition that's more a leveler between a 125 motorbike and a 250, it is sand conditions. So here they are, ready to fire it up. We're going racing, and look out for it. Who's got the whole shot first in the corner? Oh, 3 and James Scott, brilliant start. Had more than 2 bike lengths on him. James right out in front. Gotta love that. Yeah, go the Honda. James Scott, what a start. Much better. That's the James Scott we know. Carnage back on the corner, by the way. 3 of them down through there, of which they've all got going again. But, that whole shot, that corner, it's claimed some victims throughout the weekend. In fact, I think there's only been, that is, believe it or not, that's start number 9 with 18 on the program. We're halfway through our race day, 9 down with 9 to go. I think there's been probably 6 of them that have had somebody go down on the corner. So always the funnel. Indeed, you've got your field. Up to 40 riders going into only effectively an area about 10 metres wide. And it's a major challenge, and everybody wants the inside 2 metres, of course. So it's not so much that there's not room, it's just that nobody wants to go way out wide and lose the advantage, which should keep out of the way of the other riders. Yes, one slight advantage, but you've got a lot further to travel. So they're all going for that same funnel point, and there's only room for a few of them. And as well, it's rough. The other feature, though, of course, it's only used for the start, that corner, because when we're back on the racetrack, we come about an extra 20 metres further up to use the Daytona berm. Why the Daytona berm? We're artificially, the earth moving young contractors gear has made this big sort of amphitheatre, wall, velodrome, call it what you like, and the riders can put their power on and go round it. Here we are, the Honda's out in front. It's the awesome number 3, and he's going for gold. Mr. James Scott, good work, got the second last time. The man behind him is the one who got the first last time, the 88 of Brodie Conley on the Husqvarna 150. 1, 2. Looking back, I think we've got more of the 2-stroke boys up there. Might be Tyler. Is that Tyler? I don't know. We'll find out shortly. No, Kobe. I think it'll be Kobe. Look to be Kobe. Maybe Kobe Burkham. we've got 144 and 1-4. That's the difference in the numbers. So 144 versus 1-4. I got a glimpse of the 1-4. Thought it might have been the 144, but only the 1-4. If you can understand that, you're doing better than I am in saying it. So there we are. I think that's Kobe Burke, the man getting the upper hand in racing out there. And of course, he's on the 125. Got the first in the 125s last time as well. But we had Nick Enstrom, Brendan Hoskins, 2 non-finishers in 125 racing. So of the 11 start, only 9 got the finish. They were Kobe Burke first from Dylan Westgate, Curtis King, Tyler Cooksley, Christian Crane, Logan Madron, Keegan Ryder from Chase Hunter and Mason Schroeder. And then going to our MX2, which was Brodie Connolly beating James Scott. Head of Yanni Emerson Ray was my outstanding rider of the moto. Head of 2019 New Zealand Junior Motocross Champion Jack Dunlop. Head of local star Tyler Brown on the Mr. Motorcycles 250 from Jacob Hunt, Nick Westgate, Jack Rogers, Cullen McCullough, Mitchell Armstrong. Oh, bad luck, 136 and pulling out here already. Nick Enstrom, bad luck for Nick. Not just once, but twice now he's pulled out. All right, 3 to go. There it is. That is the mite. That is Mr. James Scott, Super New Boy on the block, taking the position on the Honda race team. Well, just an opportunity to stand out in the sun, and I tell you what, time to start to peel off the thermal layers because springtime is coming with days like this. Beautiful to be here. I think we had drizzle and wind and some heavier rain over the weekend Friday. Absolutely bucketed down at times here. So here we have it, a preparation for the weather to come, and a beautiful County South Auckland day. Keen to watch us go. When you can hear the siren in the background like that, that's effectively another means of flag marshalling, whereby a rider's down or a bike's down or there's an incident towards the side of the track. It's a warning to the oncoming riders. Here we are back to the lead in first and second. What a fantastic fight it's all on here. 3 for the front. James Scott, the man out of Oparau in beautiful wild west coast western North King Country, Oparau, out by the Kawhia Harbour. Fantastic part of the country. From the family farm of Mangapapa Angus comes the Kiwi rider hotshot in James Scott. Kicking it out there ahead of Brodie Connolly. Back we go to 28 Jack Dunlop, who's up there. Good work. Where's our first 125? You can hear it out there. It looks to be the 14 of Kobe Burke. But the 250 boys taking the advantage. Kobe was there in that 3rd place overall, but first 125 to now find himself back 2 more places. But doesn't matter, he's still first, and that's more important. So Kobe Burke, best 125. Here's Yanni. Got some work to do this time. Yanni Emerson Ray, an outstanding moto number 1. Can't seem to be able to repeat it for moto number 2. Back a little way, but keen to look to see that he can still get some top glory in those placings. 252 and Mason Schroeder out there from the 234 of a Chase Hunter. Both MX 125 riders. 139 in there as well, Keegan Ryder. Good on you, Keegan, former junior rider on the Honda CRF 154 stroke, but now enjoying the 125 two-stroke. One 125's out there. 3 by 88. Oh, scrubbing some speed. I hope you've got some of these awesome camera shots. Keep your eyes on the 88 of Brodie Connolly, one of the all-time superstars of our sport. In the words of one of the legends that I look up to here yesterday, probably thinking that he's our biggest prospect globally for motocross at the moment. So pressure, but without pressure. Not saying it publicly to him or at any special event about him, but more just as a passing comment to say that this is a guy turning heads in moto at the moment. James Scott looks to have a different idea about that, but the consideration there, of course, is the little 152 stroke up against the might of the bigger 254 stroke. So great work from the LMC man in Brodie Connolly on these beautifully presented Husqvarna's. Man, a man, talk about LMC doing some work. If there's a team that's done some work behind the scenes, they have pimped it to the max big time. They are beautiful looking bikes, encouraging you to get to Big Time Moto and to check out these bikes and riders, because they are worth the admission ticket alone just to see their beautiful bike preparation. Of course, got their Pirelli sand tyres on as well. This fantastic new concept of a tyre that really has revolutionised the way we're doing sand riding, because you don't need a conventional knobbly layout because you're not clearing mud. You want it to be able to get sand. Sand is a lot looser, so therefore you've actually got to grab it more. So it's not a pedal tyre, because that's what you'd use in super loose sand, but it's sort of a concept with almost grooves cut in a pedal tyre. That is, it's got a wall of rubber with some slots in it. They're quite big slots, they'll be centimetre gaps, but it just means that there's a beautiful arc to get that dirt in that tyre, and man, you can really get some traction in these loose sandy conditions. If you've ever ridden in sand, well, you know what happens when you try and drive your car on sand. You're not going to get too far, but so for a motocross bike, really that tyre traction is important, and the awesome Pirelli sand tyre coming into its own. Well, here we are, MX125 and MX2 racing combined here today. So there we go, 321-157 up there. Well, keeping eyes out here at the moment at the 820 of Callum McCulloch. Callum looks like he might have had a fall actually, because he's just trying to straighten his handlebars. You actually see in the profile there that his tyre and his front of his gear, and particularly front of his boots, are quite wet. So he's been picking a few of those damper holes as well. Right, still 3 by 88, if anything, the Butchin for number 3. Just that little bit greater, so good work by James. James into his own. This is one he has to win, he wants to win, he needs to win if he wants any show at the overall, because if Brodie went 1-1, it would mean that even if James had a chance of winning the next one, Brodie would need to be back in 4th place to be beaten. But if this goes this way, it will tie them on points, just as it has Kimberly and Amy in our women's class. And that means that they can go for it in the 3rd and final race to be the creme de la creme, the best of best, and be the Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix champion for 2020. Here enjoying the sun today. What a gorgeous day. Absolutely beautiful. There is even warmth in the light breeze blowing. The conditions are out, people peeling off the layers. What started here with beanies, coats and jackets is certainly now down to shirts, and I'm sure some T-shirts and shorts might be out before the end of the day. Fantastic what weather does to your soul, and more importantly what it's doing for these conditions here today. The track just getting better and better. Some might say worse and worse, and when I say that, if you're a wet weather track person, you'd say it's starting to dry out a little too much. Here we are, 3, back to our race leader. There he goes, Honda Hotshot, Mr. James Scott, followed by the 88. Oh, listen to that 150. Oh, beautiful. My choice of weapon to be riding here on a sand track like this today. It's light. If you saw those two guys together, I'd probably, I might be unfair, but I'd say James might have 2 or 3 kilos on Brodie, and that 2 or 3 kilos with the lighter bike will be just enough for Brodie to try and equalise that advantage, because you certainly wouldn't want to be too small and then unable to control the bike, because you've literally got to do it. Remember, you're riding the bike's not riding you. You've got to be the dominant player, telling the bike what to do and how to ride it. So that's where the ultimate in fitness and strength comes into its own. This is a nice part of the field. We've got a number of riders here, back to back to back. Super close together, 818. Jack Rogers, Jack pulling out of the moto. Bad luck for Jack, the Rodney district man, and pulls out of the moto. Bad luck, Jack. Right, there we are, back with our 809 again. Tyler Cooksley, good on you, Tyler. All the way 183.41 along with a 278 of Jan Emerson Ray. Hit an exceptional moto race, number 1 to be 3rd in our MX2 field. Can't quite replicate that in this second moto in the sun here today. We're doing reasonably well all the same. 157 and Logan Madram behind him in the 3. We're back again with the race leader. There he goes, Super Honda Hotshot. And James Scott finished 3 NZ in our 2020 Motocross Nationals. Had an exceptional Nationals, won of course by Yamaha And then with Kawasaki second, he brought his KTM home in third. Since then, he's had the invite to join the Honda team. It was a no-brainer. After all, Mega Papa Angus completely on Honda motorcycles, having the 1,500 Pioneer and having quads. I've had Hondas for many years. All the kids have started riding Honda CRFs. So great to see. So Maximus Purvis, Josiah Natsky, and that man, James Scott. 1, 2 and 3 in MX2 racing, but I tell you what, James Scott getting the upper hand over the competition because he's starting nice and early in the campaign and now on the brilliant Honda CRF and loving every bit of it. Believes it's a much better performing bike than his previous model, so we'll be keen to turn that into winning results, which he's doing right here, right now. All right, MG, these fabulous rebirth of a great car mark since 1923. The prestigious made British band reincarnated and back in your motoring calendar. MG and available from Ebbett Pukekohe. Go and check out MG's cars at $17,990 plus on road. It's under $20,000 to get a brand new car on the road. Unbelievable. Under $20,000. Tell you what, it's only 4,000 K more than one of these top level bikes, and you've got an entire car. Money is crazy. Oh, there we go. Some nice little bar bashing going on. We'll talk about bar bashing. We don't mean it literally. They're not bashing their handlebars, but it's because they're so very, very close that they often get to hit because the handlebars are the widest part of the bike at 1 metre. The rider themselves sitting on it, of course, is less than half a metre, so the handlebars are over twice the width of the rider that's on the bike. And so what it means is when you've got a few of them together, you can often get handlebars touching, and it does make for some dramatic moments at times during the race. So bar bashing, a bit of a catchphrase that goes on when riders are very close together. Just part of the lingo and the jingo that's part of our moto sport. Bring it on. All right, 14 for Kobe. Look at that. The CML 125 man, and once again in great form. Love that on the 125. 8.20 to go. 139 down through there for Keegan. 28 for Jack Dunlop. Looking out for the 36 this time. See the 36 on the back of his shirt, but the number not on the side. We'll try and pick up that in a minute. Here we are, the 144, and there's the sound of 4-stroke. First time I've seen him on it, actually. Is Tyler's ride today. He rode the 125 here yesterday. That's the right kind of bike to be riding in junior motocross, but stepping up to big time adults MX2 racing today, and the Mr. Motorcycles KTM rider. Now, of course, the 4 recognised brands that they've got at Mr. Motorcycles, effectively he's got the choice of all 4 weapons, as all 4 of the manufacturers do make a 250F motocross bike, and they're all very competitive. And I'm talking about Mr. Motorcycles, having Yamaha, having KTM, having Suzuki, and Kawasaki, sorry. So Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha, KTM, they've put the 4 of them together. And so he's got the choice of 4 weapons, whichever of the bikes that Dad might like to get him on. So he's again chosen the KTM, which has been his bike of choice since he moved to the 125. Started out 85 with Kawasaki Racing. Enjoyed that, gave him the early success that he wanted, and realising that he wanted to go to KTM. So interesting to see where he ends up within the next few years in his tender young career. All right, 14. His father already smashing out the field in some Super Vets racing here today. Pre-50, but over 45. 28 with Jack. 36, and I keep missing that number. 61 going all the way. Jacob Hunt. So we've got Jacob's number in there. He too, no numbers on the bike, but the number on the shirt tells the story. Unfortunately, our 36, we haven't got either on the shirt or on the bike. It's more a matter about being looking on the screen and just seeing where the rides are at the right time. There we are. 3 to go past. Bigger margin. 3 to go past. James over the 88. .152 out there as well. Mason Schroeder, he's almost got a Husqvarna lookalike with the colours of the plastics and the graphics and the decals that he's set up for the bike. Very nice presentation for man and machine out there. 278, Yanni Emerson Ray. 152nd, Logan Madron. Check out 153 this time, Christian Crane. Good work from Christian. 5th last time out of a field of 11 for our MX125. Now with 14 and Kobe Burke. Kobe Burke going from strength to strength, 125 field. Smash him and bash him here. He is by far the most superior 125 rider in our lineup, and showing that class on not just one, but now on the second occasion as well. Keen to be looking down to our field at the moment, getting a full update of those results. James Brodie. Kobe, by the way, might be first 125, but third overall, and he's got riders like Jack Dunlop, Jacob Hunt and Nick Westgate behind him. I wonder whether that no number on the bike might be Nick, although he's said he's number 34, but it's a 36 on the shirt. Maybe that's Nick, unsure. We've got his brother Dylan, who's on the 125. And then we go to Tyler. So Tyler running in sixth place on the MX2 lineup today. Another Tyler Cooksley in MX 125. Curtis King back there. Now Curtis is 41. It's not Curtis that we've been seeing with no number. He's got a beautiful number and a well-presented Crown Kiwi supported New Plymouth Motorcycle Centre KTM KX250F with Christian Crane, Yanni Emerson Ray, Logan Medrin, Mitchell Armstrong, Callum McCulloch, head of Keegan Ryder, Chase Hunter on this 234, back to Mason Schroeder, Brandon Hopkins, and Brandon's out. A non-finish then to Jack Rogers and Nick Enstrom. We've visually seen those two riders early departure from the race. So there we have it. All right, with the 14 to go past of Kobe. There'll be 1-5 in this race of the quality of the MX2 field. And at third place, Kobe Burke has certainly got it. He's in fine racing form. Had him as a visitor in the Mighty Manual 2 a few weeks ago. It came down to the prestigious Flips Motocross Park to ride the AFC Motorcycles supported Lucas Oil's Manual 2 Club Championships, but unfortunately got into a collision with another rider early in the race meeting and had to park it up for the day. Well done to the number 3, James Scott, doing it and doing it well. James Scott home, hit at 144, Tyler Brown. Remembering this is the order they crossed the line, not of which they're in the race. There's the 88, there's Broads, Mr. Brodie Connolly on the LMC Husqvarna 150. Now with the 820, 139 in there as well. Keegan Ryder on the 125. 809 that time also for Tyler. Very good fourth place last time. Interested to see where he'll be. Yo, let's go all the way. 234 along with the 41. There is Curtis. Curtis on the 125 there today. Curtis is toed and froed between riding 125 and 250. And it's fair to say that he goes very well on either bike. So it's a matter of does he, again, 125, a very good class and particularly good for young people to be involved in. Although in saying that, of course, in our MX2 for this year, once again, we have the under 19 championship, so a championship within a championship. James Scott was our under 19 winner in 2020, might have finished third in the championship, but clearly he was number 1 in the under 19 stakes within that class. So great efforts for the teenager in there as well. All right, that takes us halfway through our program. 9 down and 9 to go, folks, for our 18 races. It's Yamaha Blue Crew Kids Camp time at 10 past 1. Reminder, if you have a motorcycle, if you want to have fun with other people on a motorcycle, no, we're not talking about racing, we're talking about riding. That's the difference. Different abilities, different coaching, mechanical courses, fun, mentoring, and camping out. There's nothing better for kids to do than doing it with a bike. Kids Camp time with Blue Crew. Along with Yamaha, Revs Your Heart, JCR, Josh Cobbins Racing, and IME, your event management specialist. It's all happening with kids' camps, locking in Matatara in the Eastern Bay. Plenty, 2nd to 4th of October. Going to West Waikato, South Counties, and Glen Murray, 20th, 22nd of November. Taikaria, Mighty Manual 2, 22nd, 24th of January. And with Canterbury and Southland events allocated, but dates waiting to be confirmed in conjunction with Motocross National and other events in the region. Sorry for the break in transmission, but it's just so warm. We had to make ourselves feel a little bit more comfortable with the sun to shine. The breeze has just come up a little as well, which is perhaps a bit of compensation for it, but hey, very nice conditions and thoroughly enjoying it here today at Mercer. A taste of spring for sure as we get ready to fly. Well, they're sometimes called the old farts, a little bit of a cliche name, but they're awesome. Josh Coppins, Craig Brown, so good to watch, along with Matthias. Matthias, well, former man who was out of the bush region and moved up to Auckland area. Haven't seen Matthias for a little while. Nice to see him back here today, going so well ahead of Darren Capel, Daryl King, along with Matt Vining. Go to Jody Stone with Mitch Rowan there. And then Nick Enstrom along with Nigel Gamefoot, Ryan Buxeter, Robbie Stewart, Winston Byblow, Richard Furs, Craig Stevens with Ross Shepherd, Mr. Ebbett Pukekohe, of course, Wayne Cheatham, along with Morris Pullman, Bill McDonald in there. Go to Daniel Hill, Ron Schmidt and Rod Pickerel. Wow. That's over 20 names to be called there, so well done. And remembering they're split into their various age groups, a decade apart. So we start vets racing in New Zealand at the age of 35, and this group then goes to 44, and then it's 45 plus. So the younger group has 9 competitors, the older group has 14. So we've got a number of our riders here today at over 50. There won't be too many of our super vets, 60 and 70-year-olds that'll be riding seeing conditions like this. But what we do have here today is certainly some very good motocross with these guys. Man, names that are absolute blasts of our sport. And I'm talking there about Daryl King, Darren Capel, Nigel Gamefoot, Richard Furs, Mitch Rowe. Wow, great to have their kind of attendance here today to give us a real bit of spark in our event. Yo, 144 for Brownie. Well, since he took on Mr. Motorcycles, he still continued to have his fun in racing, and he's still continued to be on his old faithful Kawasaki. Loves the KX 450 and still out there to pedal with the best of them. And at this stage, sitting into second place behind his long-time race mate in Josh Coppins, going all the way back to the 1990, for example, 1990 New Zealand junior champs. They were both on 85. In fact, we'll go a year earlier. We'll go to 1989. Remember it well, Tunnel Hill. Glen Tunnel. I'll get the name of the place right. Apologies for Cantab locals. Glen Tunnel. I'm thinking of a different event, Glen Tunnel. And right up there in the foothills of Canterbury. And great event there, Junior Nationals that year. And people like Craig Brown, their first ever Nationals. That's at 31 years ago, first Junior Nationals. So great effort for, as he was a young kid then. And up against the might of the likes of Josh Coppins the following year, 1990, we came to Huntly. 91, I think we were at Paddy Tonga from memory. Huntly, 91 was Paddy Tonga. Wasn't the Paddy Tonga track that the Paddy Club have now. They had some natural terrain not too far down the road. So, Paddy Tonga. So they were 3 years, and in all those 3 years we had Josh and Craig racing against each other. Josh on those first 2 years only got 6th place. Didn't win the 85cc title until 1992, actually, in winning the junior crown at his home Motueka track. So some great stories to tell of these guys and their junior racing. But if we want to talk about going back, Mitch Rowe, junior motocross wasn't even invented when he was still racing. I'm taking a little bit of a liberty there, folks, but to give you an idea, he's a little bit older than the other boys at over 50 now, so good on you. And that man, the 33 of Darren Capel, the Darth Vader, the black and the night, on the black gear on the incredible blue Promoto Yamaha YZF 450. And Capes, year after year, event after event, just turns up and rides like the champion. If he was to have put together every trophy or award, accolade, a bit of prize money that he's won, he would fill a 3-bedroom house. You wouldn't just want a trophy room, you want an entire trophy house for that man, because he's just been at it for so long, claiming the rewards. But more importantly, when you talk to Capes, having the fun. It's all about the fun, and he wouldn't do it otherwise. And he's one of those so well respected. Always love it at Labour Weekend when Capes walks past, and so many other people, hi Darren, hi Capes, all the nicknames that he's had over the years, DC and others, many of which we've given him. But one of our hot shots of the sport. And of course, being a man who was brought up on Digger McEwen Park in its infancy. In fact, back on the original Digger McEwen before it went to its new home where it lays today. He was really a top Taupo champion in those days, up against the likes of the might of Mr. John Penny and many others that have been aces out of that great town of Taupo. Of course, the birthplace of Ben Townley and where he was. And of course, Digger McEwen is the home of Ben Townley, and the big Hooker Prawn Park sign tells that story quite openly as well. And we'll be back there, of course, for MX Fest, rocking Labour weekend for 3 days. 3 days. Yeah, now, don't think of it as a 3-day holiday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We need the Monday to recover. It's huge. It's actually Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Hawke's Bay's anniversary day holiday, so head over there. It's Battle of the Clubs on the Friday, along with Bell Helmet's dirt sprints. Then we go to Saturday with junior and mini motocross, along with the speed cross on the special speed cross track on Saturday twilight. That is amazing, man. I can't say that enough. That's worthwhile travelling out of Auckland or Wellington to go to Taupo for Labour weekend just to watch that. But in fact, you'll see plenty of other stuff throughout the weekend as well. And then on Sunday, we have the big Senior Vets and Women's Day. So it's actually 5 events over 3 days. Best value for money, most fun you'll have. You always love it at Taupo. Many other great things to do as well. So check it out, Taupo and the MX Fest. More details, taupomcc.co.nz, or go on their Facebook page. Of course, they have as well next weekend the final round of their unforeseen decal-sponsored Winter Series. Unfortunately, due to COVID, they missed the August month, so they've still been able to have enough months of racing, so it'll be, I'm sure, a fine finale for them next week in Taupo. All right, Josh Cobbins, Craig Brown, Daryl King, Darren Cable, Mitch Rowe. Those 5 riders, look at the glory in amongst those days. I'll read it again, folks. This is the order they are on the racetrack. Josh Cobbins, former world number 2. Craig Brown, former international rider. Daryl King, former world number 2. Darren Cable, former international rider. Mitch Rowe, former international rider. They're good. And, of course, New Zealand championships. Every one of those riders has won New Zealand titles before. Wicked to watch. Veterans racing. The men of motocross. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, those 5 riders, as well as being in that order of the top 5 places, irrespective of whether they're 35 or 55, we want to talk about their distance apart is at about 1 minute and 5 seconds. 1 minute and 5 seconds total the time that are separated by. So only half the track, basically. Half the track from 1st to 5th. I'm loving that fact, so well done. Oh, some of them out here like Big Nige, he's just cruising, isn't he? He's just cruising. He's saying, hey, mate, I've had enough of this. Come on, I'll pay you to put the flag out. There it is, check a flag for JC. Great effort. Mr. Josh Coppin, superstar extraordinaire. The JCR pilot himself comes home for a fantastic victory. Well done. The 169, the others will pull in behind them. They, of course, the order they cross is not the order they're placed, as we all know, so well done today. Yeah, Brownie, 144, good work. Mr. Craig Brown for Mr. Motorcycles. And up for the rest of them, so great stuff. Looking out for it on the inside, remembering we're looking for about a minute of time here. 2:02 for the mighty Ron, long-time member and supporter of PookieMX.com, the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club. Now resident builder in Pawanui. If you're from that beautiful Coromandel region, check out Ron. He could do some building alteration work for you. Quality craftsman. Loved his work and an all-round good guy. Couldn't say enough. I'd give him a reference any day of the week, so well done. There's DC, there's Capes, and there's Mitch. Look at the 3 of them all crossing the line together. Oh, fantastic. They've still got it, those 3. How good was that? And I'm sure Mitch and Capes are looking at each other saying, well, we knew that each other was going to be at the event. I can tell you what, there's been some massive rivalry between those 2 over the years. There would arguably, if there's ever 2 riders that have had more confrontation in our sport, more one-on-ones, more man-to-man, more, sort of waving of arms and fists at each other than anybody else in New Zealand motocross, it would be those 2. And they still go at it again and again and again. And then underneath the radar comes Daryl King showing up, borrowed bike, his gear, in the words of his brother, 48 years old, and he comes out and still beats him. Fantastic. Once a world-class rider, always. Well done, DC. And, DK and the others, so great effort. Mr. Daryl King, back in New Zealand motocross, having a great ride here today. Well, we have got our junior support just going out on the track now. Just taking a quick walk here into pit lane. We're just watching the boys get their bikes going. Here's Brock. He's got the iLab backpack on. He's got his face mask on. He's getting ready to bike together for big bro Ethan. He's just getting his gloves on, ready to hop on board. The Putiline lubricated Alpine Star gear supported Bridgestone Trod shower suspension. Beautiful Kawasaki 450. So I'm sure it's giving Brock as much satisfaction to be helping his bro. They've been two great brothers. We've seen them on the racetrack fighting it out before, but more importantly, they're still brothers. And here we are now with Ethan just getting these Alpine Star goggles on. So he's got his excellent super safe wardrobe. Nice work, nice work. A-Star's helmet, boots, gear and gloves, top to bottom. Well done with Ethan Mann. So nice to see. Taking a glimpse over here at the brand new Kawasaki, only arrived on Friday. It's although it looks pretty fresh, it's only actually more superficial. It's got a Pro Circuit pipe on board, a CFX seat, but the good buzz Putiline, no toil Bridgestone bike, looking all the class. So nice to see. Koromiko Engineering RK, along with Unforeseen, looks pimped to the max. More importantly, the button. Yes, the button. It's the button. It's the push button. It's the electric start for 2021. A lot of people hoping it was going to be out in 2020, but Kawasaki hadn't advanced it. And the mainstream freight-supported bike looking absolutely beautiful at the moment. So this one's got the M spec on the front. So we're certainly looking to treat. The boys down here now just getting ready. The nice big 250 for COVID. Confirm that is the 250. As we look out here now, we can see the 88 is parked up in the LMC team. The number one's here as well, the 125, that's not being used here today. We also have one of the 2020 models, the Husqvarna race team, Hayden Smith's bike, which is here for sale today. So it's got the for sale sign on it, more details available. And here for sale, so take an opportunity to check that one out. So, man, loving this beautiful 125, the Elevate EVC Motorix Brody Pro Taper Vortex FMF Husqvarna. Certainly looking absolutely beautiful. That's the 125. So that's the bike he's not riding today because he's on the 150 and the 250. So well done there. As well as having the fantastic KTM out there with Hamish Harwood, who did the winning last time. Looking forward to that build-up for our MX-1. So well done. There we go. Cody making his way to the line as well. He too on the new 450. Well, we just head back here in the pits at the moment and get an opportunity to check out the Honda race team. I've got my mask on, so pretty safe to talk here with James. A bit of social distancing as we arms reach. First of all, James, how's the new Honda?
Yeah, it's really good, eh? I'm loving it. I'm definitely feeling more comfortable on it than I was on my KTM at the end. So yeah, it's good team and good people.
All right, what about the track today?
Yeah, track's good. It's real soft on top, and then it's got a bit of a hard base. It's pretty technical, but yeah, it's good fun. good racing.
Is this the right sort of track to be testing this time of the year?
Yeah, it's definitely good. Good to get under my belt. This first race as well for me with a new team and new bike and everything. So it's good.
All right, let's wind the clock back because 3 days after the Motocross Nationals, you were due to fly out and go back to Europe. Bang, 2 days after the Motocross Nationals, we learned about lockdown. You made the right decision and stayed put, but has it been painful to be having no racing?
Yeah, it sucks not to be racing and even just riding. I haven't been doing much riding, just a lot of work and yeah.
All right, indeed. What do you think the future holds? What are you aiming to do now?
I'm not really sure yet. Just want to get a good base going here again and yeah, just see what comes from that.
All right, indeed. Going to throw that number 3 away and put number 1 on that bike this year?
It's definitely the plan, but it's going to be pretty hard again this year, I'd say. So.
All right, you got some favourite events that you look forward to, James. You're here at the Sand Prix, but a lot of good racing to come through the spring and summer. What do you like to do the most?
I like the clay races, like or dirt. Woodville's one of my favourite, and Michael Godfrey next weekend, which I'm going down to.
Oh, good, yeah.
Be good.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be awesome. You're making that trip down there. We're thoroughly looking forward to that. Hey, what about this bike? It's certainly when you've had a Honda. Yes, you've had Hondas on Papa Angus for many years, but they haven't been race bikes to this extent. Tell us a little bit about the 250.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Luffy's done a good job building it up, and all the support with all the team sponsors and stuff. Been able to make it look real cool, and it puts out good power to it. Yeah, it's nice to ride. What about
if your power's good? Suspension must be a real plus for you.
Yeah, I haven't done much with the suspension yet. It's just had a quick reval from M-Spec, which has made a big difference, but still need to get it a bit better.
All right, as far as the chassis is concerned, the dynamics of it, is it turn well?
Yeah, it turns really, really good. It's the biggest thing I've noticed, yeah.
Great to see you. Hey, James, all the best. Nice to see you with us today. Have a great day. We'll see you on the podium at the end.
Sweet. Cheers.
Thank you, James. James Scott to talk to there. So thank you, James. Awesome to see. And, of course, the big talking point over the off-season was the gap and the Honda race team and who was going to take it, and deservedly choosing James. After all, he still ended up as 3rd place. And much to Honda's disappointment, they didn't have anybody on the top 3. And that's been the first time in a long time. So with riders number 1 and 2 already taken, the next pick was number 3. And Honda team have chosen wisely. Well done to Luffy and Lance for all their work there, because Honda Racing certainly still a premier team in our stable. So Cody Cooper and James Scott, your 2 top riders for this coming season. Time to talk to those guys and just get a bit of a feel for the people of our event and not just the racing, and we'll go back and pick up on our junior support, which our skysportnext crew will be looking to. As it is exactly that, junior support. The juniors had all their racing here yesterday, but these are often the kids of local club members that are doing a top job here with the event, so let's give them some reward and put a race in on the program called junior support. And a fistful of them as well. Well, a fistful and a bit, actually, only 8. So let's take an opportunity and check them out. We've got Luke Maisie, Jack Ellingham, Karadiana Horn, Seb Prendergast, Evan De Bruin, along with Caden Jacob, Fabian Cadman and Blake Henderson-Jones. Fairly much a repeat of the earlier one. And saying that, though, I talked to Jack's dad before, and when Jack came in, he was literally holding the hand grip in his hand, but the hand grip wasn't on the handlebar. So literally the hand grip had slipped off, and I'll give you the reason for that, or the most common cause, and it happens now because we've gone away from cooler days of motocross. All of a sudden, it's sitting with some warmth on it from the sun and the hotter hand as well, and of course the rubber expands and just loosens off its grip on the handlebar and slides off. It's often a fate that comes up on your first warm day. So it's actually been the same fault that's been there, but throughout the winter, it just hasn't been as noticeable because the rubber's been colder. But when it warms up, it just slides off. And I'll tell you what, there is nothing worse in racing than when you can't grab a fistful of handlebar that you know is going to stay on that handlebar, because it just gives you no control at all, and it's such a scary thing. And they often don't literally just fly off either out of nowhere. You can often get a sense or a feel that they have starting to slip a little bit, and I presume that was the case for young Jack. Just one of his challenges out there. So hopefully he's got that sorted out and back on the racetrack. So Jack Ellingham losing his whole hand grip off the handlebar. Well, I've got an opportunity here at trackside just to catch up with Nico. First of all, Nico, how did you go with your racing yesterday?
Good, I came first. In the first moto, we came second. In the second moto, we came first. And then the last moto, we came second.
Oh, well done indeed. Have you got a favourite rider here today?
Yeah, Neski.
Yeah, going well. Good one. Thank you, Nico. Nico, and some excellent comments. One of our super kids that loves the sport. Yes, indeed, you heard it from him. Doing very well. Nico Verhoeven and his winning here yesterday. The kids are all loving it, and why wouldn't they be? It's a mighty sport. Junior support racing back on the card now. Luke Maisie, Jack Ellingham, Karadiana Horn, Seb Prendergast, Ewan De Bruin with Brent Jacob, Fabian Cadman and Blake Henderson-Jones. The Motomuck finish line here. Checkered flag is waved for our junior support racing. Only the 8 riders in it, all on their respective 85cc junior motocross bikes. Here we are looking to the line. There's the number 6, the legend himself, Mr. Josh Coppins on the JCR Altherm Window Systems 450, along with 5 Ethan Martins. There you have the lineup as well. 51-23 outside with Josiah there. Back to his number 23. Started the last season with that. He's got 2, of course, on at 16 with Hayden 121 for Coops 14. You go there with Kobe 88 with Rhodes on that 250. 11 through there. Tyler 3 tucked alongside there. The last up winner, of course, in Hamish Harwood. 51 is updated. For our lineup there, and Quade Young, the 157, just missed off there. Before him was Logan Madron. 2 non-finishes last time of Tyler Steiner and Joseph Andrell. I'd have seen the 11 Honda of Tyler's along that start line. Didn't spot Joseph's. Hopefully he's okay. Shout out Joseph. We haven't had a chance to catch up. Always a neat guy that we like to have a chat to during a race meeting. Ward Demolition, the demolition experts of New Zealand, available all around the globe. Shout out to extraordinary team manager extraordinaire in Wellington there, the mighty Jerry, leading a great crew, doing some huge work, whether it be on the wharfs or in the CBD area. Ward Demolition making a better tomorrow by cleaning up the rubbish of yesterday. Is that the way we want to work demolition? As you know, and now demolition works, they were sort of one-off kind of works years ago, but now we're realising that, first of all, our standard of construction wasn't as great. Unfortunately, being on a terra firma like New Zealand and the Shaky Isles, we've had a few earthquakes that have caused us havoc. Plus the fact, of course, now we want to redevelop what we put as a 2-storey building on some prime land years ago. We now want to put a multi-storey building on it. So now with one and building with the new, whatever it is, it's demolition. It's Ward Demolition. Proud to be building a new future for New Zealand. Bring it on. Shout out to the Ward family. Great supporters of motocross. Here we go. 1-2-1 for the Coopstar. Mr. Cody. Oh, Carnage back on the corner. Who's down? Oh, JCR. Josh is down. So too with 2 others. Oh, and I've clipped those. Oh, Hayden down. Oh, bummer. Absolute shocker there. So 15 for Hayden. Hayden Smith's gone down. That's 2 motos in a row. When you do it on the first lap like that, you've got one hell of a road back. And with JCR down in there as well. So bad luck to John. He got caught on the tyres on the inside. I get the idea that he didn't even get round the corner. I just wonder whether that might have been the dust cloud, because that has been so volatile and pretty tricky. See those riders getting around that first corner. They have really struggled with that, and why wouldn't you when you've got the creme de la creme of New Zealand riders all trying to get through the funnel at once, and with the power that those bikes are putting on, they're kicking up a storm, and the dry sand has turned into dust and making the vision very tricky indeed. Here we go. I'm winding it up all the way through, and Hamish Harwood to go. 1-2-1 for Cody Cooper outside of 88 and Brodie Connolly on the two-stroke. 5 to go with Ethan Marnes, 51 on the inside, 11 on the outside, with the 14 there of Kobe Burke, along with 909 Nick Saunders, 23 and Josiah Natsky up there, 394 for Richard Horn, spot in the traffic, 257, 157. Looking back here to Josh, was he in that group? Josh would have been in there somewhere, surely. I've missed him. Let's hope he hasn't missed us. And there is Hayden Smith, who we know was last away. But never thinking that it's all over just because you've crashed out on corner number 1 and moto number 2 here. He's got an opportunity to fight back. This takes us 2/3 of the way through our racing program, the final leg of round number 2 of the 3 rounds from this next moto onwards with our MX3 field. We will be on to the final race. No break in between rounds 2 and round 3. No break. So MX3, you are up next and ready to rock. Beautiful sun here, enjoying it. Down to our polos and short sleeve. Certainly fantastic to feel that sun and enjoy the weather here today. The negative of it, of course, drying the track out and making that sand a little bit light and dusty. And as you heard from the report from James there, loving it. Soft on top but hard underneath, so quite a tricky sand. It makes a very slippery surface because you're not talking about the same intensity of the sand going all the way. There we are, 3. Hamish Harwood for CML KTM. Now with the 1-2-1 of Cody Cooper on the Honda. 88 Brodie Connolly on the 252 stroke. Running with those big boys. 1, 2 and 3. Now 4, 5 Ethan Marnes on the Bridgestone Kawasaki. 11 for Tyler Steiner. Outside of the 23 Josiah Natsky. 51 by 14. There's 6 for Josh. There he goes. Yes. 909 and Nick Saunders with 394. Richard Horn along with 51. This time that is Quade Young spotting our 18 in there of Hayden Smith. He's gone past 2 in the last lap. He's nowhere near last now. So good work by Hayden Smith. Might be crashing it and bashing it a little bit, unfortunately, but he's showing a good recovery. Made the mistake while taking the lead earlier on, taking second place earlier on in that first moto. Had to fight back and got himself back to either 5th or 7th place. And here he is now going for number 1, going for that whole shot. Missed it, went down in a crash, last away. So a big recovery to make. Well, 3 and Hamish Harwood, the CML KTM man on the KTM SX 450F, along with 121 Honda Hotshot Cody Cooper. Now from 88 Husqvarna's Brodie Connolly on the 250. 252 strokes up into MX1 field now, of course. 5 and Ethan Marnes along with 23 Josiah Natsky, the 2 Kawasaki racers with 11 Tyler Steiner. 6 for Josh Coppins already in there. 51 and 14. Now looking out to 909, the 51 of Quade Young or Joseph Andrell. I've got those 251s. I think that has been K though, so we might be able to get confirmation otherwise. There's the other 51. That one is Joseph, I think. So there's our 2 number 51s and Joseph, the second one back there. 257 for Scott Davies and the 157 of Logan Madron. Well, I love watching this man because he's just right up on that edge, that Daytona lip right up there, just powering it all the way through. Both feet on the pegs, the power is on. You can hear that by the sound of the engine. Driving through all their... just magic to watch 88 for Brodie. 2 strokes. There's a slightly different characteristic in the way using the power and riding the bike. 5 to go. 23, there they are, the 2 Bridgestone Kawasaki teammates with the upper hand at the moment, going to Ethan. A little bit more 450 experience. Josiah, of course, the new kid on the block as far as 450s are going, but Hayes loving it and doing well. And without the 250 being race prepared, doing the right thing, because that's the bike that he's been racing on more rather than hopping on a brand new 250. Not the kind of event that you want to ride that you've never been on the bike before. So good call, and to tell you what, making himself pretty proud as well. I would say that the 250 class would have been, the MX2 at that would have been really distinctive, because I think put Josiah in amongst those boys and he might have come out with the upper hand. But he's certainly doing a lot for his riding maturity by taking on the 450 in this MX1 lineup today. Well, 16 riders and all, but we've got class written all over this one with a capital letter, that's for sure. Yeah, 3 to race. Hamish Harwood, 121, Cody Cooper. KTM, the orange versus the red of the Honda. They're the only two in the picture. They're the only two in our look as we head south and look coming up towards the lap score line. There we are with the 88 of Brodie Connolly. So first, stretching out from second, stretching out from third, stretching out from fourth. Here's the two Kawasaki's, 5 from 23. Nothing between these two boys. So Ethan and Josiah going past the green machines. Outside of 11, Tyler Steiner, and 6, Josh Cobbins. Josh making the marks after being second last away with a terrific start. He's got Tyler inside. He's going for the big Daytona boom. Right up high on the corner, coming down off the top side, but he's got the momentum to go past and does so. Josh Cobbins into the, well, not into the lead of that battle, but moving up another place after being second last after going down on the whole shot corner. With our two number 51s just using our Aristocrat Services A and B transponded team here to get a confirmation. Certainly it is Quade. He's in 9th place. Joseph back there in 14th. With Quade, a lot more big bike experience. Joseph is a lightweight pocket rocket. He is generally specialising in a 125. Can certainly run in the top 10 in New Zealand MX 125 racing. Hopping on the bigger two-stroke here today, and now getting a very good ride for that 14th place in a field dominated by 450s and dominated by the who's who of motocross. Josh Coppins moving up. Bike 6 is place 6, all right, from being back in 15th. He's certainly made a mark and gone past half the field. He's gone past Scott Davies, Logan Madram, Joseph Andrell, Donovan Ward, Richard Horn, Nick Saunders, Quade Younga, and Kobe Burke, now Tyler Steiner. So he's done a lot of overtaking. The man who went down as well and who was last away, and that was Hayden Smith. He's gone from last, which is 16th, to 9th. So good work, and he's just moved up over the last lap, getting past Quade Young. He's now got Kobe Burke in his sight to maybe try and get up one more. So there you have the fight back, as we call it, by those two riders, down but not out. Well, camera shot focuses again there on JCR himself, Mr. Josh Cobbins of Josh Cobbins Racing. And Josh taking a, I suppose you'd call it almost an untimely visit, because he's generally been getting the team set up for the new 2021 race season at his base in Motueka, and also getting ready for the big South Island meeting of the year, the Michael Godfrey, next weekend, but realising that he wants to keep this class company, keep his own personal fitness up, and as an ambassador for Yamaha, just keep it out there. So a quick trip through here with his lovely wife Amy as well. So welcome on board for the congratulatory news of an addition to the Coppins household. So thoroughly looking forward to that March next year. Great news for Amy and Josh. All right, here we go now. Back to our moto. Harwood in place. Then we go to Cooper ahead of Connolly, Netsky, Martins, and this man, bike 6 is place number 6 for Super Josh in a field. Had he got the good start, could have been this man fighting it for out in front. He was in the top 2 for quite some time in the earlier moto before he faded. Remembering he's doing the double of classes with the vets as well. So doing 6 motos today is really going to test him. And this one certainly won't be easy. Just get the idea that he's not too aggressive out there at the moment. He wants longevity, and he wants to be able to get some good stamina and build up ready for next weekend, because he'll be going hard. He'll want to put his name once again on that prestigious Michael Godfrey trophy, which he has in the past. But I tell you what, when he's got some good riders around him, it will be fantastic. I think we've got Josh Cobbins, Reese Carter, Cody Cooper. Wow, up against local hometown hero and Justin McDonald. What a weekend we're in store for at the Godfrey next weekend. Bring it on, that's all I can say. Thoroughly looking forward to that. We'll do 4 days of work and then do the what I call the midnight madness of driving through the middle of the night and be down in Canterbury ready to set up and get Turbo Sound up and fired up for a fantastic 2 days. Loving it. We'll also have a separate PA. I'll be calling the mini motocross feature final for the MGMMX as well, the Michael Godfrey Memorial Motocross. So thoroughly looking forward to next weekend, all on with the Christchurch Off-Road Motorcycle Club. So check it out, more details. Hopefully a total easement of COVID lockdown, and we'll have the ability to have an open crowd rather than a controlled crowd. But anyway, that's politics, so we won't worry about that. We just make the most of it. We'll still have some spectators, but we'll be in a controlled environment of isolated groups of no more than 100. We can do it. We've proved it this weekend. We're certainly seeing we can do it with other events like the rugby and others. So we can do it in motocross like all sports. After all, we're no different to a school, are we? Generally a whole lot of younger people having a great time with our sport. Motocross, bring it on. If you've got a taste for it, want to know more, follow an event near you. Check out the MNZ calendar events, Motorcycle New Zealand, and you'll be able to find events. And, well, what do we'll quickly go through our calendar. Next weekend, Michael Godfrey. Following weekend, New Zealand TTs at Taupiri. Jumping to the next weekend, KTM New Zealand Sand Champs at Motowiti. We go to 2 weeks later, the Labour weekend at Taupo. The following week to New Zealand Mini Champs at North Harbour. We go the following weekend into the New Zealand Vets and Women's Championships in Gore. So, man, oh man, we're going to be doing some miles and doing a heap of travelling. So we effectively, in the period of 10 days, are going to go from Palmerston North to North Auckland, back to Palmerston, down to Gore and back. So there'll be more time spent driving than there will be sleeping. But it will be all in the aid of this fantastic sport that we love and are passionate about. More details, feel free to check it out. See, these guys have been doing a real moto just as well, and I'll tell you what, there's not too many that'll be saying, can you put the white flag out later? Many of them will be saying, now. They'll be hanging out, because many of a club event, of course, is lower key, so it doesn't have the level of competition, and also it has less duration of racing. So these guys are doing a longer moto here today, in excess of 10 laps. They are absolutely feeling it. And I got that idea. I went to Brownie before and said, how you feeling, Brownie? And he said, actually not too bad, he thought. And gives them a good opportunity just to gauge that how the body's coping. Hopefully he'll be riding for PookieMX.com at the Battle of the Clubs. Bring it on, Taupo. Labour weekend Friday, Battle of the Clubs. Unfortunately, it was COVID killed during the winter when it's normally on, but it's going to be back and held on a Friday. And it is exactly that, a Battle of the Clubs. And that's where we've got clubs coming together with a 6-rider team, 3 juniors and 3 seniors, and trying to get the most aggregate of points to be the winners. So we'll find out. Our reigning champions, and I just have to think off the seat of my pants. Cambridge, I think, forfeited, didn't they? Oh, gibbers, that's a bit naughty, Neil. Can't remember where we are. Christchurch Off-Road, we're in the top 3. Manua 2 were in the top 3. Who was the number 1? Yeah, that's left me blank, so my apologies on that one. But hey, we've got Taupo, multi-times winner. We've had Rotorua, we've had Pukekohe, we've had Cambridge, and Oh, anyway, it's the Penny Holmes trophy that we're contesting, so thoroughly looking forward to that. All right, 6 for Super Josh. He's moved in front of Ethan. So there we go. So that's another place change that he did. Has he gone in front of Josiah? No, in fact, Josiah's gone in front of Brody. There you go. So Josh is up to 6, Brody at 4th, Josiah at 3, Cody 2, and Hamish number 1 again. So great to see. Yeah, all the way. 14 for Kobe Boot. What a standout rider he's been today, riding 125 and 250 two-stroke motocross. 125 to win the 125 class after 2 legs. And as a 250, doing very well on debut here. So great to watch. White flag all the way. 3 to go. There's Hamish. There's your race leader. .909 with Nick. There we are, 121. Wow, that gap first and second now. That is huge. That is huge. Hamish Harwood, what a dominant performance here today. Cody will certainly know, and it won't be a worry to him. It won't be a worry because he'll know he can build up in time for the Nationals. He'll go in as a favourite, as he always appears to do. Without our visiting Australians, it may be a little different this year. Who knows what's happened to our borders by February and March next year. Oh, I tell you what, Brody is out. Brody's there, and he's after it. He's there, and he's after it. Look at that. Josh not giving up. He's unseated. Brody Connolly pushed him back. Josh has gone to 4th place from 15th place to 4th place. So Hamish Howard, Cody Cooper, Josiah Netsky, Josh Cobbins, Brody Connolly, Ethan Martins, Hayden Smith. Hayden up into 7th as well. What a ride from that man who was in last place, as you recall, on the big FC 450 today. So great ride from Hayden, by the way. The ex-Hayden Smith 2020 model race bike for sale in the pits there. Check it out. The LMC Husqvarna 250. One of the great things, I remember when I was buying used bikes for my kids to ride, I'd like to buy race team bikes because they were the best prepared. People say, oh, but they've been thrashed. No, they've actually been better prepared than the average bike. I've always believed in that. Love a good race team bike. So good to see. There we are. Number 3 to do it again. Hamish Harwood along with 121. Here we are for the rest of the field to come through. But what about those other battles? Sorting out the minor Monday. Here we are here for the Coop start. That is 2nd place. So well done for Cody. 121 and Cody. He'll get the 2nd. So 3 by 121. And looking back, we'll get the next best of them. There's the 23. Good ride now for Josiah. Josiah getting that 3rd place. Josiah Natsky. Great ride. 31, here's the 6 of Josh, so Josh getting up there as well to still hold out the 88 of Brody Connolly, so that's your top 5. What a moto, fantastic to see. MX1 at its best. All right, so you'll just have some expert comments here from Nico. What do you think, Nico?
Good work, Josiah, Brody, Josh.
I like that. Yeah, exactly, as it was too, from Nico. Good work. Thanks, Nico, for sharing your chips with me for tea last night, mate. You're a good sport. Luckily, he wasn't hungry because I was. It's very rude to eat more chips than the kids do out of a chips kids bowl. But thanks, Nico. Enjoyed your tea, sharing your tea with you. Thank you. Well, those guys will have their tongues hanging out, and I'm being polite about it. Why? Because this is early season. These guys are nowhere near at peak performance. This is one of the early forerunners of events on our national scene. Of course, they'll be 5 weeks away. Daylight saving starting. We're only a week away. This time next week we'll be in daylight saving. So counting our sleeps from here. So nice to see. Only 7 to go before we're daylight saving. Oh, we're going to love that, aren't we? Absolutely love that. As we talked about with MX1, no break on the program. Well, to our MX3 class now. Apologies for missing the start of that. Man had to tame those tonsils. They needed a good drowning, and hopefully the voice to hold out. We've been in a 6-month hiatus, just done a couple of low-key events. Hasn't been anything super exciting or strenuous, but having last called a major event back in March of this year prior to lockdown. We've now been on our second full day of full-on. Certainly starting to take its toll, but anyway, a couple of sleeps, a bit of lubrication, and some tonsil taming juice will be ready to fire up again, I'm sure. All right, back to this race. Richard Sutton ahead of Caleb Livesey from Daryl King, going to Josh Waddell, Jaden McAloon. Remembering Jaden leading the last one, had a crash and then had to pull out the moto. Ben Lawson, Sam Stevens, along with Harrison Giselle. Shane Robinson back a little bit in this one. We're ahead of AJ Steiner, Darius Cooper. Go to Michael Carter, David de Klerk, Blake Giselle. Then with Jacob Smith, Stuart Johnson. We're up to 17th place now, by the way. Jack Lilburn, Ryan McGuinness, Jay Johnson, Corey Grouch, Alex McDonald, and Carlos Borri. So that's your field of 22 riders for our MX3 field. So 2 strokes, 4 strokes, 125s, 250s, 350s, 450s, various bikes, and of course a lot of different manufacturers as well. But all riding effectively the support class of our senior program. And Richard Sutton, he was able to get the win last time, and he's taken that quite positively and leads from the front in this one. Number 64 is Richard Sutton ahead of 158 Caleb Livesey from the 21 of Daryl King on the yellow bike, with 790 Josh Waddell, 151 Jaden McAloon, with 299 Ben Lawson, 96 Sam Stevens. Well, the Kawasaki Sand Track, our fabulous venue here, has got a separate mini track used yesterday for our kids, well in excess of 100 entries for that. Proud to be back. Another, what are we, 6 weeks away to, 6 weeks away to our New Zealand mini motocross champs, staged by the North Harbour Club. That'll be at Makarao, just north of Kalkopakapa on the coastal highway, northwest of Auckland. And it is an amazing facility because it's literally in the middle of nowhere. You think you're so isolated and long wave. If you went up in a helicopter about 100 metres, I presume you could get a sky shot looking back at the Sky Tower. But where we are, up on the hill, in the ranges, in amongst the native bush, beautiful setting on this lovely rolling country. It is a fantastic venue, so thoroughly looking forward to it. New Zealand Mini Champs, hosted by the North Harbour Mini Club. Unfortunately, the champs were due to be hosted by the Central Otago Club. We're going all the way to beautiful Cromwell. But due to COVID and the opportunity that they couldn't get an event prepped in time, they forfeited the event. And we'll be going, hopefully, to Cromwell in 2021 for the New Zealand Mini Champs. We've been to Invercargill in the past, so going to Cromwell wasn't too bad. So thoroughly looking forward to them having the, I suppose you'd say, the positiveness of an environment whereby they're able to host an event whereby there was so much uncertainty around COVID, and the risk factor too great as to whether or not they would be having an event run with already doing the financial outlay. So there we go. Well, Ebbett Holden, Ebbett Nissan have grown and grown and grown. Not just 2 marques, but now 5. Marquees of the highest calibre, including Kia, Volkswagen and MG, have joined the Nissan and Holden franchises in one mega business, Ebbett Pukekohe. Whether you're living anywhere in the area from Northland to Rodney to west to east to Coromandel to Bay of Plenty to the Waikato, you're all within an hour and a bit of this fantastic business. If you're looking for a motor vehicle, why to go to someone who doesn't support the sport? This is Ebbett Pukekohe, ploughing plenty back, whether it be the Auckland Champs, whether it be the Sand Prix, that name above the event every time. Ebbett Pukekohe, Ebbett Pukekohe. If you're looking for a car, a news car, if you're looking for something for friends or family, if you're wanting to say, if somebody asks you, where would you recommend going? Go to the people that are trusted, go to the people that are true. More importantly, free parking, no traffic lights, easy to find, lovely people. Ask for Ross Shepherd by name and you won't be disappointed. Everybody needs a car and you can get one as well. Remember the name Ebbett Pukekohe, the mark of excellence, proud to be Pukekohe. 09 237 0710. You don't have to remember a phone number these days, you've just got to remember the name, Ebbett Pukekohe. Proud to be behind this event. We love them, you will as well. Ask Cody Cooper, he loves them, he gets his support vehicle from them. In this day and age, when you look at those brands, you've got, with Holden, you've got the fantastic Colorado, you've got the legendary Commodore, you've got the Cruise, you've got plenty of other choice there. Nissan, you've got the Navara alongside the other brands like other models like the Duke, like the Qashqai. We've got the Trail, love those Nissan Trails. They're a real SUV. They're solid, they've got a chassis as well, so they're beautiful. What about the Kia brand, the Korean excellence of the Korea brand? Have you seen that Stinger? We've finally got a real sports car available in New Zealand. They look beautiful. MG, an SUV at under 18,000 plus on-road cost, $799.90, $17,999 plus on-road. You'll have it going on the road, registered Warrant of Fitness, looking beautiful, under $20,000, and that would be, what, a third of the average, it's probably more than a third of the average wage. You're getting a car for a third of the spend. That's effectively, almost giving them away. I can't believe it. It is so cheap, and you're getting a quality mark like MG. It just doesn't compute. No wonder Ross says they're starting to go out the door, and his words are flying out of the place. So great to see. And of course, put to that together the fantastic Volkswagen. What about the new T-Roc? What about the Touareg? What about the fact that, of course, you've also got the vans from Volkswagen, like those magnificent crafters. They are beautiful. So much choice, you've got to love it. So no matter what the vehicle you want, a small commute, an SUV, a van or a ute, they've got you covered. 5 marks of excellence from Ebbett Pukekohe. It is Holden, it is Nissan, it is Kia, it is Volkswagen, it is MG. 5 creme de la creme from only one name. All you have to remember, Ebbett Pukekohe, Ebbett Pukekohe. Proud to be behind our racing. All right, MX3 still watching out on our race screen for us. And Caleb Livesey has come up to take the glory. Head of Daryl King, Richard Sutton back the third. In there with Jaden McAlone, Josh Waddell, along with Sam Stevens, Ben Larson and Shane Robinson, hanging on to an 8th place and only just. White flag for these guys. A symbol of 1 lap to go. Well, a welcome relief for these guys. In fact, what we've got to do here, we'll actually see the riders literally accumulate after the race. Their transponder will be removed. That's been the device used to record their result here today. That we've removed as they go back to the dummy grid and form up, have their transponder removed. Because, of course, it is effectively only rented from the club for a day. Well, when I saw on Friday that even after a couple of showers of rain that we still had to put some water down, and to realise now that it's still very dry out there, thinking surely there must be enough water from nature, but here in the greater Auckland / counties North Waikato region, still insufficient rain as water reservoirs prove that story, and we've seen it here firsthand ourselves today. Here we are, 158 and the crew to come home. Good work, Caleb. Go all the way. Loving that style. That's great moto. Excellence. Keen to talk about that one. So this is our Fox MX3 lineup here today. So Caleb, one of those not in our pre-entry list. So good effort for him as he finishes the racing. Now, I think from memory, we've had 3 races and 3 different winners. I think we've had Daryl King, Richard Sutton, and now Caleb Livesey. So I love that about racing. My view is that every race should have a different winner and would have more people enjoying our sport. So there you go. Nice one, MX3. Proves that there hasn't been any burglars in there. There hasn't been anybody that's totally out of place. Hasn't been somebody who's been playing cat and mouse or just holding back or whatever reason. They've truly been good riders, deserving of their status, and a very good MX3 lineup today. Special welcome back to DK, the legend that is Mr. Daryl King, over 50 years of age, still young at heart, still looks awesome, man. Oh man, what a body on that man. He can certainly get himself in shape, and he will quickly make an improvement on that, I'm sure, with some more mighty motocross. So on the borrow, thanks to Perry Family RMZ 450, that man is back, Mr. Daryl King. One of the great things about motocross, we're almost a COVID sport anyway, with having face masks with the goggles and the full face helmet on, so it does give an opportunity for the riders. Some of them, of course, have not quite the scarf, but certainly the band around the neck, because it just helps to keep it warm, and more importantly keep the dirt out from going down inside your shirt, so it acts as a type of face mask as well. And the fact that the officials removing the transponders, well, they've got their face masks on as well, so we're all COVID compliant here today. A nice story to catch up here with Andy today, and Andy's we've seen Andy around at plenty of events, of course, with the family in the van as well, but more importantly, Andy, 3 days before lockdown, he set up business. Holy Toledo. What's fate when it comes to setting up a business? 3 days before? So there you go. 3 days and bang into lockdown. So to Andy's Moto Services, setting up there with his base at Waiuku. Happy to support Andy. That must have been huge. I tell you what, many people would have cracked under that kind of pressure. You've left your long-time salary, your long-time job. I'm sure he would have, through that whole time, he still would have got 100% salary. And then bingo, you've got no income for that length of time. So brave move for Andy and the family, but he's happy in what he's done, and I congratulate him. So if you need some moto services with your bike, or looking for a quad with the CF Moto brand, or just doing anything small engine-wise, check him out, Andy's Moto Services there in Waiuku. So good on you, Andy. All-round nice guy for the club as well. So we appreciate the Adams family, and we're not playing on words there at all. We really are sincere about that, so good to see. All right, here we are, back with our ladies. Go Amy, number 1 NZ. Fox Gal Racer. There she goes, Amy Roberts, ahead of Kimberly Cheatham. Well, what I'm saying here today, folks, is Pookie have set the standard. Yes, indeed. I think it's given a whole lot of people a breath of fresh air. There'll be a lot of people from the outside looking in saying, hey, we're running motor events. How are we doing it? Well, Pookie Club wanted to do it. So, folks, their words are, how do we make it work? They want to follow the rules. It's not about rebels. It's far from it. It's about we understand we're the part of the team of 5 million as well. We want to get out there and make it happen. So they've been able to do it. Isolate the pits, man. They've been so stringent on adhering to the rules. I think it's just absolutely awesome. So well done, Pookie MX. The isolated pits, the isolated spectators, the bubbles, the face mask, the handshaking, the tracing as well. So doing it whether it's on manual or having their own QR code. They're a business, an event, a place just like a coffee shop or any other retail outlet down the road. So great to see. Well done, Pookie MX. And thanks to Motorcycle New Zealand, to the board and to Motocross Commissioner Ray Broad for helping to make it happen as well. Guys, congratulations. You need to be doing this, and we've done it well. Certainly turned a few heads today. People said, don't know how to do it. Believe it or not, there's actually some people who've been quite against it and haven't turned up here. At least that's people's personal feelings, and we don't take any slight on that whatsoever. More importantly, though, for those that want to make it happen, we can make it happen safely. And if there's those that don't want to be here because they still feel there's a risk factor, then that's fine. Well, speaking about fine, here we are with our ladies lineup in their last race of the day. Somewhat diluted field. I think we've lost one or two of the ladies in this one by the looks of things. So Amy again didn't have the best in Moto number 1. Certainly getting it together now though in Motos 2 and 3. Looking out for her, hasn't got the number one bike, number one number on the bike, just because it's the easiest number to print. She's got it because she deserves it. She is number 1 NZ. Amy Roberts winning a title last year in Central Hawke's Bay, going to Gore for 2020. In fact, those the women's and vets was actually and came up on my Facebook diary for last week, was the 12-month anniversary. It's being held a bit later in the first weekend of November this year, down there in beautiful Gore region, northern Southland. We were last there for a major national championship for motocross in 2000, so it's been 20 years on that occasion. The New Zealand Senior Motocross Nationals won on the day. Our 2 premier classes by Corey Sargent and Kawasaki's general manager, who's here today supporting the Kawasaki team, Mr. Mike Cotter. So good memories of that year with Gore and Mosgiel, the 2 clubs that staged it. Speaking about Otago, super sad news of what we've heard today. So our thoughts with everybody involved in that, and I'm sure there'll be some more information to come out over the next days and hours about that. God bless. God bless. All right, back to the action as we hold the tears back and continue to talk and work about making moto this fantastic sport that we know and love. Sky Sport Next, we've been able to get onto these YouTube channels and tell everybody about it. A lot of people have thought, oh, it's Sky Sport, I've got to have a Sky Sport subscription. No, you don't. There'll be a link created for the event. That is on the page in this stage, MNZ and the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club. It is effectively YouTube. You can get on your phone, you can get on your tablet, you can get on your computer. If you've got internet connection, you can be watching this, and you can go back and get it as well, folks. You can go back and get it. It's not just about today, it's about tomorrow. You can be at this event and say, oh, I want to go back and look at those races. For example, in my cases, I go back and want to critique, might have been doing it for 30 odd years, but want to critique my commentary. So we'll go back and listen to a race and think, oh no, that wasn't the right thing to say, or no, I like that new line we've come up with. But hey, we can all use it. Riders, you can look at it from your riding point of view and say, man, I looked a bit average through there. I wonder how I can get some technique to do that. So you can go to Carter Coaching and say, how do I get fast around corners? That's what I want to do the most. I can get fast. I can be out of the gate as quick as the New Zealand champion. We want to get around those corners better. And how do we ride in sand? So getting an opportunity with Carter Coaching or any of the other recognised coaching establishments and learn more about it. Carter Coach are also being involved in those awesome new Blue Crew kids camps. Talk about getting excited for those. Want to see if I can muscle my way into one of those and just see what's going on. One in my home region in the Manawatu in January next year. We'll see if we can shuffle down there and just see what's happening. I want to see kids having fun on bikes. I've just loved the bike scene for years, and there's no better way than seeing families united by motorcycles. And that's exactly what we'll see at Blue Crew Kids Camps. They're not about racing, by the way, they're about riding. So throw the racing part away, they're about riding. You could call it going round in circles, going along the straights, call it what you like, ride around 3 different tracks for different abilities. Then you get some coaching, then you'll get some workshop hints, you'll get some nutrition hints. You just generally be having fun. IME, Event Management, are going to run it brilliantly, along with JCR and Yamaha, Revs Your Heart. So check them out. The Blue Crew Kids Camp coming to a neighbourhood near you, including Bay of Plenty, Waikato, Manawatu, Canterbury and Southland, and they're just the first 5 on the radar. There'll be plenty more to come through, so tell your friends about it. Hey, no better excuse. The next one, in fact, at Metatar is going to be in the school holidays. How's that, the middle weekend of the school holidays? You don't get better than that. So you've already got the kids out of school. They've had a bit of a disrupted year anyway. Middle weekend of the school holidays, so we're going to go on a holiday. Why don't we go on a moto? And know as well that you can hire camper vans cheap at the moment. I love that story. So get a cheap camper van and go in there, so you've got a place to set up as a base here. You might want to sleep there as well. It's only a couple of nights away. That part's the easy bit. So spend a couple of nights and have a whole lot of fun. You'll love it. Kids camps have been around for years, but for the first time, Yamaha getting seriously involved in promoting them more than the others have done, and they've certainly got a clear mission about what they want to achieve. So more details, get the pamphlets, so get all the information, talk to your Yamaha dealer, talk to JCR. Josh is here today. Amy or Virginia, they can help you out. So maybe it's something that you say you want to buy for your grandkids. You want to send your grandkids along here. They'll need some adult or paternal support as well. But it's something that you can say, well, as a family, I'd like to pay for them to go on it. maybe we could start to see a fundraiser. Somebody's going overseas or looking to have an event. They might want to get some Blue Crew tickets for that and then raffle them off, because everybody would love to have a free Blue Crew kids camp, wouldn't they? Go ladies, go ladies, go ladies all the way. Women in motocross, we love it. All the best to Courts. Courtney Duncan hitting on the mainstream world scene again in the next few weekends. 2 events down. She's got a 5-point lead. Hasn't been racing for 6 months. 6 months since the last event, but ready to come back with another 3 events, including the finish in Turkey. So all the best to Courts, and we know we'll be out there and ready to go again. All right, 151 out there again with Kimberly. She won the first race, second in the second, but second in the third will give her potentially that second overall. Anything still to happen in the dying stages. Never over till it's over. Well, here we are. Go, 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 girls. Well done. Yes, indeed. A wrap to our women's motocross class here today with our super ladies, as we've got Amy just finishing in there at the moment. We had George just in front of her. So congratulations today, Amy Roberts, Kimberly Cheatham, and George Swift, Brianna Roberts, Amy Corsten, Summer Perrin, Jasmine Smith. Didn't see Nikita out there. In fact, with her exit off the track from that last one, maybe a non-starter. But anyway, good to have the quality of these ladies that we've enjoyed today. Two great events coming in, particularly over the next 4 months for women. Well, I'll add 3 to it, actually. I'll add 3 because women's racing at Taupo is fantastic. So the women's class at Taupo for Motorfest over Labour Weekend. 2 weeks later to the New Zealand Women's Champs in Gore. And 4 weeks after that to the Kings and Queens, the excellent women's focused event in Rotorua in December. Well, there they are, 3 to go, 3 to go. Superstar Mr. James Scott doing it all again. Well, time out and back live, loud and proud on air as well. Just an opportunity. All of a sudden you think, oh, this thing's ticking along nicely, and realising that, of course, we're all in another kind of a bubble here at the moment. There's no local power on the grid where we are, so generating power to keep our communications alive and well, and that for the Sky Sport Next team. So time to top up the generator, all part of a day's work in between our racing updates. So here we are, this MX125 and MX2 field. Here we go, number 3 superstar, Mr. James Scott, showing us which way's the winning way once again. Good start, looking out for Broadsen behind him, the 88 of Brodie Connolly on that 152 stroke. Back then, 901 in the traffic. Looking to 28, Jack Dunlop, 144, and Tyler Brown on the Mr. Motorcycles, KTM SX 250, talking to Super Dad Craig before, saying that Tyler had a fall in each of the previous 2 races. I was thinking, in my mind, as a junior on a 125, and you're holding your own, that's great. But having a fall on the 250 in the first major event, there is really nothing wrong with that. You would not say anything bad about it. Why do I say that? Yes, falls are mistakes, but they're learnings as well. And he'll learn so much from that and realise, mate, a bigger, heavier bike, what have I got to do? Have I got to train harder? I've got to change my technique, or just watch what I'm doing? Whatever's the outcome, there'll be some learnings to come from it. So, Tyler Brown, don't take it that it's been a bad day when you've crashed a couple of times. More importantly, he's got up, he's carried on racing, he's survived it, and he should be on the podium at the end of the day for a great result as well. Man, I thought he's been exceptional today, so well done to Tyler. Outside of the podium placing with a 6th in that last one, but he got in top 5 for the first one, and hopefully with some consistency here should be good. Remembering Yanni Emerson Ray, we were raving about Yanni earlier in the day, had a fantastic 3rd place Moto 1, dropped back to a 7th last time. So starting to feel the effects of a tough day at the office. 139 for Keegan Ryder, pulling out the moto. That allows the number 3 to get another clear lap in and lead out in the front. Huge, look at the must. Oh, amazing advantage, huge. All right, 88 for Brodie Connolly in 2nd place. A little bit like our women's class here, where the rider that won the first race got 2nd in the next 2. Well, we had it for Kimberly. Won race 1, then went second. In this race, Brodie won the first race and then has gone 2nd and in 2nd place at the moment. Not over yet though. 14 for Kobe Burke. Loving Kobe's riding here today. He's gone 1-1 and should be a 1-1-1 to take the top 3. We've taken an opportunity to enjoy the sun, enjoy this weather. We're out literally sitting at trackside here to get a real feel of the event. I can tell you, when these 250s go past, it makes your body vibrate. There is so much power resonating from those machines that you really do feel the thump of them as they go past. They thump the ground, and that's how hard as they're hitting as well. And they're also thumping the air with the power as they go past. So an amazing feeling. You'd think you wouldn't get it from a 40, 50 horsepower motorcycle, but you certainly can. All right, 234, 158 in amongst the item known well. Chase Hunter and Brandon Hoskins, the 2 riders under the radar kind of MX125 kids, but doing pretty damn well, I reckon. In the sand for the Ebbett Pukekohe Sand Prix as we look out for the number 3 going past again. The incredible James Scott, the Oparel flyer, doing another great job in his brand new role with Honda, the first official major event on the Honda race team for this new bright and exciting star. 88, Brodie Connolly out of LMC, Husqvarna race team for New Zealand. 28, and Jack Dunlop, much better from Jack. He's got better as the day's gone on. Feeling the effects of wintertime blues, a little bit about motocross, but also the fact that he's enjoyed his rugby. And he's had a little bit of a hand injury through his rugby. So he's been playing a little bit of catch-up here today. But one of the unique features, he's come solid and through at the end of the day. So good work, Jack. Welcome back after a reasonable lengthy time off the bike. But certainly still more in store for that man in New Zealand motocross, I believe. Hopefully he's still got the initiative to do it. He's a young working man now. Apprenticeship Drain Lang, one of those sort of kind of under the radar industry trades from years gone by, but now very much celebrated and saluted. If you're a quality machine operator and you've got drain laying as well, of course, for example, to do wastewater and stormwater, you've got to be a certified tradesman or have somebody in the crew. So straight away, there's your trade worth something. And there's a lot associated with our 3 waters now that drain layers are playing an intricate part in our water industry. So drain laying, once upon a time, just a dirty boy's job, but now a truly recognised quality trade for our people that are, you know, a good machine operator and a good tradesman. You're talking about earning $30 an hour. So great to see that. Well, more than that, and if you're in the Auckland CBD, of course, you get the idea, but still a very good and respected trade. And if you're good on machinery and get your own business, man, nothing better than a bloke on a digger or a bobcat doing great work. Of course, once you're a drain layer, you can then start to do site development or driveways or paths or other work, whether it be demolition or anything. A quality operator worth gold. One of my other favourite events to call each year is the New Zealand Excavator Operator Competition. A shout out to our mates from Civil Contractors NZ and CBNZ that certainly put together some great events, and we thoroughly enjoy those. We unfortunately missed out on the New Zealand Excavator Operator 2020, so we'll have to wait for 2021. But looking forward to being part of that again. Also, it's part of the Mystery Creek Field Days, which again were another COVID victim. But all round, looking forward to being back on the contracting scene. Love it. Blokes and diggers, they are absolute craftsmen. They're not just a good machine operator, they are a craftsman, a tradesman of the highest calibre. Excavator operators, great to watch, and some very good ones in our country. Yeah, go all the way through to race it. There it is. Yes, indeed. Blasting it through there. And James Scott, he came right out here next to my commentary position. He was probably only about 2 metres away when he went past, and he's right white. It's actually a very good line. It's as if he might have sprayed me in dirt, but I know why he chose it, because it's actually smoother. It's out of the corrugations, it's out of the rough, it's out of the craters, it's out of the mountains. 88 now, and Brodie Connolly 2-3-4, getting to go fast and past. Chase Hunter 28, and Jack Dunlop, that very good third placing again. 12 to go, 14 in behind him, 12 for Dylan Westgate. Dylan Westgate, yeah, out there with Kobe. Dylan can do a lot of learning with having somebody like Dylan around him. So Dylan and Nick Westgate, the two Westgate boys, really starting to get into their own in motocross. They were definitely top end of their field going back to their 85 junior days. But once they turned up to ride on 125 and 250 bikes, they really just took a leap. It wasn't even a step, it was a leap to do a much better moto by a high quality and standard. So congratulations, guys. Love your work you've been riding. Two mighty bros out of the Waikato. So on the boil, that's for sure. All right, so James Scott, Brodie Connolly, Jack Dunlop, Riley Westgate in front of Kobe Burke, so 12 over 14. So Kobe Burke, I said before about a 1-1-1. Well, at that time he was, but he's not at the moment. But as we know, he is only literally a few split seconds off it. So potentially should come through there. We go back to Nick in the MX2 lineup. He's there in sixth place. So Dylan and Nick Westgate separated by none other than Brodie Burke. And we go to Jacob Hunt, Tyler Brown, Jan Emerson Ray, Christian Crane, Logan Madron, Tyler Cooksley, Cullen McCulloch from Brendan Hoskins, Chase Hunter with Mitchell Armstrong. Three withdrawals from the moto include Keegan Ryder, Jack Rogers and Curtis King. Bad luck to Curtis, man, he had a real chance of being on the podium as well, so disappointing there for Curtis for sure. Well, I see the Sand Prix today has actually been using a different method of point scoring. I've been talking about having 47 points, but they've been using what I call the 50 scale, which is 50 points for first, 46 for a second, 43 down to 41 and 40, and then 39 down. And what it does is it actually means that all 40 riders on the gate can actually score a point, which is certainly an advantage. The disadvantage of that system is if you have a DNF, it takes a lot more to make up for that DNF. So different kind of point scoring here today. It's a club level event, so they can, in politeness, do what they want. So Amy Roberts beating Kimberly Cheatham ahead of George Swift from Brianna Roberts, and Amy Corsten actually got up for the fifth place. So well done to Amy here today, ahead of Summer Jasmine. Unfortunately, Nikita out with those that little bit of bad luck. So there you go, an update for our women's class. But at the moment, this is our MX1 and MX 125, 3 races to go, including Vetch Junior Support and MX1. So it'll be fabulous. Here we are, time now at just 12 minutes to 3. So guesstimated finish probably all those 3 around about 3:30 to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Prize given to conclude in here, hopefully finish by around 4:30. So that won't be too bad as far as a timetable is concerned. All right, here we go. Oh, Kobe's gone back. Even Tyler Brown's got up. I think Kobe's trying a little bit too hard. He's gone the 111 today. He was looking for the 1111, but he hasn't been able to get there. And that means that he's putting that under a little bit of pressure. He's still pretty good, though. So James Scott, Brodie Connolly, then go to Dylan Westgate. He's the number 1. There's the 125's lineup. Kobe, the number 2, because the boys that have gone past him, Nick Westgate and Tyler Brown, are actually MX2 riders. So don't fear Kobe. A 112 for the day. Pretty impressive indeed. So no worries. The third MX 125 rider is Christian Crane, back in 10th place overall, ahead of Logan Madron from Tyler Cooksley, Brandon Hoskins, Chase Hunter, Keegan Ryder from Curtis King. www.mylaps.com. For those of you that have got a fascination and interested to know more about our sport, one thing I would encourage, Aristocrat Services are the licensed A&B operators, our timing system for this event, and you can go to MyLaps. Importantly as well, a favourite of mine is a app called Speed Hive, which is great because you can look at an event after racing. We have live timing, we use it and know it so well, but you can actually do something with it, do something by looking afterwards and going to this at the Speed Hive app. Well, certainly down in our, the confusion has been today, down in our program is 34, but on his shirt is a 36, so Nick Westgate, unfortunately Nick to pull out there. He's made a massive step up today by being in MX2 racing. His brother Dylan still back on that 125 and a chance to win this 125 class in this moto. 3 by 88, what a day for this man. Ladies and gentlemen, take a bow. Look at that. Or I should say, ladies and gentlemen, note who is taking a bow. That is the flying Brodie Connolly. Double classing today, 2 strokes galore. The 150 and the 250, the 150 in the MX2 class, the 250 in the MX1 class. 2 strokes, the underdog of racing. But he's a lightweight jockey, putting it in on a lightweight bike. So the 2 combination, an incredible rider. Brodie Connolly, the most naturally talented rider in our realm at the moment, and as a young gun, the one with the greater future, the man out of Matamata. Yes, it does matter, and he's making it matter. 28 for Jack Dunlop. Good work, Jack. Got better and stronger as the day's gone on. 14 out there for Dylan. Oh, white flag for James. Here we are back with our number 12, looking out for that. Good work, Dylan. Dylan, loving this. If you'd have said to me that he was going to beat Kobe Burke in this moto, I would not have seen that coming. So great ride, rider of the moto there for Dylan. Good work under the radar. So 125 glory. Keen just to look out for that update. Still there. Kobe's still there as well. We've got Tyler and Jack between them, but they're both MX2 riders. The good work 28 now with Jack Dunlop. And Dylan as well to be in third place. So overall, I think that's exceptional. Here we are, three to do it. Well won and well run. James Scott, hero's performance today. He's gone 2-1-1 and ends up taking the glory for the day in our MX2 lineup. Thoroughly deserved the new Honda shop hero out of Honda Racing. So congratulations, James. All these riders, I'm sure, are welcome relief. This is a big moto to be doing, and motos this time of year. These guys will be some of the forerunners for other big motos coming up, like the New Zealand TTs and MX Fest at Labour Weekend, I'm sure, because they'll have the strength to know that they can go into the spring and early summer racing by having the upper hand over their competition, who are still sitting back in the blocks ready to warm up for the year. So always good to be in this strong position at this time of the year. So great to see, and special congrats must go to Dylan Westgate for his scintillating performance in winning that 125 class, and I'm sure enough points to see him take the second overall, and we'll look forward to seeing that on the podium behind Kobe. Kobe's still going on to take the second place in the 125 class, but not the immaculate 111 as he was aiming to do, but a 112 is pretty darn good. So we've enjoyed it, hope you have as well. Cutting them down, folks, 3 motos to go. Coming up next, Vets, followed by Junior Support, followed by MX1. We saved the best till last. Stay with us for more great motocross. This is the Ebbett Pukekohe New Zealand Sand Prix, hosted by Pukekohe Motorcycle Club at pukemx.com. Pukekohe Motorcycle Club making it happen as we take a focus on the Intech cameras with our Ward Demolition start line and our super vets all there, having a wave. Good on you guys, nice to see. The 3s, the 5s, the 169s, they're all warming up, 75 in there. Good run for Big Nige, 71, 114. The 97, the 91s, their numbers are of less significance to these guys, but more importantly out there and having some fun. And 136, 150 in there. We've come right over the extreme side of the circuit, ready to go with our Vets Motocross next. Brown into the corner, yeah, Craig Brown to do it again. The Kawasaki launches Josh through there much better that time, didn't get caught up like he had in that MX1 race. So Josh Cobbins getting the cool start. He's out of the younger 35 to 44 lineup, Brownie in the older group 45 plus. So they're effectively 1-1 in the field as they're both leaders of their respective classes. The veterans split into those 2 decades of 35s to 44 and 45 plus. I don't think there's anybody out there that's in the 60 bracket. In fact, pretty sure of that. So generally when it comes to sand track racing, you won't find a lot of guys. It's not exactly an easy track out there. The 50 plus 60 or even 70-year-olds shy away from this event. This is a men's racing. This is one tough mother of a track, that's for sure. It's not called the Sand Prix for nothing. Big shout out to Scaffold Connect, erecting our quality scaffolding for the event. It's being used here by our camera positions for Sky Sport Next coverage. So thank you to Scaffold Connect. You'll see them on the ad libs of the program for our Sky Sport Next coverage. So Scaffold Connect in making 2 great scaffold positions. They've certainly given a high profile to the guys as well. I really like that, and that's why the camera shots have looked so good. It's been 3 cameras in action, a mobile one doing some of those starts and pit talks and walks, and also of course the 2 positions, one to the west side, the other to the east side, here at our mighty Kawasaki sand track. Wow, we don't see that often. Mitch Rowe pulling out, withdrawing from the moto. Mitch and his bike is going and he pulls off the track. He looks okay, his bike looks okay. Mitch does not do that. There must be something significantly wrong there. So Mitch, a victim of the day for some reason or other, and the legend pulling out of the moto. Congratulate Mitch for his great racing through the 2019-2020 NZ VMX race series, where he dominated racing and took out two of the premier classes. So having a great run in some VMX vintage motocross racing, after all reliving the memories of some of his previous great races and riding machines like the Kawasaki KX500, the big massive brute of a two-stroke bike that dominated open motorcycles back in the 80s and 90s. So well done to Mitch. He has a 500 plus a 250, won those two classes through the Rock Oil VMX series for 2019 and 2020. That series culminating back in July between effectively lockdown 1 and lockdown 2. The series due to get underway in August, but it's been held back now, not getting underway till October. More details, go to nzvmx.co.nz or get on the Facebook page like 4,400 other people have, and follow what's going on. The event kick-starting again in Hawke's Bay on October the 11th. It's only 3 weeks away, so getting close and excited about some great VMX, the return of some old bikes and some of the old guys as well, but even some younger guys taking on VMX as well. So we love it, you will as well. Another great sport to follow in our family of motocross. Well, every indication where the weather forecast was to come right, it was going to be a cracker day. Didn't start out too good, still under the clouds, still under the misty rain, even a light shower at one stage. But hey, it certainly has cleared and giving us this beautiful day. Nice and warm here today. All right, 6 to go racing, doing it all again. Mr. JC and Josh Coppins. 144 and Craig Brown. These are the two guys need to remember they are 1-1 because they're two respective age groups of veterans racing. So 144 and 6. Looking back there to DK, Daryl King. .318, 157, 91, 136, 71 on the inside. Bike number 5 out there as well, Robbie Stewart. Robbie's a dairy farmer from the Bay of Plenty. Loved his motocross, man. That guy's been riding for 30 years as well. See, there's not many vets motocrossers that just decide to take up the sport. It's not as if you like doing bowls or croquet and decide, oh, I haven't, I sort of want to do a sport now that I'm doing less in my life as far as work or family or other leisure's concerned, and take it up. These guys have generally been motocrossers through and through for many years of their lives, and they're now just having a class that is social, that is less demanding than a more championship or non-championship generated field. So well done. 641, a great example of that out there. A lot of respect for that man, I can tell you, Mr. Morris Pullman. Good to see you, Morris. The T-Rail farmer, or sorry, T-Rail forester, I should say. So good on you, Morris. Here we are, 3 and 140, sorry, 6 and 144. Brownie busting out another good boom there on the Mr. Motorcycles KX450. Long-time favourite number of Brownie, and of course son Tyler used it as well. Here's DK to go past. 33 now, and Darren Capel. So Josh Coppins first, second now with Craig Brown, third Daryl King, fourth Darren Capel. I think the 91 of Matt Binding might be the next one up there, and Matt's one of the younger guns. 3 out of the 4 riders we talked about in that quartet are actually all from the older class, 45 plus. Josh is the young one in amongst them. 2005 he was world number 2 in motocross, did it again in 2007, the year he should have won. A lot of should haves in life and racing, Scott, plenty of them, that's for sure. But He had a 107-point lead in the championship with 4 rounds to go, five rounds to go. 107 points has been one of the greatest winning margins in the history of world motocross. He was absolutely dominating the competition on the Rinaldi Yamaha that year. He was so good. And then a malfunction, brake let down on one of the biggest downhills circuit in the Czech Republic called Lockett. And unfortunately had a super bad crash, dislocated his shoulder, and the rest, they say, is history. Could not come back and ride and get any further points. And the man who won that year, taking nothing away from him, did not actually win a motocross all year, but was super consistent with so many other riders having highs and lows. He did not win one race, and yet he won the world title. So Josh still ended up second, but it wasn't enough to be number one. Sad story. Still almost brings a tear to the eye to talk about it, but hey, that's how sport has been with motorsport for many years. If we just knew always who was going to win, would you even go to sport thinking, oh, well, here's 6 riders, they'll be first, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Oh, let's just write it down and we'll go and play some lawn bowls. You know what I mean? That's what motorsport is. It's that X factor. What's going to happen? Is it rider? Is it mechanical? Is it team? Is it club? So many other determining factors. Is it track? Is it person? Oh. Tell you what, the bikes of today, much better than the bikes of yesterday. We had a higher attrition rate many years ago. But the bikes of today are much more reliable and efficient. Here we are, Super 6. Here he goes, Mr. Josh Gobbins. Hopefully to be a Sir Josh one day. I won't get ahead of myself there, but you get the idea. It's the mentor that the man deserves. $300 plus. There's our 250 on board, Craig Stevens. Kawasaki. 150 to go past, along with the 114 out there of Wayne Cheatham. So well done to Wayne, 641 of Morris Pullman. Here's the 16 of DK. Oh, he's actually been listed as 21. Can't even see the numbers on his bike. Doesn't really matter. It's been his long time race number, so he just wrote down that he was 21, even though there wasn't a 21 on the bike. We just know it's DK by his 48-year-old riding gear and his 10-plus-year-old motorcycle. More importantly, DK is back. Remembering those 3 words, DK is back. Great news to see. Highlight of my day, that's for sure. Man, oh man, I wanted to reach up and hug the man, but all of a sudden, oh no, that's COVID. We can't do that. But welcome back, DK. It's fantastic to have you. The oldest of the King Quartet that dominated tracks through junior and senior motocross in New Zealand, Australia, in the Pacific and America and around the world. At the height of it with the elite of the 3 brothers and Daryl, Shane and Damien, there was... they were the utmost of heroes and the only 3-brother combination who've ever finished in the top 10 in the world at a World Championship motocross event. And that's for the King family's, I suppose you'd say, special, unique feature. Nobody has ever done that. Yes, 2 brothers, that's fine. Seen that in many parts of our sport. Seen fathers and sons, fathers and daughters achieve great success. 3 brothers in the world top 10. Happened back in 1999, so 21 years ago. 250 the number. Don't you love the bike? Don't you love the bike as well? Certainly an earlier model out there, that's for sure. So the 250 Craig Stevens out there. That's a VMXer as well, so that's a vintage bike. A 90s model machine. 150-33. Well, Capes gave him a warning to say, hey, he was right there and coming. The rider took a evasive action, probably a little bit too evasive. Should another rider have gone on the outside, that might have been a bit tricky. But hey, he certainly got the idea and moved out of the way. There we are, checkered flag time for JCR. Well done, the Altherm window system, JCR Yamaha star himself. Our mentor and legend, Mr. Josh Coppins, coming through to win the day. Josh, of course, he'll still need his transponder on his bike for that last race today when he doubles up to do MX1 as well. So 5 of the 6 races down, 5 of the 6 down. Well, coming up next, we have junior support prior to our MX1 race, so a very narrow gap between these guys on our program. Once again, taking a little bit of time out to tame the tonsils and catch our breath, ready for our feature final MX1 showdown. Coming at you, folks. So there we go, checkered flag, folks. Apologies for the wrap on our, or the lack of it, for our junior support, but certainly needed to be re-energised. We've got gas back in the generators, ready to power on for the rest of the afternoon. We've had an opportunity to catch up with our friends and our family that is motocross, and ready to go with racing. Flag Marshal's doing it, waving it in the breeze, doing it well. Good one, guys, there. Jack Ellingham, good on you, Jack. Great result there. Jack Ellingham takes the win. So well done to Jack. He had been playing second fiddle. Karaitiana ahead of Sev from Blake, Evan, and next one I think was Jacob. Well, there's more to racing than just viewing from the side of the track. There's also being in amongst the pits and talking to the people, and fantastic story coming out the last one. A quick wheel change done by Josh Coppins, and thanks to Richard Furs for the use of the back wheel, that even in the sand, and you think of how soft sand is, but explained by James Scott as to how hard it was underneath, that the knobblies have been ripped off the tyre. So the knobblies are ripped off. In the words of Josh, has got from the pit team around him, the track's now just getting right, all right? So when the rest of us are thinking how rough and how hard it is, that's why his results are improving today, because the track is just coming right. After all, this man's done his apprenticeship in Europe. He's been to the world's toughest sand tracks and ridden them again and again and again, and ridden them with passion. So he knows how to handle the conditions, and he's done it brilliantly here today. So well done to Josh and the others. All right, the MX1 showdown. Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper, Josiah Natsky, Josh Coppins, Brodie Connolly. A reflection of the top five last time from sixth place: Ethan Martins, Hayden Smith, Kobe Burke, Tyler Steiner, Richard Horn. And our next six were Quade Young, Nick Saunders, Donovan Ward, Joseph Antrell, Logan Madron, and Scott Davies. So there you have it. All right, ready to go. Final moto after this. The Ward Demolition start line will be bare. Have we got all of them for this one? The roost flies, and who's got it? It's called the whole shot through here. Cody Cooper at the start. Good one. Tell you what, 23 might be on the inside. Is he there? Yeah. Oh, Josiah Natsky, the whole shot. Sensational. Got it on the inside. Man, oh man, I did not see that coming. I tell you what, he had a bike and a half length on him, Cody Cooper, but he didn't have the inside rail. He'd moved across, and that was already taken. Josiah went up on the inside with some late demon braking. That was amazing, crazy, almost suicidal, but he got away with it, found the gap on the inside and went for a break through the next corner in first place. So effectively, a severe right for a severe left is the way this track starts, and it certainly sorts the men out from the boys. And the men have got it. Josiah Natsky on the beautiful 450. And any good 250 rider, it's the top of the game, who gets every little bit out of the bike, just loves the opportunity to ride a 450. It's the ultimate to step up to the big boys, and Josiah doing it with consummate ease here today. Sensational to see. So loving everything that he's showing of how good he can ride a bike. This will really complement his riding library as well, because it just gives you more experience to know how you've got to use it. Like a 250, a good rider is using all the power. You've got to get everybody out of the bike. How do you get everybody out of the bike? Where you are, what's your riding position, how you're riding it, how you're controlling the power. The last thing you want to do is hit the brakes. So where you're going to hit the brakes, all those sort of things. Look at this, Josiah. Yes. Josiah Natsky, 23 by 3. Hamish Harwood, 121. Cody Cooper, 16 now with Hayden Smith outside of 88. 6 to go from Josh behind Broads in there. Brodie Connolly. Looking back then to number 5, Ethan Martins. And the 394, I think that might have been then Richard Horn, and that next freight train run through there. And now the 257, we want to get to a stage when they've spread out that fraction more to be able to call all the riders. Anybody that's riding MX1, I don't care whether they're first or last, they're all good riders. They all deserve the credit, because when you're an MX1 rider, you're in the top elite 2% of New Zealand's motocross stars, because this is not just any kind of racing. This is the creme de la creme. Yes, they're all on 450s. A lot of other people ride a 450, but they might decide to ride them just whether it be in vets racing or club racing or MX3 racing, or just as a social trail come enduro or cross-country rider. like to say a shout out to the new business that I'm working for, Motorcycle HQ, and just to say in there, keep an eye on the Facebook page. We're going to do an introduction. I've been there for a few weeks, but thoroughly enjoying it, and great to be in amongst some people like-minded about moto as we are. Bring it on. All right, 23 going all the way. Hit a 3. 23 to go with Josiah. Here's the 3 of Homage. Kawasaki to KTM, green to orange with the 121 of Cody along with the 18. Yes, much better of Hayden Smith along with 6 and Josh Coppins. 88 Brodie Connolly, number 5 Ethan Martins. Get up on the tail here, 394. Yes, it was. Over the 11 of Tyler Steiner behind Richard Horn. 81, 309 back there to the 14. Listen to that 2-stroke. Yeah, Kobe Burke. I've been super impressed with Kobe today. He got that 112 in the 125 class. He's hopped off that and gone on a 250. This for a young schoolboy is absolutely daunting. I think he would be the youngest rider out there in the field. I can't think of anybody who's younger than he is. So it's an amazing credit for a young man. The CML team were looking for a new rider. Kobe, coming out of Christchurch, was the man to fit the bill as a young KTM star on the rise. Former mini champion, former junior champion, already senior champion. And here he is with an opportunity to make a real name for himself and kicking it with big boys. And this racing today is certainly a big step up. He'll love being home in Canterbury next weekend. The family, in fact, for work reasons, shifted to Auckland, gave him an opportunity to get more moto, and so there was a double-edged sword to the move to Auckland. But they love Canterbury, and they'll be back home next week for the MGM, the Michael Godfrey Memorial Motocross. 157 along with the 3. There we are. 23 from 3. Well, when we talked to James Scott in the interview before, James mentioned about the fact that the bike had just done some suspension valving work, so it's no aftermarket, it's no factory suspension, so it's effectively the standard suspension, just fine-tuned, which is what 80% of riders can do to make their bike perform. But these boys need good suspension, and it's right now where suspension comes to fore. So when these bikes are going into the corners and hitting those braking bumps and hitting the edge of them, bang, 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 and the bike's effectively flicking up in the air, the higher it goes in the air, the worse the suspension is. It should be, the shock absorber should be absorbing all of that pressure of hitting it and should not be rebounding and making the bike flick up in the back. So this is where you see who the good mechanics up there, who know their bikes, how they perform. And of course the suspension setup is definitely different now to what it might have been at the start of the day, because to have that suspension earlier on may have been a little bit negative. So you just want to find that it was more suited to the slightly smoother track compared to the rougher track. So good mechanics would have changed the suspension during the day. Just with a screwdriver, just done a little tweak, but would have made it work better. So you would have started out with it as a easy setting and gone harder as the day has gone on. All right, 23 by 3. What an absolute buzz for Brodie Connolly. There he is holding out. He's been having a good race alongside Josh there. There's the 11 for Tyler Steiner. There's Brodie back there, actually. But anyway, you get the idea. In that same company. And Tyler Steiner, third different bike for him in the last 3 seasons. But hey, good to see that he's back on a bike. Huge crash for that man back in Hawke's Bay in March of this year. And great to see us road to recovery and seeing him back on a bike and riding so confidently here today. Check him out on the new Honda CRF 450, Tyler Steiner. If ever you want to hear a man who'll give you a good ad about what Alpine Star helmets are like, he'll tell you about how they saved his life, and he's absolutely convinced that they did save his life. A lesser standard of helmet, he doesn't believe he would be here today. He is very honest and abrupt about him. So when you're looking for helmets, go with the quality. Like the new SM5 is a good mid-range helmet, but check out how the new technology is. Won't explain it to you here now, but more importantly, get an expert to do that. The SM5 from Alpine Star. Check out the Bridgestone Kawasaki team. Alpine Star helmets, boots, pants, shirts and glove. Alpine Star from head to toe. You won't find better. And the Kawasaki team know it. 51 out there for Quade. Oh, Josh getting up there. Take it on Hayden. Yeah, Josh, beautiful overtaking manoeuvre. What a slither it was. He came right out here wide, pretty close to our spectating area here, and he got right out wide, found a lovely line through here, and then just cut across and stole the line off Hayden Smith. Great to watch. Here we are, Botany Honda and 11 Tyler Steiner. 88.5 up on the inside, 394 Richard Horn. What a cracker day from you, Richard. Now there's Richard Horn. I've got to tell you about Richard now. Every major event he turns up to, he would be doing MX1. No, he won't be first, second, third or fourth. But if there's a 15 strong field, it'll be about that 10, 11 or 12. But he does that again and again and again, event in and event out. And more importantly, doing it as well, like now at the end of the day, when the men of motocross are surviving. The boys of motocross, well, they've had to put up the white flag already. This is when the going gets tough, because the tough is going hard. And that's exactly what the track has done here. This is mighty. And here's Richard, arguably putting in some of his best performances of the day right now. That's a sign of world-class riding, and good for him. All right, 23 for Josiah over the number 3 of Hamish Harwood. Now back to the 1-2-1 of Cody Cooper. It's green, it's orange, it's red. The 3 manufacturers, the 3 riders. Would we love to see Josiah Natsky on an MX1 bike? Hell yes, but of course there's unfinished business for him to win the MX2 first. He's got plenty of time in his life to be up on an MX1 bike. I'm sure he'll be doing that. If he can win the title, that'll be what he'll put in his contract. If I win the title, I want to go to MX1. So he has a real chance to do so. After all, he was number 2 this year. Our number 1 NZ, MX2, Maximus Purvis, not joining us here today. Like, in fact, JCR's other Yamaha pilot, and Kane Lamont. Josh is one to not get the boys fired up too early. After all, we're still 6 months away from motocross championships. So, wants an opportunity to build up his riders. Maximus, well, who knows, on a day like today, he might have been out pig hunting, deer stalking, doing some of his other passion. Loves the outdoors. Right, 909 with Nick in there. 81 as well, Donovan Ward. Good on you, Donovan. He's got going as well with the 257 in there of Scott Davies. Huge ask of Scott today. Yeah, 23. Great to see. Josiah all the way. Josiah Natsky, Hamish Harwood, and this man Cody Cooper. I'll tell you what, today everybody will be talking about it, because there's your top 2. They are 2 out of the 3. The only man who's not here is our Australian man Kurt Gibbs, who won the MX1 title in New Zealand in 2020. So effectively you've got number 2 NZ, number 3 NZ, and a man who's put himself at the end of the day, at the toughest time of the day, when the track is at its roughest, he has put himself in front of those 2. So Josiah Natsky absolutely turning heads here today. This is scintillating motocross and great talk over the season. Could he go on to be the champion? Well, man, you'd never know that, because he will be back in the MX2. But this will also do a lot of good for his 250 riding as well, I believe. I do like to see the transition of riders between bikes doing it like that, because then they get to appreciate what they need to do on the right bike for the right event. Waimarino MX, yes, Richard Horn out there, 394, go Richard. The Reitihi contract, they're looking in very good form. 14 now with Kobe. Well, time at the moment just on 25 to 4 in the final stage of our race. We said we'd be doing a finish at around 3:30ish, and we'll be a little bit after that. We hope to have our prize giving over before 4:30. I'm sure we can do that. Morris is here with the results. I'm sure they'll be sharp and accurate as always, and we'll have our prize giving. So it won't be immediately after this race, but it won't be too far. So if you are out there on Sky Sport Next, or do want to watch it, maybe you've got time to go away and do the dishes from last night. You won't have time to mow the lawns, but you might like to weed a garden. You get the idea. There might be just enough time to do something. Better still, you might be watching it on a big screen. Well, take your small screen with it, take your phone with you, so you know when we're going to start. Whip back inside and watch it on the big screen. We'll be coming live, loud and proud in our compliance neutral ground, so do check it out. We've got the beautiful podium set up here with Ebbett Pukekohe, and you'll see the riders in person with their face masks. So prize giving coming up. Yesterday we were minus face masks simply because we had a lot of kids under 12, and they of course are exempt from face mask wear. Isn't that so lucky about COVID? I'm the ultimate optimist. I always got to look at the positives out of it. One of those is the fact that I won't say the word totally immune, but the kids are certainly far more immune than what any adults and particularly older people are. So if there's one thing, unlike other plagues that we had in the past around the world, that the kids in some ways have been hit more severely, the kids have been certainly saved in this one. Yes, there has been the odd one, but please don't get me wrong, it's not perfect, but at least they are not the prime candidate to be sick with the coronavirus. Well, 23 over 121 over the number 3. So checking out with Cody. Cody's been able to get his way past. So Cody's making moves in all camps. Please, I will apologise for that. That's incorrect in seeing that bike there. So, no, it's still Cody back in third place. He's actually a little bit more distant. I think he's just settled into his third place, saying, hey, for the very little riding that I've done. Somebody like Cody, who's effectively been a professional motocross rider for the last close on 20 years of his life, he's done a very, very good job. Oh, here's the 11. Oh, bad luck. There's Tyler, he's pulling in the moto, so won't be finishing the moto. But anyway, just continue my story. Cody has been a professional motocross rider. It doesn't last forever, and he's got to find a life after. And great to hear that he's been doing a great job with contracting and making kiwi fruit orchards. They're certainly the gross industry of the Bay of Plenty area, of which has been his home for many years. And to see that he has now been able to create some quality work in that world is a very good plus for him, and I'm sure it'll give him a whole new thinking behind life after, as we call it. What is life after a professional tennis player, a professional rugby player, a professional motocrosser? Well, the life after for Cody is a contractor in creating kiwi fruit farms. And I tell you what, the way the kiwi fruit industry has stood up through COVID and Corona this year is a true hats off to that industry, and a pleasure to have them as part of New Zealand's horticultural busting industry. What is it, $700 million worth or something of that nature? Fantastic. And a shout out to the likes of Dame Susan Devoy as well, who stepped up to be a kiwi fruit picker in light of the fact that there wasn't the backpackers or overseas people to come and help on the kiwi fruit farms that we would have had otherwise. Kiwi fruit cope, because people stepped up, Kiwi stepped up. Dane Susan was the exact example of that. Man, oh man, that's already, if she wasn't a Dane, she would have deserved it for that, for my money. So, great story, and good to hear that Cody's stepping up in the creation of more kiwi fruit farm. Well, perfect build-up for Josh. Certainly well worth the trip to be here in advance of next weekend's Michael Godfrey Motocross. So Josiah Natsky, Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper, Josh Coppins, Hayden Smith, Ethan Martins, Brodie Connolly, Richard Horn. The first casual name to put in there outside of all those other riders have been team riders, factory riders, semi-professionals. So Richard, the best of the rest. That's what we might like to call him, the best of the rest today. Richard Horn in that performance in the final moto of the day. Well, Turbo Thompson's been hanging on 2 days of full-on talk and excitement, and we have loved it, and hopefully you've enjoyed being part of it as well. But the end is near as we go through our final lap. 23 for Josiah. What excitement here today, folks. What a turning point. what pit talk will be going on. This is going to be the hottest gossip in media around the country from a moto point of view. Josiah Natzke winning the last MX1 race. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. A man with virtually zero experience in championship racing at this level has stepped up big time, and he's beaten the long-time number one Cody Cooper and the current effectively number one in this lineup of the races today, Hamish Harwood. Hamish will win the day, that part's for sure, but in this final encounter today, so we've effectively, for Hamish, we've gone 1-1-2, and that's pretty good, that's still a day. It'll be very close in the call between, I think Cody's still going to get the second, and probably for Josiah getting the third, but more importantly, this win. This is the toughest moto of the day. Why? It's the last one, it's the longest one, and it's on the roughest track. And this man has just got better and better as the day's gone on. His practicing coming to the fore. And here's the white flag for the rest of the riders. But the number 23, I'm going to put my arm in the air for him, and we're certainly going to look forward to seeing him claim the glory that is thoroughly deserved of a great race victory here at the end of the day. The number 23, and here we go. Yes, indeed. Well done for Josiah. Great result. Josiah Natzke loved every bit of that. 3 for Hamish. He will get the overall for the day. Go 1-1-3. Fine response to him. 257 out there is Scott Davies on the Kawasaki. He comes home next across the line, but back in the results. Here we go, here we go. And the run all the way, the 88 of Brodie Connolly along with 394 with the 14. So Richard Horn along with Kobe Burke. Good day to step up for Kobe, 51, and Quade Young. Out there, the former Eastern Bay of Plenty rider. Stepping up the plate, got an 11th last time. I tell you what, I think it's better this time. I think he's done, I don't know, I think he might have done a 10th in there. Here's the 1-2-1 for the Coopster. Mr. Cody Cooper, good work. That is third place. Got a second last time. You see, he hadn't had a win today. I don't know, Hamish might have that advantage. There's the number 6 of Superstar, Mr. Josh Cobbins, 909. Nice to have you back with us. Taupo Toyota, Hooker Hondas, Mr. Nick Saunders, along with the 81 of Donovan Ward, and the 18. What a day for that man. Hayden Smith might add a couple of offs, but I tell you what, he's turned some heads today. Great run from him and the LMC Husqvarna race team. So let's go through that top field. So Josiah Natzke first, Hamish Harwood second, from Cody Cooper third. Josh Coppins got the fourth, fifth to Hayden Smith, followed by Ethan Martin seventh, Brodie Connolly eighth, Richard Horn ninth, Kobe Burke, and 10th, Nick Saunders, Donovan Ward. In fact, 11th, Quade Young, no, not as good as I'd hoped, but anyway, a 12th for him ahead of Scott Davies, 13th, and a non-finish to Tyler Steiner. So here we have, or DNF it's called, did not finish. So started the race but didn't finish it. So well done.
Near new Holdens at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Volkswagen.
So I'll do warm up and 8 on the regular stuff, and then and then brake, and then 3 7-lappers, and then brake, and then 20.
Mr. Motorcycles is a one-stop motorcycle superstore. Road bikes, adventure bikes, motocross, farm bikes, farm ATVs and SUVs. They're all available at Mr. Motorcycles. The company supplies and services top-line motorcycle brands such as Kawasaki, Suzuki and KTM. And if it's parts and accessories you want, helmets, boots, motocross gear, tyres and performance parts. You name it, they've got it. Buy in-store or online. Mr. Motorcycles. View the website for further information.
It's why I do start. It's why I go racing. Is just being in that zone of no thinking, no emotion, just adrenaline and really hard work, and only a racer can understand this.
No one comes close to KX in winning. Only KX has more Supercross and Motocross race wins. And only KX has more championships than any other manufacturer.
4 straight overall wins.
The numbers don't lie. Introducing the new Kawasaki KX450 and all new KX250 motorcycles, the bike that builds champions.
All new Kia Sorento. In every last detail, it's on a journey to a class of its own.
There's nothing like race time. Something that's super undescribable. Nothing gives me that same adrenaline rush. It's all or nothing. Your heart starts beating faster.
A lot of nerves.
For me, I still get nervous.
You know, the adrenaline.
You feel focused. Everything else goes away. You're in the moment. I think that's the feeling that we live for. One goal, one vision.
Near new Holdens at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Volkswagen.
So I'll do warm up in 8 on the regular stuff, and then and then brake, and then 3 7-lappers, and then brake, and then 20.
Mr. Motorcycles is a one-stop motorcycle superstore. Road bikes, adventure bikes, motocross, farm bikes, farm ATVs and SUVs. They're all available at Mr. Motorcycles. The company supplies and services top-line motorcycle brands such as Kawasaki, Suzuki and KTM. And if it's parts and accessories you want, helmets, boots, motocross gear, tyres and performance parts. You name it, they've got it. Buy in-store or online. Mr. Motorcycles. View the website for further information.
It's why I do start. It's why I go racing. It's just being in that zone of no thinking, no emotion, just adrenaline and really hard work, and only a racer can understand this.
No one comes close to KX in winning. Only KX has more Supercross and Motocross race wins. And only KX has more championships than any other manufacturer.
4 straight overall wins.
The numbers don't lie. Introducing the new Kawasaki KX450 and all new KX250 motorcycles, the bike that builds champions.
Kia Sorento. In every last detail, it's on a journey to a class of its own.
There's nothing like race time. Something that's super undescribable.
Nothing gives me that same adrenaline rush.
It's all or nothing.
Your heart starts beating faster.
A lot of nerves.
For me, I still get nervous.
You know, the adrenaline.
You feel focused. Everything else goes away. You're in the moment. I think that's the feeling that we live for. One goal, one vision.
Near new Holdens at used car prices. Huge savings, low kilometres, plus great finance deals. Exclusive to Ebbett Holden.
Volkswagen.
Well, back live, loud and proud here at Kawasaki Sand Track for our Mercer Sand Prix 2020, brought to us by Ebbett Pukekohe. Our prize-giving finale for the end of the day, seeing the stars in person is a great feat as well. So straight into it, folks, with our MX3 class. MX3 is up first, and in fifth place we have Josh Waddell. Fourth place, Shane Robinson. Third place, Caleb Livesey. Well done, Caleb. Grab your trophy and hop on up there. And second place today, what a great day, Richard Sutton. Love that, Richard. Good result today. And today's winner, welcome back, Mr. Daryl King.
There he comes.
DK's coming. He's a bit older now. Well done, guys.
I'd just like to thank Mum and Dad for everything they do for me, Hooker Honda for their support, and these fellas for the great racing today.
Yeah, about the same there. Thanks, Neil, for the commentary. It was really good. And the guys that put the effort into the track. I mean, racing yesterday and then having to prep it all how they had it this morning. It's, yeah, obviously a lot of work's got put into that. I'd like to thank Pirelli Tyres, MXR Parts, Central Motors, at Yamaha. They had good support and yeah, a bit different to the cross country, but I'm glad I came out here today and rode. It was fun and good racing for Daryl.
Thanks, guys. I really enjoyed the competition in MX3 today. Just want to thank the Pukekohe Club for a wicked event, just putting everything together, and yeah, it's a cool event. So just thanks very much.
Thank you, DK, and honoured to have you with us today. Thanks for making a comeback here. Well done, photo times, and we'll do our next lot. Here we are now. Next up to our women's class. Top 5 again. 5th place in our women's field today, Amy Colston. 4th place, Brianna Roberts. 3rd today, George Swift. How's that? And 2nd, Kimberly Cheatham. And 1st, NZ number 1 here today, Amy Roberts. Thank you, ladies, for staying around.
Just want to thank Mum and Dad, Jacob, Kane, Amy, Kira, and 70 Distribution for doing my suspension, and the club for putting on a good event, and Richie for the commentating.
I'd like to thank Dad for bringing me out, the club for putting on a great event, and all the girls for the great racing.
I'd just like to thank Blackwood Yamaha, Yamaha New Zealand, Yamalube, 70, Fox, and yeah, all the girls for the great racing, Neil for the commentary, Mum and Dad, and the club for putting on such a great event.
Thanks. I'd like to thank Dad for all the support and for the club running the event. Thank you.
All the best to the girls, of course, just 2 months away from our Women's Nationals at Gore, so well done, ladies. That'll be great. So here we are, rocking on to our next one, MX125. 5. Yep. And top 5 again, 5th place in MX125, Logan Madron. 4th place, Christian Crane. 3rd, Tyler Cooksley. 2nd, Dylan Westgate. And 1st, Kobe Burke. You'll notice these guys have got an envelope. It's not quite the mystery envelope, but rather than a bit of plastic, it's a bit of cash for them, so well done.
I'd like to thank Dad for bringing me here, Neil for the good commentary, club for putting on a great event, and all the boys for the good racing.
I'd just like to thank the CML KTM race team, my mum and dad, all the team sponsors, the boys for the good racing, and Neil for the commentating and the club.
Just like to thank my dad for bringing me out here. Crown Kiwi, Nationwide Accessories, Pirelli, and all the boys for the good racing.
Here, thank you very much. Great to see. All right, MX2, top 5 again, and from 5th place today, Jacob Hunt. 4th, Tyler Brown. 3rd, Jack Dunlop. 2nd, Brodie Connolly. And 1st, James Scott. I think I'd just like to point out that we've had a collection of a telephone. If somebody has lost yours, love to give it back to you. Good turnout, guys. Thank you very much.
Just like to thank all the boys for doing the track. Came out real good today. All my sponsors, Neil for the commentating, and all the boys for the great racing.
Yeah, big thanks to Mum and Dad, Brownie, Mr. Motorcycles, Blue Crew, and
all my other sponsors and the club for putting on a great event.
Just thanks to the team and everyone who helped out. Lappy, Cody, Lance, Nick, everyone for coming. My girlfriend, Brody for the good racing. It was had to work for it today. And the club, Neil, everyone, cheers.
Yeah, just a huge thanks to the club for the awesome day. The track formed up pretty good, was real gnarly. Huge thanks to Carl and the whole LMC team for everything they do. It makes everything so easy, and all the boys for the good racing today.
Thank you. Great podium. Well done to our vets. Make room for the wheelchairs as we come up here. 35 to 44. Fifth. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Older ones first, I've been told. Sorry, my apologies. Fifth place, Nigel Gainfoot. Fourth, Matthias Thrid. Third, Darren Capel. Second, Daryl King. And first, Craig Brown. Oh, nice one, boys.
Yep. Awesome Pukekohe Club for making this happen. It's good that you show the other clubs out there that we can get out and do some riding with everything going on out there in this crazy time. So it was good riding with the boys, and look forward to catching up hopefully Labour weekend with everyone else. Cheers.
I'd just like to thank the club. 5 days' notice to put on a meetings, a bit of a rush. Proud to be affiliated to the committee. And also to the track team, hours and hours or days and days of work up here to get this track prepped. So to Ryan Young Contracting and Grant Fitzgerald's Contracting, big shout out to those guys. And thanks to the boys for the good racing today.
Yeah, congratulations, Brownie, on winning today, and Capes, thanks for the great racing as well. And yeah, this is a special track. The first time I rode here is probably 25 years ago at a practice event, and it's still going strong, and the club's just fantastic, and it's to be part of it, come along to an event still at my age and see the great effort everyone makes is a pleasure to be part of. So thanks, everyone.
Well done, DK. 3 absolute legends here. Well done, guys. Loving every bit of that. To the younger group of vets, 35-44, fifth place, Jody Stone. Fourth, Nick Enstrom. Third, Ryan Buxeda. Second, Matthew Vining. And first, Josh Coppins.
First off, thanks for my family at home, and well done to the club for the event. The track was awesome.
I'd just like to thank the club for an amazing event. This is probably like the best prepped I've ridden it in quite a while, and yeah, keep it up.
Yeah, like the others, just like to say a big thank you to the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club and everyone that made it happen in these trying times. Thank you.
Yeah, also I'd like to thank Mr. Motorcycles, ETC Clothing, and Ryan Young for all the digger work and prep work he's put into the track. Bloody awesome.
Thank you, guys. Great to see. Love vets racing and as quality it was this weekend. So awesome. And to our MX1 field, top 5 from 5th place today, Brodie Connolly, MX1. This is fantastic. So well done, Brodie Connolly in 5th. 4th place, Josh Coppins. And yes, indeed, it was only 2 points in it, but 1 point in it. It was a change for 3rd place. 3rd place goes to Cody Cooper. And second, Josiah Natsky. And first today with 2 wins and a second, Hamish Harwood. The orange, the red and the green. Well done, great day. Nice fist touch there. Well done, boys. Enjoy it today, Coach?
Yeah, I had a good day. Been away from it for a little while, so it's always good to get back, and thanks to the Pukekohe Club for making it happen. And it would have been extra hard even if it, not having all the circumstances, so they did a good job. And Ebbett Pukekohe for stepping up and making it happen as well. And obviously the Honda team, all the people that help a lot and make my job a bit easier. And thanks for coming. And Shane King at Crown Kiwi, he's always there helping and making it easy. And everyone that's made it help.
Just a big thanks to CML KTM. My mechanic Carl, the bike was awesome today, especially on such a rough, tricky track. And just everyone there helps out the team, all the sponsors, everyone involved. And yeah, again, the Pukekohe club, especially with these times, it wouldn't have been an easy job to run this event. The boys for the racing, Neil for the commentating, my wife Katie and everyone else that helps out. Cheers.
Thanks to the Bridgestone Kawasaki race team, Shane, Mike, George, everyone for helping out today. The club for making this event happen. It's cool that we can go racing and stuff. So, yeah, cheers.
Thanks, guys. Well, thank you, folks. A wrap of the day. Thank you for abiding by our social distance. To all of you out there, you've all played a part. This Pookie Club need a huge congratulations. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? Come on. They're the ones that made it happen. You'd be still at home or practicing somewhere else if it wasn't for them. They got all of the protocols and made it happen. We just love what they've done for our sport. Looking forward to more great mighty motocross coming up over the summer, and God bless everybody out there. First of all, a wrap to our sponsors. Could not do it without them. Mr. Motorcycles, Young Contracting, Scott Goggles, with Alpine Star, 100% FMF, iPone Lubricants, along with Fox, Bridgestone, Pirelli, Fly, Oakley, Bellray, along with NZRC, New Zealand Renovation Company. And massive thanks must go to this lovely brand called Ebbett Pukekohe, whether it be the Holden, the Nissan, the MG, the Kia or the Volkswagen. They've got the marks covered for you. So massive thank you to you and the role that you've all played here this weekend. For you out there on Sky Sport Next, a massive thanks for what you've watched, and hope you've enjoyed it and follow more. We thank Motorcycling New Zealand and the Pukekohe Motorcycle Club. Special shout out goes to Ray Broad, our volunteer commissioner for motocross, who couldn't be with us this weekend. The work he's done is many hundreds of hours on the phone, on the emails, behind the scenes. So to all of you out there, God bless everybody. Stay safe, and more importantly, keep enjoying motorcycle racing. Bring it on. God bless. Cheers. Thank you to NTEC, the great coverage they've done for this event. Sky Sport Next. See you next on Sky Sport. Cheers.